Part 2. Victims and Enactors of Despite. 1. From the Depths. When Lyndon Avery emerged from the base of Riven Rock into Garrotting Deep, the sun was setting behind Melanchurion Skyweir and the western mountains. The trees here had fallen into shadow, and with the loss of the sun, the air had grown cold enough to bite into her bereaved throat and lungs. Winter held sway over the deep, in spite of Carroyal Wildwood's stewardship, and she had been soaked by frigid springs as well as by diluted earth-blood during her long struggle through the guts of the mountain. She was chilled to the marrow of her bones, weak with hunger, exhausted beyond bearing. But she did not care. Her son was dead, as doomed as she was, shot down when she and Roger had been slain. He belonged to Lord Fowl and the Croyle. They would never let him go, and she had no hope of reaching him. Too much time separated her arms and his, her love and his torment. She had become a stillatory of pain, and her heart was stone. She did not know how she was still alive or why. After Roger and Jeremiah's escape, she had somehow preserved herself with earth power and instinct, shaping the stone to her will, knocking aside thunderous slabs of granite, plunging in and out of the lashed river, following water and fire as the earthquake shook Melanchurion Skyweir. The upheaval had split the plateau as well as the vast mountain, buried the edges of the forest under a torrent of rubble, sent a vehement fume of dust skyward, but she was aware of none of it. Nor did she notice how much time passed before the roots of the Skyweir no longer trembled. The watercourse was nearly empty now. Deep springs slowly filled the spaces which she had formed under the peak. But she could not tell how long she scrambled and stumbled through the wreckage until she found her way out of the world of ruin. When she clambered at last over the new detritus along the south bank of the Black River, she saw the fading sky above her. She knew only that she had lost her son, and that some essential part of her had been extinguished, burned away by battles which surpassed her strength. She was no longer the woman who had endured Roger's cruelties for Jeremiah's sake. She had suffered enough, had earned the right to simply lie down and die. Yet she did not surrender. Instead, she trudged on into Garrotting Deep. Here the forestall would surely end her travails, if sorrow and privation did not. Nevertheless, she continued to plod among the darkening trees. Her right hand remained cramped to the staff, unhealed and unheeded. In her left, she held Jeremiah's crumpled race-car. At the core, she had been annealed like granite. The dross of restraint and inadequacy and acceptance had been consumed in flame. Like granite, she did not yield. The staff no longer lit her way. She had lost its fire when she left the mountain. In the evening gloom and the first glimmer of stars, she hardly recognized that the extravagant energies which had enabled her to fight and survive had remade the shaft. Its smooth wood had become a blackness as deep as ebony or fuligen. With the 7 words and the earth-blood, she had gone beyond herself, and so she had transformed her staff as well. Like her son, the natural cleanliness of the wood was lost. But she did not concern herself with such things, nor did she fear the cold night or the prospect of prostration or the forestall's coming. Her own frailty and the likelihood of death had lost their meaning. Her stone heart still beat. The tears were gone from her eyes. Therefore she walked on with her doom wrapped around her. She travelled beside the Black River because she had no other guide. In the deeper twilight of the riverbed, a slow trickle of water remained. She caught glimpses of it when it rippled over rocks or twisted in hollows and caught the burgeoning starlight. It looked as unilluminable as blood. The Ronahan had tried to caution her. At the horse rite which she had shared with Hen and Hennan, and with Stave, she had been warned. Hen and Hennan had shown her Jeremiah possessed, in torment, made vile. They had revealed what would happen if she tried to rescue him, heal him, as she had once redeemed Thomas Covenant from his imprisonment by the Elohim, and they had compelled her to remember the depth to which she herself had been damaged. They had caused her to relive the maiming heritage of her parents, as well as the eager brutality of Moksha Raver. It was possible that she should have known. "If your son serves me, he will do so in your presence." But her fears had been fixed on Ravers and the despiser. She had failed to imagine the true implications of Hin and Hinnan's warning, or she had been distracted by Roger's glamour and manipulations, by the Croyles' intolerable use of Jeremiah. Ever since they had forbidden her to touch them, ever since they had turned her love and woe against her, she had foundered in confusion. And so she had been made to serve despite. "You've done everything conceivable to help us become gods." She did not surrender. She would not. But she could not think beyond doggedly placing one foot in front of the other, walking lightless and unassoiled into garroting deep. She did not imagine that she might reach her proper time by creating a seizure. "You'll shatter the world." And even if she did not, she would still be lost. Without the Ranahin, she could not navigate the chaos of a fall, nor could she save herself with the staff of law. No power available to her would transcend the intervening centuries. The Theomach had recognized Roger and the Croyle, and had said nothing. While they abided by the restrictions which he had placed upon them, he had left her to meet her fate in ignorance. Her mind cannot be distinguished from the arch of time. In her own way she chose to keep faith with the land's past. Therefore she stumbled on into Caroil Wildwood's angry domain, guiding herself by the darkness of the watercourse on her left and the star-limbed branches of trees on her right. When she tripped, she caught herself with the staff, although the jolt caused the scabbing of her wounded hand to break open and bleed. She had nowhere else to go. Roger had called the forestall an out-and-out butcher. On his own ground, with the full force of garroting deep behind him, nothing could stand against him. Why had he not already slain her? Perhaps he had discerned her weakness and knew that there was no need for haste. If a badger took umbrage at her encroachment, she would be unable to defend herself. A single note of Caroil Wildwood's multifarious song would overwhelm her. Some things she knew, however. They did not require thought. She could be sure that Roger and the Croyle, and Castanessen and Joan, had not yet accomplished the despiser's desires. The arch of time endured. Her boots still scuffed and tripped one after the other along the river bank. Her heart still beat. Her lungs still sucked, wincing, at the edged air. And above her the cold stars became multitudinous glistening swaths as the last daylight faded behind the western peaks. Even her exhaustion confirmed that the strictures of sequence and causality remained intact. Therefore the land's tale was not done. Her confrontation with Roger had rubbed the truth like salt into a wound. For her, everything came back to Thomas Covenant. He was her hope when she had failed all of her loves. Help us become gods. In his own way, and for his own reasons, he himself had become a kind of god. While his spirit endured, she could refuse to believe that the despiser would achieve victory. The earth held mysteries which she could not begin to comprehend. Even Jeremiah might some day be released. As long as Thomas Covenant remained, he might guide her friends to rouse the Elohim from their hermetic self-contemplation, or to thwart Roger and Lord Fowl in some other fashion. For that reason, she continued walking when she should not have been able to stay on her feet. She had failed utterly and been filled with despair, but she no longer knew how to break. Around her, full night gathered until the ancient ire of the trees seemed to form a palpable barrier. Aside from the soft liquid chatter of water in the river bed, the whisper of wind among the wrathful boughs, and the unsteady plod of her boots, she heard only her own respiration, ragged and faltering. She might have been alone in the wide forest. Still her heart sustained its dark labour. Intransigent as the masters, she let neither weakness nor the approach of death stop her. Some time later she saw a small blink of light ahead of her. It was too vague to be real. She could more easily believe that she had fallen into dreams, but gradually it gained substance, definition. Soon it resembled the caper of flames, yellow and flickering. A will-o'-the-wisp, she thought, or a hallucination induced by fatigue and loss. Yet it did not vanish and reappear, or shift from place to place. In spite of its elusive dance, it remained stationary, casting a faint illumination on the nearby tree trunks, the arched bare branches. A fire, she realized dully. Someone had set a fire in this protected forest. She did not hasten toward it. She could not. Her pulse did not quicken, but her uneven trudge took on a more concrete purpose. She was not alone in garrotting deep, and whoever had lit that fire was in imminent peril, more so than Linden herself, who could not have raised any hint of flame from her black staff. The distance defied her estimation. By slow increments, however, she began to discern details. A small cook fire burned within a ring of stones. A pot that may have been iron rested among the flames, and beside the fire squatted an obscure figure with its back to the river. At intervals the figure reached out with a spoon or ladle to stir the contents of the pot. Linden seemed to draw no closer. None the less, she saw that the figure wore a tatterdemalion cloak against the winter. She saw a disregarded tangle of old hair, a plump shape. To her depleted senses, the figure appeared female. Then she entered the fringes of the light, and the figure turned to gaze at her, and she stopped. But she was unaware of her own surprise. She still swayed from side to side, precariously balanced, as if she were walking. Her muscles conveyed the sensations of steps. In her dreams, her legs and the staff carried her forward. The fire was small, and the pot shrouded its light. Linden blinked and stared for several moments before she recognized the woman's blunt and skewed features, her patchwork robe under her open cloak, her mismatched eyes. Briefly, those eyes spilled shifting reflections. Then Linden saw that the left was a dark and luminous blue, the right a disconcerting, unmistakable orange. The woman's air of comfortable solicitude identified her as readily as her appearance. She was the Mahdoubt. Linden had last seen her in Revelstone 10,000 years from now, when the older woman had warned her to be cautious of love. The Mahdoubt was here. That was impossible. But Linden did not care about impossibilities. She had left every endurable aspect of her existence behind. At that moment, the only fact which held any significance for her was the Mahdout's cook fire. The kindly woman had dared to ignite flames in Care Royal Wildwood's domain. Staring, Linden meant to say, "You've got to put that out. The fire. This is garrotting deep." She thought that she should speak aloud. She ought to speak urgently. But those words failed her. Her mouth and tongue seemed incapable of them. Instead, she asked, faint as a whisper, "Why didn't they just kill me?" At any other time in her life, under any other circumstances, there would have been tears in her eyes and weeping in her voice. But all of her emotions had been melted down, fused into a lump of obsidian. She possessed only anger for which she had no strength. "Across the years," the woman replied, "the Mahdoubt has awaited the lady." She sounded complacent, untroubled. "Oh, assuredly. And once again she offers naught but meagre fare. The lady will think her improvident. Yet here are shallots in a goodly broth." She waved her ladle at the pot. "With wintergreens and some few aliantha. And she has provided as well a flask of spring wine. Will the lady not sup with her and take comfort?" Linden smelled the savour of the stew. She had eaten nothing, drunk nothing for a long time, but she did not care. Wanly, she tried again. That fire, the forestall. Why didn't they just kill me? Useless screaming had left her hoarse. She hardly heard her own voice. The Mahdoubt sighed. For a moment her orange eye searched Linden while her right regarded the flames. Then she turned her head away. With a hint of sadness, she said, "The Mahdoubt may answer none of the lady's sorrows. Time has been made fragile. It must not be challenged further. Of that she gives assurance. Yet she is grieved to behold the lady thus, weary, unfed, and full of woe. Will she not accept these small comforts?" Again she indicated her pot, her fire. "Here are ailment and warmth to nurture sleep, and the solace of the Mahdout's good will. Refusal will augment her grief." Sleep? A dim anger at herself made Linden frown. At one time she had ached to speak with the Mahdoubt. There is a glamour upon it which binds the heart to destruction. That at least had been the truth. She made another effort to say what the woman's kindness required of her. "Please," she began weakly, still swaying, still unsure that she had stopped moving. "Your fire, the forestall, he'll see it." Surely he had already done so. "We'll both die." "Why didn't they kill me?" Roger and the Croyle could have slain her whenever she slept. "Psht, lady," responded the Mahdoubt. "Is the Mahdoubt disquieted? She is not. In her youth such concerns may perchance have vexed her, but her old bones have felt their full measure of years, and naught troubles her now." Calmly she added, "Hear her, lady. The Mahdoubt implores this. Be seated within her warmth. Accept the sustenance which she has prepared. Her courtesy merits that recompense." Again the Mahdoubt lifted her strange gaze to Linden's face. There is much in all sooth of which she must not speak, yet the Mahdoubt may speculate without hazard, yes, assuredly, if she speaks only of that which the lady has properly heard, or which she might comprehend unaided, were she whole in spirit. Linden blinked vacantly. She had heard or tasted Carroyal Wildwood's song. She knew its power. Surely she should have protested. She would have owed that much to a total stranger. The Mahdoubt deserved more. But the balm of the Mahdout's voice overcame her. She could not refuse that blue eye or the orange one. As if she were helpless, she took one step toward the fire, then sank to the ground. It was thickly matted with fallen leaves. They must once have been frozen to the dirt, but they had thawed to a soggy carpet in the heat of the cook-fire. Gripping the staff with her scabbed and seared fist, Linden struggled to sit cross-legged near the ring of stones. Abruptly the Mahdout's orange eye appeared to flare. The lady must release the staff. How otherwise will she sup? Linden could not let go. Her cramped grasp would not unclose, and she would need the staff. She had no other defense. Nevertheless, it slipped from her fingers and dropped soundlessly to the damp leaves. Nodding with apparent satisfaction, the Mahdoubt produced a wooden bowl from a pocket or satchel under her cloak. As she ladled stew from the pot, she spoke to the cook-fire and the luring night as though she had forgotten Linden's presence. "Assuredly the lady's treachers require her absence from her condign time, lest she be succoured by such powers as they could not lightly oppose, by Erviles and Wainham, and perchance by others as well. Also they feared, and rightly, that which lies hidden within the old man whom the lady has befriended." Without glancing at Linden, she reached into her cloak for a spoon. When she had placed the spoon in the stew, she handed the bowl to Linden. Like a bidden child, Linden began to eat. On some inchoate level, she must have understood that the older woman was saving her life, at least temporarily, but she was not conscious of it. Her attention was fixed on the Mahdout's voice. Nothing existed for her while she ate, except the woman's words and the looming threat of melody. Yet when she had been removed from all aid, the Mahdoubt informed the trees placidly, the lady's death would serve no purpose. Indeed, her foes have never desired her death. They wish her to bear the burden of the land's doom, and the virtue of white gold is lessened when it is not freely ceded. Nor could she be engaged willingly in such combat as would endanger time. With the staff of law she might perchance have healed any harm, and she might have slain her betrayers with wild magic, that they assuredly did not desire. Nor could they assail the arch directly, for the lady would then have surely destroyed them. Such errant evil craves its own preservation more than it desires the ruin of life and time. Linden nodded to herself as she slowly lifted stew into her mouth. She did not truly grasp what the woman was saying. Her fatigue ran too deep. But she understood that Rogers and the Croyles' actions could be explained. The Mahdout's unthreatened tranquillity gave her that anodyne. Nor could the lady be merely forsaken in this time, continued the Mahdoubt, while her creatures sought the power of command. She might contrive means or acquire companions to assail them ere their ends were accomplished, nor could they be assured that any use of that power would accomplish their ends, for the blood of the earth is perilous. Any command may return against its wielder, bringing calamity to those who fear no death except their own. By degrees Linden began to detect strands of melody among the woman's words, or she thought that she did. But they had the same quality of hallucination or dream that she had felt earlier. She could not be sure of anything except the Mahdout's voice. Without realizing it, she had emptied the bowl. The Mahdoubt glanced at her, then retrieved the bowl, filled it again, and returned it to her. But the older woman continued to speak as she did so. The Mahdoubt merely speculates. Of that she assures herself. Therefore she does not fear to suggest that the chief desire of the lady's betrayers was the lady's pain. Facing the trees and the blind night, she reached once more into her cloak and withdrew a narrow-necked flask closed with a wooden plug. Its glassy sides shed reflections of iridium and tourmaline as she removed the plug and passed the vessel to Linden. When Linden drank, she tasted spring wine, and her senses lost some of their dullness. Now she was almost sure that she heard notes and words, fragments of song, behind the Mahdout's voice. They may have been dusty waste and hate of hands, or perhaps rain and heat and snow. Nevertheless, the Mahdoubt went on speaking as though the forest's singer held nothing to alarm her. By that hurt they sought to gain the surrender of white gold, and if they could not obtain its surrender, they desired the lady to exert the ring's force in the name of her suffering under Melanchurion Skyweir, either for their aid or against their purpose. In such an outcome the staff of law and the earth-blood and wild magic would exceed the lady's flesh, and time would be truly endangered. Her foes could not have believed that she would find within herself force and lore sufficient to oppose them without recourse to white gold. At last Linden raised her head. She had become certain that she heard pieces of music, the scattered notes of an unresolved threnody. They came skirling among the trees, taking shape as they approached, implying words which they did not utter. "I know the hate of hands grown bold." She flung a look at the Mahdoubt and saw that both of the woman's eyes were alight, vivid blue and stark orange. The Mahdoubt had fallen silent, for the song had stilled her voice. Yet she appeared to face the forestall's advance with comfortable unconcern. "Since days before the earth was old, and time began its walk to doom, the forest world's bare rock anneal, forbidding dusty waste and death." As if in response, the Mahdoubt murmured, "The wide world's winds untimely blow, and earthquakes rock and cliff unseal, my leaves grow green and seedlings bloom." A wind rose through the woods, adding the dry harmony of barren boughs and brittle evergreen needles to the mournful ire of the music. Stern snatches of melody seemed to gather around the campfire like stars, underscored by the almost subterranean mutter of trunks and roots. Linden had seen and felt and tasted that song before, but in an angrier and less laden key. Now the woodland dirge held notes like questions, brief arcs and broad spans tuned to the pitch of uncertainty. Carroll Wildwood may have intended to quash those who had raised flames here, but he had other desires as well, perhaps which were not those of an out-and-out butcher. A shimmer of melody rippled the surface of the night like a breeze passing over a still pool. The presence and power of the song was palpable, although Linden beheld it only with her health sense. Nevertheless, each note and chime and lift of music, swirling from the branches like autumn leaves, implied an imminent light which gradually coalesced into the form of a man. Instinctively she reached for the staff, but the Mahdoubt halted her by grasping her arm. "Withhold, lady." The older woman did not glance at Linden. Instead, she studied the Forstall's coming with her lit gaze. "The Great One's knowledge of such power suffices. He has no wish to witness it now." Linden understood in spite of her bottomless fatigue. The Mahdoubt did not want her to do anything which might be interpreted as a threat. Linden obeyed. Resting her hands on her thighs, she simply watched the stately figure, lambent as a monarch, walking among the dark trees. The Forstall was tall, and his long hair and beard flowed whitely about him like water. From his eyes shone a piercing and severe silver, which showed neither iris nor pupil, light so acute that she wanted to duck her head when his gaze touched her. In the bend of one arm he carried a short, twisted branch as though it were a sceptre. Flowers she could not identify ornamented his neck in a garland of rich purple and purest white, and his Samite robe was white as well, austere and free of taint from collar to hem. As he passed among the trees gravely, they appeared to do him homage, lowering their boughs in obeisance. His steps were wreathed in song, as if he were melody incarnate. The Mahdout's eyes gleamed in appreciation. Their weird colors conveyed a placid warmth untrammeled by fear or doubt. When the Forstall stopped, regal and ominous, at the edge of the cook-fire's glow, she inclined her head in a grave bow. "The Mahdoubt greets you, Great One," she said with no trace of apprehension. "Be welcome at our fireside. Will you sup with us? Our fare is homely, oh, assuredly, but it is proffered with gladness, and the offer is kindly meant." "Presumptuous woman!" Carroll Wildwood's voice was the music of a rippling stream, delicate and clear. It seemed to chuckle to itself, although the silver flash of his eyes under his thick white brows denied mirth. Rather, his glances demanded awe at his withheld wrath. "I do not require such sustenance." Linden bit her lip anxiously, but the older woman's smile was unconcerned. "Then why have you come?" The Mahdoubt asks with respect. "Has this revered forest no need of your might elsewhere?" "I am throughout the trees," sang the Forstall, "elsewhere as well as here. Seek not to mislead me. You have intruded fire into garrotting deep, where flames are met with loathing and fear. I have come to determine your purpose." "Ah," Linden's companion nodded. "This the Mahdoubt questions, Great One." She raised both hands in deprecation. With respect, with respect." Then she rested her arms on her plump belly. "Do you not crave our extermination? Is it not your intent to slay all who encroach upon the ancient deep?" The guardian of the trees appeared to assent. "From border to border my domain thirsts for the recompense of blood." The Mahdoubt nodded again. "Assuredly. And that thirst is justified," the Mahdoubt avers. "Millennia of inconsolable loss provide its vindication." "Yet I refrain," Carroll Wildwood replied. "Assuredly," repeated the Mahdoubt. "Therefore the Mahdout's heart is rich with gratitude. None the less, the purpose which the Great One desires to determine is his, not ours. Gazing upon us, he has observed that he has no cause for ire, and he has discerned as well that he must not harm the lady. He has heard all that the Mahdoubt has said of her. He perceives her service to that which is held dear. He has come seeking the name of his own intent, not that of the Mahdoubt or of the lady. When the forestall fixed his burning stare on Linden, she felt an almost physical impact. Fighting herself, she met his eyes, let him search her with silver. She heard a kind of recognition in his music, a wrath more personal than his appetite for the blood of those who slaughtered trees. Slowly his gaze sank to consider her apparel, study Covenant's ring through her shirt, acknowledge the bullet-hole over her heart, regard the staff of law. He noted her grass-stained jeans, and did not sing of her death. Instead, he returned his attention to the Mahdoubt. "I'm the land's creator's hold," he pronounced in melody. "She wears the mark of fecundity and long grass. Also, she has paid the price of woe, and the sigil of the land's need has been placed upon her." He may have been referring to her stabbed hand. "Therefore she will not perish within this maimed remnant of the one forest, nor will any forestall sing against her while she keeps faith with grass and tree." "Come," he commanded in a brusque fall of notes. "My path is chosen. She must stand upon gallows Howe." Turning his back, he strode away. At once, but without haste, the Mahdoubt rose to her feet. "Come, lady," she echoed, when Linden hesitated. "And now the lady must bring the staff." "Assuredly so." She nodded. "The Great One will grant a boon which she has not asked of him, and he will require that in return which she does not expect. Yet his aid must not be refused. His desired recompense will not exceed her." Linden blinked at the woman. She understood nothing, and her heart was granite. Beneath her fear of the forestall, she held only Jeremiah and anger. And Thomas Covenant. For food and drink and warmth she might have been thankful, but she had lost her son. Care Royal Wildwood had already promised that he would not slay her. What need did she have for an ambiguous gift which she would not know how to repay? Care Royal Wildwood could not return her to her proper time. No forestall had that power. Carefully she set the Mahdout's flask against a stone, but she did not stand. Instead she looked into the strange discrepancy of the Mahdout's eyes. "You told me to be cautious of love. There is a glamour upon it. You knew who they were, Roger and the Croyle. Why didn't you just say so?" If the Mahdoubt had spoken plainly— For the first time the older woman's mien hinted at disquiet, perhaps even at unhappiness. "It is not permitted," she began, then stopped herself. When she had closed her eyes for a moment, she opened them again and faced Linden with chagrin in her gaze. "Nay, the Mahdoubt will speak sooth. She does not permit it of herself, though her heart is wrung in her old breast by what has ensued, as it is by what may yet transpire. Her intent is kind, lady, be assured that it is. But she has acquired neither wisdom nor knowledge adequate to contest that which appears needful. Others do so to their cost. The Mahdoubt does not. If she craves to be kind in deed as well as intent, she has learned that she must betimes forbear. Yet she has won gratitude from other people in other times, if not from the lady. The Great One bids us," she finished softly. "We must follow." Linden wanted to refuse. She wanted to demand, "Needful? Needful?" The forestall and even the Mahdoubt surpassed her. But what choice did she have? Ever since she had returned to the land, she had been guided by other people's desires and demands, other people's manipulations, and all of her actions had been fraught with peril. She could not afford to reject aid in any form. Sighing, she clasped the staff of law and pushed herself to her feet. As she did so, she found that the Mahdout's providence had done her more good than she had realized. Her muscles protested, but they did not fail. Indeed, they hardly trembled. Food and spring wine and soothing warmth had eased her weakness, although they could not relieve her exhaustion or soften her heart. When the Mahdoubt gestured toward the trees, Lendon accompanied her into the forest, led by the majesty and restraint of Caroil Wildwood's music. The way was not far, or it did not seem far in the thrall of the forestall's singing. Briefly Lendon and the Mahdoubt walked among trees and darkness, and on all sides sycamores and oaks, birches and gilden, cedars and firs proclaimed their unappeased recriminations. But then they found themselves on barren ground that rose up to form a high hill like a burial mound. Even through her boots Lendon felt death in the soil. Here centuries or millennia of bloodshed had soaked into the dirt until it would never again support life. This, then, was Gallows Howe, the place where Caroil Wildwood slew the butchers of his trees. At first she winced in recognition at every step. Until her betrayal under Melanchurion Skyweir, she had not understood people or beings or powers that feasted on death. She had been a physician opposed to such hungers. Evil she knew, in herself as well as in her foes. She was intimately acquainted with the desire to inflict pain on those who had not caused it. But this unalloyed and unforgiving compulsion toward revenge, this righteous rage, she had not known that she contained such possibilities until she had beheld her son's suffering. Here, however, she found that she welcomed the taste of retribution. It made her stronger. She knew what it meant. Bringing her to this place, sanctified by slaughter, Caroil Wildwood had already given her a gift. In starlight and the lucent illusions of the forestall's music, she saw 2 dead black trees standing beyond the lifeless hill crest. They were 10 or more paces apart, as straight and unanswerable as denunciations. All of their branches had been stripped away except for one heavy bough in each trunk above the ground. Long ages ago these limbs had grown together to form a crossbar between the trees. Caroil Wildwood's gibbet. Here he had hanged the most fatal of those adversaries that came within his reach. Lendon's reluctance beside the Mahdout's gentle cook-fire was gone. Gaining strength with every step, she ascended the Howe. She could think now and begin to strive. On this denuded hill, beneath those pitiless trees, she might accept any boon and pay any price. At the crest, she and her companion stopped. For a moment they appeared to be alone. Then Caroil Wildwood stood before them with song streaming from his robe and bright silver in his eyes. The Mahdoubt lowered her gaze as though she felt a measure of diffidence, but Lendon held up her head, gripped her staff, and waited for the forestall to reveal his intentions. For a time he did not regard either woman. Instead he sang to himself. His song conveyed impressions of ravers and loss, of a fading interdict as the colossus of the fall waned, of vials and rapacious kings and disdain. And it implied the era of the one forest, when the land had flourished as its creator had intended, and there was no need of forestalls to defend the ravaged paean of the world. He may have been probing his own intentions, testing his decision to withhold Lendon's death and the Mahdout's. Lendon suspected that if she listened long enough, she might hear extraordinary revelations about the land's ancient past. She might be told how the ravers had been born and nurtured, or how they had come under Lord Fowle's dominion. She might learn how even the great puissance of the forestalls had failed to sustain the forests. But she had lost her patience for long tales which would not aid her. Without conscious forethought, she interrupted the sumptuous reverie of Caroil Wildwood's music. "You can't stop the ravers," she said, as though she had forgotten that the forestall could sing the flesh from her bones. "You know that. When you kill their bodies, their spirits just move on." He turned the piercing silver of his gaze on her as if she had offended him, but apparently she had not. In spite of his old anger, he did not strike out. "Nevertheless," he countered, "I have a particular hunger." Again Lendon interrupted him. "But there's going to come a time when one of them does die." Samati shoal would be rent by Gremund Hunnan's grave and the Sand Gorgon Nam. It can happen. You can hope for that. She hazarded time and knew it. Speaking of the land's future might alter Caer Royal Wildwood's actions at some point during his long existence, but the Mahdoubt did nothing to forestall or caution her, and Linden had already taken greater risks. She was done with hesitation. If she could do or say anything that might encourage the forestall to side with her, she would not hold back. However, his response was sorrow rather than grim anticipation. His music became a fugue of mourning, interminable bereavement sung to a counterpoint of forlorn self-knowledge. While humans and monsters remain to murder trees, there can be no hope for any forestall. Each death lessens me. The ages of the earth are brief, and already I am not as I began. Then his melody sharpened. But you have said that the death of a raver will come to pass. How do you know of this? Linden held his gaze. I was there. Her past was the land's future. She hardly dared to imagine that Caer Royal Wildwood would understand her or believe, but her statement did not appear to confound him. Her displacement in time may have been as obvious to him as the stains on her jeans. "And you played a part?" he asked, while the wide forest echoed his words avidly. "I saw it happen," she replied steadily. "That's all." To explain herself, she added, "I wasn't what I am now." When Thomas Covenant and his companions had faced the Nam or Ram in the Hall of Gifts, Linden had contributed nothing except her fears and her health sense. But she had borne witness. The forestall withdrew his scrutiny. For a long moment he appeared to muse to himself, harmonizing with the trees. Now the Mahdoubt regarded him complacently. Under her breath she made a humming sound as if she wished to contribute in some small way to the myriad-throated contemplations of garroting deep. When he sang in words again, he seemed to address the farthest reaches of his woods, or the black gibbet towering above him, rather than either Linden or her companion. "I have granted boons, and may do so again. For each I demand such payment as I deem meet. But you have not requested that which you most require. Therefore I will exact no recompense. Rather, I ask only that you accept the burden of a question for which you have no answer." The Mahdoubt smiled with satisfaction, and Linden said, "Just tell me what it is. If I can find an answer, I will." Caer Royal Wildwood continued singing to the trees rather than to her. "It is this. How may life endure in the land if the forestalls fail and perish, as they must, and naught remains to ward its most vulnerable treasures? We are formed to stand as guardians in the Creator's stead. Must it transpire that beauty and truth shall pass utterly when we are gone?" Surprised, Linden murmured, "I don't know." She had seen Caer Caverwall sacrifice himself, and he was the last. The sunbane had destroyed every remnant of the ancient forests west of Landstrop. Still smiling, the Mahdoubt said, "The Great One is aware of this, assuredly so. He does not require that which the lady cannot possess. He asks only that she seek out knowledge, for its lack torments him. The fear that no answer exists multiplies his long sorrow." "I will," repeated Linden, although she could not guess what her promise might cost her, and had no idea how she would keep it. Caer Royal Wildwood was too extreme to be refused. "Then I will grant that which you require," the forestall sang, as though he spoke for every living thing throughout the deep. At once music gathered around Linden's grasp on the staff. Involuntarily she flinched. Unbidden, her fingers opened. But the staff did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated away from her, wafted by song toward the forestall. When it was near, he reached out to claim it with his free hand, and his clasp shone with the same silver that illumined his eyes. "This blackness is lamentable," his tone itself was elegiac, "but I will not alter it. Its import lies beyond my ken. However, other flaws may be amended. The theurgy of the wood's fashioning is unfinished. It was formed in ignorance, and could not be otherwise than it is. Yet its wholeness is needful. Willingly I complete the task of its creation." Then he sang a command that would have been "Behold," if it had been expressed in words rather than melody. At the same time he lifted his gnarled scepter. It, too, radiated silver, telic and irrefusable, as he directed its singing at the staff. Slowly a nacre fire began to burn along the dark surface of the shaft from heel to heel, and as it did so, it incised shapes like a jagged script into the wood. Radiance lingered in them after the forestall's magic had passed. Then it faded, line by line in dying streaks of argent, until the staff had once again lapsed to ebony. Runes, Linden thought in wonder. Caroil Wildwood had carved runes. A moment later he released the staff. Midnight, between its bands of iron, it drifted through the air to Linden. When she closed her fingers around it, the shapes flared briefly once more, and she saw that they were indeed runes, inexplicable to her, but sequacious and acute. Their implications seemed to glow for an instant through the wound in her right hand, and as they fell away she felt a renewed severity in the wood, a greater and more exacting commitment, as though the necessary commandments of law had been fortified. When the last of the luminous was gone from the symbols, she found that her hand had been healed. Pale against the black shaft, her human flesh, too, had become whole. She had entered Garrotting Deep bereft of every resource, exhausted beyond bearing, upheld by nothing except clenched intransigence and thoughts of Thomas Covenant. But the Mahdoubt had fed and warmed her, comforted her. And now Caroil Wildwood had given her new power. Gallows Howe itself had made her stronger. All of her burdens, except the pressing weight of millennia and incomprehension, had been eased. Finally she roused herself from her astonishment so that she could thank the forestall. But he had already turned to walk away with his threnody and his silver eyes, and as he passed between the stark uprights of his gibbet he seemed to shimmer into music and disappear, leaving her alone with the Mahdoubt and the starlight and the ceaseless sorrowing wrath of the trees. For a long moment Linden and the older woman listened to Caroil Wildwood's departure, hearing it fade like the future of Garrotting Deep. Then the Mahdoubt spoke softly, in cadences that echoed the forestall's lorn song. "The words of the Great One are sooth. His passing cannot be averted, though he will cling to his purpose for many centuries. The trees have forgotten the knowledge which enables him, and which also binds the Colossus of the Fall. The dark delight of the ravers will have its freedom. Alas for the earth, lady! The tale of the days to come will be one of rue and woe." With an effort, Linden shook off the forestall's ensorcelment. She had been given a gift which seemed to hold more meaning than she knew how to contain. Yet it changed nothing. The task of returning to her proper time still transcended her. Standing on wrath and death, she confronted her companion. "I just made a promise." Her voice was hoarse with the memory of her promises. She had made so many of them. "But I can't keep it. Not here. I have to go back where I belong." Darkness concealed the strange discrepancy of the Mahdout's eyes, giving her a secretive air in spite of her comfortable demeanor. "Lady," she replied, "your need for nourishment and rest is not yet sated. Return with the Mahdoubt to warmth and stew and spring wine. She urges you, seeing you unsolaced." Linden shook her head. In this time the Mahdoubt had not referred to her as you until now. "You can help me. That's obvious. You wouldn't be here if you couldn't move through time." Her urgency increased as she persisted. "You can take me back." The Mahdoubt seemed tranquil, but her tone hinted at sadness as she said, "Lady, the Mahdoubt may answer none of your queries, nor may she lightly set aside the strictures of your plight, nor may she transgress the constraints of her own knowledge. Assuredly not. She touched the bare skin of Lendon's wrist near the staff, allowing Lendon's nerves to feel her sincerity. "Will you not accompany her? The Great One cannot grant your desire, and this place," she inclined her head to indicate Gallows How, "augurs only death." "Will sustenance and companionship harm the lady?" the Mahdoubt inquires, respectfully, intending only kindness. Lendon could not think of a reason to refuse. She felt a disquieting kinship with the How, and its blood-soaked earth held lessons which she had not yet understood. She was loath to leave it, but the Mahdout's touch evoked a need that she had tried to suppress, a hunger for simple human contact. Jeremiah had refused her for so long. She could plead for her companion's help beside the cook fire as well as here. With a stiff shrug, she allowed the Mahdoubt to lead her back down the dead slope in the direction of food and the Black River. The distance seemed greater than it had earlier, but once Lendon and her guide had left Gallows How behind and had spent a while moving like starlight through the bitter woodland, she began to catch glimpses of a soft yellow glow past the trees. Soon they reached the river bank and the Mahdout's cook fire. To every dimension of Lendon's senses the flames looked entirely mundane, as plain as air and cold, and as ordinary as the Mahdout's plump flesh. However, they had not died down while they went untended. The pot still bubbled soothingly, and its contents were undiminished. Sighing complacently, the older woman returned to her place with her back to the thin trickle of the river. Squatting as she had earlier, she stirred at her pot for a moment, smelled it with contentment, then retrieved Lendon's bowl and filled it. When she had set the bowl down near the warming flask of spring wine, she looked up at Lendon. Her blue eye regarded Lendon directly, but the orange one appeared to focus past or through her, contemplating a vista that Lendon could not discern. "Be seated, lady," she advised mildly. "Eat that which the Mahdoubt has prepared, and rest also. Sleep if you are able. Will your dreams be troubled, or your slumber disturbed? No, assuredly. The Mahdoubt provides peace as she does food and drink. That gift she may bestow freely, though her infirmities be many, and the years weigh unkindly upon her bones. The Great One will suffer our intrusion." Lendon considered remaining on her feet. She felt restless, charged with new tensions. She could not imagine sleep, and an impossible journey lay ahead of her. More than food or rest, she needed some reason to believe that it could be accomplished. The Mahdoubt had not come here merely to feed and comfort her, or to provide for her encounter with the Forstall. Lendon was certain of that. While she remained in this time, she could not keep her promise to Caroil Wildwood, or act on what she had learned from Gallows How, or try to rescue her son, or search for Thomas Covenant, and hope. But the aromas arising from the pot insisted that she was still hungry, and the Mahdout's intent was palpably charitable, whatever its limitations. Abruptly, Lendon sat down within reach of the cook-fire's heat, and set the staff beside her. Lifting the flask, she found it full. At once she swallowed several long draughts, then turned the surface of her attention to the stew, while her deeper mind tried to probe the conundrum of her companion. Doubtless food and drink and the balm of the cook-fire did her good, but those benefits were trivial. In her present straits, even Caroil Wildwood's gifts were trivial. What she needed most, required absolutely, was some way to return to her friends and Revelstone. That she would never find without the Mahdout's help. When she was ready as she would ever be, she arose and took her bowl to the edge of the watercourse. Then she searched by the dim glitter of the stars until she located a manageable descent. Moving cautiously through mud that reached the ankles of her boots, she approached the small stream. There she rinsed out the bowl, and as she did so, the earth power pulsing along the current restored her further. Then, heedless of the damp and dirt that besmirched her clothes, she clambered back up the bank and returned to the Mahdoubt. Handing the bowl to the older woman, she bowed with as much grace as she could muster. "I should thank you," she said awkwardly. "I can't imagine how you came here or why you care. None of this makes sense to me." Obliquely, the Mahdoubt had already refused Linden's desire for a passage through time. "But you've saved my life when I thought I was completely alone. Alone and doomed. Even if there's nothing more that you can do to help me, you deserve all the thanks I have." The woman inclined her head. "You are gracious, lady. Gratitude is always welcome, oh, assuredly, and more so when the years have become long and wearisome. The Mahdoubt has lived beyond her time, and now finds gladness only in service. Ay, and in such gratitude as you are able to provide." For a moment longer Linden remained standing. Gazing down on her companion might give her an advantage. But then, deliberately, she set such ploys aside. They were unworthy of the Mahdout's kindness. When she had resumed her seat beside the fire, and had picked up the staff to rest it across her lap, she faced the challenge of finding answers. Carefully, keeping her voice low and her tone neutral, she said, "You're one of the insequent." The Mahdoubt appeared to consider the night. May the Mahdoubt reply to such a query? Indeed she may, for she relies on naught which the lady has not gleaned from her own pain. For that reason no harm will ensue. Then she gave Linden a bright glimpse of her orange eye. "It is sooth, lady. The Mahdoubt is of the insequent." Linden nodded. "So you know the Theomach, and—" She paused momentarily, unsure whether to trust what the Croyle had told her through Jeremiah. "And the Vizard?" The Mahdoubt returned her gaze to the shrouded darkness of Garrotting Deep. "Lady, it is not so among us." She spoke with apparent ease, but her manner hinted at caution, as if she were feeling her way through a throng of possible calamities. "When the insequent are young, they join and breed and make merry. But as their years accumulate, they are overtaken by an insatiable craving for knowledge. It compels them. Therefore they turn to questings which consume the remainder of their days. However, these questings demand solitude. They must be pursued privately or not at all. Each of the insequent desires understanding and power which the others do not possess. For that reason they become misers of knowledge. They move apart from each other, and their dealings are both infrequent and cryptic." The older woman sighed, and her tone took on an uncharacteristic bleakness. "The name of the Theomach is known to the Mahdoubt, as is that of the Vizard. Their separate paths are unlike hers, as hers is unlike theirs. But the insequent have this loyalty to their own kind, that they neither oppose nor betray one another. Those who transgress in such matters, and they are few, assuredly so, descend to a darkness of spirit from which they do not return. They are lost to name and knowledge and purpose, and until death claims them, naught remains but madness. Therefore, of the Theomach's quests and purposes, or of the Vizard's, the Mahdoubt may not speak in this time." "All greed is perilous," concluded the woman more mildly. "Hence is the Mahdoubt wary of her words. She has no wish for darkness." Linden heard a more profound refusal in the Mahdout's reply. The older woman seemed to know where Linden's questions would lead, and to warn Linden away. Nevertheless, Linden persevered, although she approached her underlying query indirectly. "Still," she remarked, "it seems strange that I've never heard of your people before. Covenant—" She stumbled briefly, tripped by grief and rage. "I mean Thomas Covenant, not his sick son." Then she squared her shoulders. "He told me a lot, but he didn't say anything about the insequent. Even the giants didn't, and they love to explore." As for the Elohim, she would not have expected them to reveal anything that did not suit their self-absorbed machinations. "Where have you all been?" The Mahdoubt smiled. The divergent colors of her eyes expressed a fond appreciation for Linden's efforts. "It does not surpass conception," she said easily, "that the lady, I, and others as well, even those who will come to be named lords, know naught of the insequent, because apt questions at the proper time have not been asked of those who might have given answer." Lendon could not repress a frown of frustration. The woman's response revealed nothing. Floundering, she faced the Mahdoubt with her dirt-smeared clothes and her black staff and her desolation. "All right. You said that you can't answer my questions. I think I understand why. But there must be some other way that you can help me." Why else had the older woman awaited her here? Abruptly she gave up on indirection. She had recovered some of her strength and was growing frantic. "The Theomach told me that I already know his true name." Therefore, she assumed that true names had power among the insequent. "How is that possible?" "If you won't rescue me, tell me how to make him do it." Slowly the older woman's features sagged, adding years to her visage and sadness to her mien. Lendon's insistence seemed to pain her. "Lady, it is not the Mahdout's place to inform you of that which is known to you. Assuredly not. She may confirm your knowledge, but she may neither augment nor explain it. Also she has spoken of the loyalty of the insequent, to neither oppose nor betray. Long and long has she spurned such darkness." She shook her head with an air of weary determination. "Nay, that which you seek may be found only within yourself. The Mahdoubt has urged rest. Again she does so. Perchance with sleep will come comprehension or recall, and with them hope." Lendon swallowed a sarcastic retort. She was confident that she had never heard the Theomach's true name, and she was certain that she had not forgotten some means to bypass centuries safely. But she also recognized that no bitterness or supplication would sway the Mahdoubt. After her fashion, the woman adhered to an ethic as strict as the rectitude of the Harukai. It gave meaning to the Mahdout's life. Without it, she might have left Lendon to face Garrotting Deep and Careroyal Wildwood and despair alone. For that reason, Lendon stifled her rising desperation. As steadily as she could, she said, "I'm sorry. I don't believe it. You didn't go to all of this trouble just to feed and comfort me. If you can't tell me what I need to know, there must be some other way that you can help. But I don't know what it is." Now her companion avoided her gaze. Concealing her eyes behind the hood of her cloak, the Mahdoubt studied the night, as if the darkened trees might offer her wisdom. "The lady holds all knowledge that is necessary to her," she murmured. "Of this no more may be said. Yet is the Mahdoubt saddened by the lady's plight? Assuredly she is. And does her desire to provide succor remain? It does again assuredly. Perchance by her own quest for knowledge she may assist the lady." Without shifting her contemplation of the forest, the older woman addressed Lendon. "Understand, lady, that the Mahdoubt inquires with respect, seeking only kindness. What is your purpose? If you obtain that which you covet here, what will be your path?" Lendon scowled. "You mean if I can get back to the time where I belong? I'm going to rescue my son." "Oh, assuredly," assented the Mahdoubt, "as would others in your place. The Mahdoubt herself might do so. But do you grasp that your son has known the power of Aja-Roth? He that is imprisoned, Aja-Roth of the Seven Hells?" Lendon winced. Long ago the Clave had spoken of Aja-Roth. Both she and Covenant had taken that as another name for Lord Fowl, an assumption which Roger had confirmed. "He's Lord Fowl's prisoner," she replied through her teeth. "Tell her that I have her son." "I've known that since I first arrived. One of the Croyle has him now, but that doesn't change anything." The older woman sighed. "The Mahdoubt does not speak of this. Rather, she observes that Aja-Roth's mark was placed upon the boy when he was yet a small child, as the lady recalls." Her statement struck Lendon's heart like iron on stone, struck and shed sparks. The bonfire, she thought in sudden anguish. Jeremiah's hand. He had been in Lord Fowl's power then, hypnotized by eyes like fangs in the savage flames, betrayed by his natural mother. He had borne the cost ever since. And when his raceway construct freed him to visit the land, He may have felt the despiser's influence, directly or indirectly. The Mahdoubt seemed to suggest that Jeremiah had formed a willing partnership with the Croyle, that his sufferings had distorted and corrupted him within the secrecy of his dissociation. If Linden's heart had not been fused— The older woman seemed unaware of Linden's shock, or she chose to ignore it. Respectfully, the Mahdoubt inquires again, "What is your purpose?" Anchoring herself on stone, Linden answered, "That doesn't change anything. Even if you're right, I have to get him back, somehow. If he's been marked, claimed, I'll deal with that when he's safe." "Assuredly," countered the woman. This the Mahdoubt comprehends, yet her query remains unmet. "What will be your path to the accomplishment of your purpose?" If her questions and assertions were kindly meant, their benignance had become obscure. "All right." Linden gripped the staff with both hands as if she intended to lash out at the Mahdoubt. But she did not, would not. She clenched the staff only because she could not close her fingers around the hardness that filled her chest. "Assuming that I'm not stuck in this time, I'll go to Andalane. Maybe the dead are still there. Maybe Covenant himself would be there. The real Thomas Covenant rather than his son's malign simulacrum." Her need for him increased with every beat of her heart. "They might help me." Even the spectre of Kevin Landwaster had once counseled her according to the dictates of his torment. "But even if they aren't—" When Linden fell silent, holding back ideas that she had kept to herself for days, the Mahdoubt prompted her, "Lady?" "Oh, hell," Linden muttered to herself. What did she have left to lose? An idea that she had concealed from Roger and the Croyle could not hurt her now. Harshly she told her companion, "Maybe I can find Lorik's krill." She had heard that there were no limits to the amount of force which could be expressed through the eldritch dagger. Covenant and I left it in Andalane. Millennia hence it would enable the breaking of the law of life, and the clear gem around which it had been forged had always responded to white gold. She was counting on that. If it's still there, I'll have a weapon that might let me use wild magic and my staff at the same time. Had the Mahdoubt asked her why she wanted to wield power on that scale, she would have had difficulty answering. Certainly she needed all the puissance she could muster against foes like Roger, Castanessen, and the Despiser. But she had begun to consider other possibilities as well, choices which she hardly knew how to articulate. She had already demonstrated that she was inadequate to the land's plight. Now every effort to envision some kind of hope brought her back to Covenant. But the older woman did not pursue her questions. Wrapping her cloak more tightly about her, she shrank into herself. "Then the Mahdoubt may say no more." Her voice emerged, muffled and saddened, from her shrouded shape. "The lady is in possession of all that she requires, and her purpose exceeds the Mahdout's infirm contemplation. It is fearsome and terrible. The lady embraces devastation." A moment later she spoke to Linden more directly. "Nonetheless, her years have taught the Mahdoubt that there is hope in contradiction. Upon occasion, ruin and redemption defy distinction. Assuredly they do. She will trust to that when every future has become cruel. Lady, if you will permit the Mahdoubt to guide you, you will set such thoughts aside until you have rested. Sleep comforts the racked spirit. Behold." The woman's hand emerged from her cloak to indicate her flask. "Spring wine has the virtue to compel slumber. Allow ease to soften your thoughts. This she implores of you. If you make haste toward the earth's doom, it will hasten to meet you." When her hand withdrew, she became motionless beside her steady cook-fire as though she herself had fallen asleep. Like her advice, her statements conveyed nothing. In possession of all that she requires, such assertions left Linden unillumined, or she could not hear them. As far as she was concerned, her own ignorance and helplessness were all that gave meaning to words like doom. Nevertheless, she did not protest or beg. She made no demands. The Mahdoubt had come to this time to rescue her. She was certain of that. The Mahdout's desire to accomplish something good here was unmistakable, in spite of the obfuscation imposed by her peculiar morality. She had travelled an inconceivable distance in order to meet Linden's simpler needs. She had spoken for Linden when Caroil Wildwood might have slain her. The woman's human aura, her presence, her manner, everything about her that was accessible to Linden's percipience, elicited conviction. And she had insisted that Linden was not ignorant. The lady is in possession of all that she requires. When Linden could no longer contain the pressure of her caged passions, she rose to her feet. Taking the staff with her, she began to pace out her futility on the cold-hardened ground of the river bank. She did not walk away into the trees, although the gall and ire of Gallows Howe seemed to whisper a summons. There, at least, she would not be urged to sleep. The forestall's gibbet would recognize her rage and approve. Nevertheless, she did not intrude on the deep. She had no desire to test the extent of Caroil Wildwood's forbearance, and the glowering resentment of the forest would not encourage her to think more clearly. Instead, she strode along the narrow strip of open ground at the edge of the Black River, and when she had walked far enough to reduce the Mahdout's cook fire to a small glimmer, she turned back, passing the older woman and continuing on until she was once more in danger of losing sight of her companion. Then she turned again, as if she were drawn by the innominate and undiminished promise implicit in the gentle flames. Repeatedly tracing the same circuit from verge to verge of the cook-fire's light, with the ruined black wood of the staff gripped in her healed hand, she tried to solve the conundrum of the Mahdout's presence. The older woman had suggested that sleep might bring comprehension or recall. Comprehension was beyond Linden, as unattainable as sleep, but recall was not. For long years she had sustained herself with remembrance. Pacing back and forth within the boundaries of the fire's frail illumination, she tried to recollect and examine everything that the Mahdoubt had said since Linden had come upon her beside the river. Unfortunately, her battle under Melanchurion Skyweir and her brutal struggle out of the mountain had left her so frayed and fraught that she could remember only hazy fragments of what had been said and done before the forestall's arrival. Answer none of the lady's sorrows. The Mahdoubt had tried to explain something. Time has been made fragile. It must not be challenged further. But in Linden's mind, the words had become a blur of earthquake and cruelty and desperate bereavement. Stymied by her earlier weakness, she had to begin with food and forbearance in Gallows Howe, with runes and assurances. Must it transpire that beauty and truth shall pass utterly when we are gone? If I can find an answer, I will. After that, the staff of law had been restored to her, written with knowledge and power. It had made her stronger. The Howe itself had made her stronger. Her memories were as distinct as keening. This blackness is lamentable. But nothing in her encounter with Caroil Wildwood relieved her own lament. Again and again, however, the Mahdoubt had avowed that her wishes for Linden were kindly. Apart from her obscure answers to Linden's questions, the Mahdoubt had treated Linden with untainted gentleness and consideration. And when Linden had tried to thank her, the Mahdoubt had replied, "Gratitude is always welcome. The Mahdoubt has lived beyond her time, and now finds gladness only in service. Aye, and in such gratitude as you are able to provide." Gratitude. Linden could have gone on, remembering word for word, but something stopped her there, a nagging sensation in the back of her mind. Earlier, days ago, or millennia from now, the Mahdoubt had spoken of gratitude, not when the woman had accosted Linden immediately before Roger's arrival in Revelstone with Jeremiah and the Croyle, not when she had warned Linden to be cautious of love. Before that, before Linden's confrontation with the masters. The day before, in her rooms, when she and the Mahdoubt had first met. Linden's heart quickened its beat. Then also the older woman had offered food and urged rest. She had explained that she served Lord's keep, not the masters, and she had asked— Linden's strides became more urgent as she searched her memories. She had asked, "Does the wonder of my gown please you? Are you gladdened to behold it?" Every scrap and patch was given to the Mahdoubt in gratitude and woven together in love. My gown. That was the only occasion when Linden had heard the insequent refer to herself in the first person. Full of other concerns, Linden had missed her opportunity to learn more about the patchwork motley of the Mahdout's garb, but Leand had supplied what Linden lacked, as he had done so often. That it is woven in love cannot be mistaken. If I may say so without offence, however, the gratitude is less plain to me. In response, the Mahdoubt had chided him playfully. "Matters of apparel are the province of women, beyond your blandishment." And then she had said, "Oh, God!" Linden was so surprised that she stumbled. When she had recovered her balance, she stood still and braced herself on the staff while she remembered. The Mahdoubt had said, "The lady grasps the presence of gratitude, and if she does not, yet she will. It is as certain as the rising and setting of the sun." Gratitude. In the gown, my gown, and the disconcerting unsuitability of the party-coloured scraps and tatters which had been stitched together to form the garment. Other people in other times had given thanks to the Mahdoubt, or had earned her aid by adding pieces of cloth to her raiment. The lady is in possession of all that she requires. The Mahdoubt had already given Linden an answer. "Such gratitude as you are able to provide." Shaken, Linden entered a state of dissociation that resembled Jeremiah's, a condition in which ordinary explicable logic no longer applied. She leapt to demented assumptions and did not question them. Suddenly the only problem which held any significance for her was that she had no cloth. For that matter, she had neither a needle nor thread. But those lacks did not daunt her. They hardly slowed her steps as she hurried to stand across the campfire from the Mahdoubt. Hidden within her cloak, the woman still squatted motionless. She did not react to Linden's presence. If she felt the blaze of confusion and hope in Linden's gaze, she gave no sign. Linden opened her mouth to blurt out the first words that occurred to her, but they would have been too demanding, and she swallowed them unuttered. If she could, she wanted to match the Mahdout's courtesy. Intuitively, she believed that politeness was essential to the older woman's ethos. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Then she began softly, "I don't know how to address you. The Mahdoubt seems too impersonal. It's like calling you the stone or the tree. But I haven't earned the right to know your name, her true name. And you don't use mine. You call me lady or the lady to show your respect. Would it be all right if I called you my friend?" Slowly the Mahdoubt lifted her head. With her hands she pulled back the hood of her cloak. The jarring and comfortable contradiction of her eyes regarded Linden warmly. "The Mahdoubt," she said, smiling, "would name it an honor to be considered the lady's friend." "Thank you," Linden bowed, trying to honor the older woman in return. "I appreciate that. My friend, I have a request." Still smiling, the woman waited for Linden to continue. Linden did not hesitate. The pressure building within her did not permit it. As if she were sure of herself, she said, "You once asked if looking at your gown made me glad. I didn't understand. I still don't. All I know is that it has something to do with the requirements of your knowledge, your beliefs. But I would be glad to look at it again now. I'll be grateful for a second chance." For an instant a burst of light appeared in the Mahdout's eyes, a brief reflection from the flames, perhaps, or an intensification of her unpredictable solidity and evanescence. Then she climbed slowly to her feet, unbending one joint at a time, an old woman grown frail, too plump for her strength, and unable to stand without effort. While she labored upright, however, she seemed to blush with pleasure. Facing Linden over the heat of her cook-fire, she shrugged off her cloak so that Linden could behold the full ugliness of her piecemeal gown. It had been made haphazardly, with a startling lack of concern for harmonious colors, similar fabrics, or even careful stitches. Some scraps were the size of Linden's hand, or of both hands, others as long and narrow as her arm. Some were brilliant greens and purples, as bright as when they were newly dyed. Others had the duller hues of ochre and dun, and showed long years of wear. The threads sewing the patches together varied from hair-fine silk to crude leather thongs. If the garment had been worn by anyone other than the Mahdoubt, no one who saw it would have discerned love or gratitude. Considering her task, Linden murmured with an indefinable mixture of bafflement and certainty, "My friend, I hope that you don't mind standing. This is going to take a while." "The Mahdoubt is patient," the woman replied. "Oh, assuredly. Has she not awaited the lady for many of her long years? And is she not pleased, ay, both pleased and gratified, by the lady's offer of thanks? How then should she grow weary?" Half to herself, Linden promised, "I'll be as quick as I can." Then she went to work. She could not think about what she meant to do. It made no sense, and might paralyze her. Instead, she concentrated on the practical details, the small things, matters as simple as the Mahdout's gifts of food and drink and warmth and company. So, cloth first, then a needle of some sort. After that, she would confront the conundrum of thread. She had no knife, no sharp edge of any kind. That was a problem. Yet she did not pause to doubt herself or consider that she might fail, nor did she waste her attention on embarrassment. Putting down the staff, she unbuttoned her shirt and removed it. The shirt-tail seemed the best place to tear the fabric, but the red flannel had been tightly hemmed. She would not be able to rend it with her fingers, and she lacked any implement to pick the stitches. Lifting the edge of the material to her mouth, she began trying to chew through the hem. The flannel proved tougher than she had expected. She gnawed and plucked at it until her jaws ached and her teeth hurt, but it refused to rip. For a moment she studied the area around the cook-fire, hoping to find a rock with a jagged edge. However, every stone in sight was old and weathered, water-rounded. Oh, hell, she thought. But again she did not pause. Instead, she took up a dead twig and poked it at the bitten fabric. Then she used the twig to thrust that small section of him into the fire. When the flannel began to blacken and char, she withdrew it from the flames, blew on the material to extinguish it. Knotting her fists in her shirt, she pulled against the weakened hem. The cloth was sturdy. It did not tear easily. But when she dropped her shirt over a stone, stood on it, and heaved at the shirt-tail with both hands, she was able to make a rent longer than a hand span. The Mahdoubt watched her avidly, nodding as if in encouragement. But Linden paid no heed. Her task consumed her. Her palms and fingers were sore, her arms throbbed, she was breathing hard, and she had to rip another part of the hem. This time she did not expend effort chewing. She turned immediately to the fire. With her twig, she held the hem in the flames until the cloth and even the twig began to burn. Then she stamped on her shirt to quench the charred fibers. Now the material tore more easily. One fierce tug sufficed to rip a sizable scrap from the shirt-tail. More out of habit than self-consciousness, Linden donned her shirt and buttoned it, although it was filthy, caked with mud and dead leaves. For a moment, while she caught her breath, she reminded herself, one step at a time. Just one, that's all. She had procured a patch. Next, she needed a needle. Trusting that Caroil wildwood would not take offense, she went to the nearest evergreen, a scrub fir, and broke off one straight living twig. She wanted wood that still held sap, wood that would not be brittle. Beside the cook-fire, she rubbed her twig on the stones until it was as smooth as possible. Then she held one end in the small blaze, hoping to harden it. Before it could catch fire, she pulled it out to rub it again. When she had repeated the process several times, her rubbing began to produce a point at the end of the twig. "The lady is resourceful," remarked the Mahdoubt in a voice rich with pride. "Must the Mahdoubt dismiss her fears?" "Assuredly she must. The lady has foiled her foes under great Melanchurion Skyweir. How then may it be contemplated that the earth's doom will exceed her cunning?" Briefly Linden stopped to massage her tired face, stroke her parched eyes. All right, she told herself. Cloth, a needle, now thread. As far as she knew, the forest offered nothing suitable. Its thinnest vines and most supple fibers would eventually rot away, invalidating her gratitude. Sighing, she spread out her scrap of flannel and began trying to pick threads from its torn edge with the point of her twig. This was difficult work, close and meticulous. It brought back her weariness in waves until she could hardly keep her eyes open. Her world seemed to contract until it contained nothing except her hands and needle and a stubborn scrap of red. The weave of the flannel resisted her efforts. She had to be as careful and precise as her son when he worked on one of his constructs. She had watched him on occasions too numerous to count. His raceway in his bedroom may have enabled him to reach the land, for good or ill, and she had seen him build a cage of dead wood to enter the depths of Melanchurion Skyweir. She knew his exactitude intimately, his assurance. Time and again her needle separated stubby threads too short to serve any purpose. Nevertheless, she persevered. Now or never, she repeated to herself like a mantra. Now or never. In her exhaustion, she believed that if she put her task down to rest or sleep, she might give her enemies the time they needed to achieve the earth's end. Finally, she had obtained 5 red threads nearly as long as her hand. That, she decided, would have to suffice. Cloth, a needle, thread. Now she lacked only a method of attaching thread to her twig. While she groped for possibilities, she picked up the flask of spring wine and drank. For a moment she blinked rapidly, trying to moisten eyes that felt as barren as Gallows How. Then she took her sharpened twig and broke it in half. The wood snapped unevenly, leaving small splits in the blunt end of her needle. On her knees she approached the Mahdoubt. "Be at peace, lady," the insequent said softly. "There is no need for haste." Linden hardly heard her. The world had become cloth and thread, a wooden needle and the hanging edge of the Mahdout's robe. When she was near enough to work, Linden laid her few threads out on a stone and examined the woman's gown until she located a place where her patch could be made to fit. Still kneeling and guided only by her memories of Jeremiah, she took one fragile thread, wedged it gently into a split at the end of her needle, and began sewing. As she worked, she held her breath in an effort to steady her weariness. Her needle did not pierce the fabric easily, and when it passed through her scrap of flannel and the edge of the gown, it made a hole much too large for her thread. But she knotted the thread as well as she could with her sore fingers, then forced her twig through the material a second time. While she labored, she felt the Mahdoubt touch her head. The older woman stroked Linden's hair, comforting her with caresses. Then, softly, the Mahdoubt began to chant. Her voice was low, as if she were reciting a litany to herself. Nevertheless, her tone, or the words of her chant, or Linden's flagrant fatigue, cast a trance like an enchantment, causing the world to shrink further. Garrotting deep ceased to impinge on Linden's senses. The raw teeth of winter and the kindly flames of the cook-fire lost their significance. Darkness and stars were reduced to a vague brume that condensed and swirled, empty of meaning. Only Linden's hands and the Mahdout's gown held any light, any purpose, and only the Mahdout's chant enabled Linden to continue sewing. "A simple charm will master time, a cantrip clean and cold as snow. It melts upon the brow of thought, as plain as death, and so as fraught, leaving its implications rhyme, for understanding makes it so. The secret of its spell is trust. It does not change or undergo the transformations which it wreaks, the end in silence which it seeks. but stands forever as it must, for cause and sequence make it so. Such knowing is the sap of life and death, the rich, ripe joy and woe, ascending in vitality, to feed the wealth of life's wide tree, regardless of its own long strife, for plain acceptance makes it so. This simple truth must order time. It simply is, and all minds know the way of it, the how, the why. They must forever live and die in rhythm, for the metered rhyme of growth and passing makes it so. The silent mind does not protest the ending of its days or go to loss in grief and futile pain, but rather knows the healing gain of time's eternity at rest. The cause of sequence makes it so. Linden did not understand, and neither knew nor cared that she did not. While she worked, she set all other considerations aside. With her abused fingers and her blurring vision, she concentrated solely and entirely on completing her gratitude, her homage. But when she came to the end of her thread, and the scrap of her shirt was loosely stitched to the Mahdout's robe, when the older woman removed her hand, ceasing her chant, Linden thought that she heard a familiar voice shout with relief and gladness, "Ringthane! The Ringthane has returned!" At the same time, she seemed to feel sunrise on her back and smell spring in the air. She appeared to kneel on dewy grass at the Mahdout's feet, with the sound of rushing water in her ears and the staff of law as black as a raven's wing beside her. And she heard other voices as well. They, too, were known to her and dear. They may have been nickering. As she toppled to the grass, she fell out of her ensorcelled trance. She had a chance to think. Revelstone, the plateau. The Mahdoubt had restored her to her proper time and place. Then exhaustion claimed her, and she was gone. 2. In the care of the Mahdoubt. Linden awoke slowly, climbing with effort and reluctance through the exhaustion of millennia. The years that she had bypassed or slipped between seemed to multiply her natural age, and her attempts to open her eyes, confirm the substance of her surroundings, felt hampered by caducity. She did not know where she was. She had told herself that she had reached the plateau above Revelstone in her proper time. She had believed that, trusted it, and slept. But the surface on which she lay was not fresh grass in springtime. Linen rather than soiled garments covered her nakedness, and her feet were bare. The light beyond her eyelids was too dim to be morning, and she was diminished, truncated in some fashion that she could not identify. Yet she was warm, comfortably nestled. The unremitting clench of winter had released her. Her bed supported her softly. Like her eyes, her mouth and throat were too dry for ease, but those small discomforts were the normal consequences of unconsciousness. They did not hamper her. For a moment, like an instant of panic in a dream quickly forgotten, she imagined that she had been taken to a hospital, that paramedics had rushed her, sirens wailing, to a place of urgent care. Had the bullet missed her heart? But the deeper levels of her mind knew the truth. Gradually she recognized how she had been reduced. Her skin felt nothing except the tactile solace of linen and softness and warm weight. She smelled nothing except the faint tang of wood smoke and the precious scent of cleanliness. Heard nothing except the subtle effort of her own breathing. None of her senses extended beyond the confines of her body. She did not know where she was, or how, or why. She hardly knew who, because her health sense was gone. She had grown accustomed to its insights. Its absence diminished her. Nonetheless, she was paradoxically comforted by the realization that Kevin's dirt had regained its hold. Now she could be certain that the Mahdoubt had brought her near to her rightful time. In any case, her benevolent rescuer would not have stranded her earlier than she belonged. Then she would still have posed a threat to the integrity of the arch. Nor had the Mahdoubt greatly overshot the day of Linden's disappearance in rain from the upland plateau. She seemed to recall that she had heard Bapa's voice announcing her presence. If that were true, Then she had also heard Mainthrall Martyr and Cord Pani answer Bappa's call. Surely they would not have awaited her return indefinitely, not while their choices were constrained by the masters and the demon den. At some point they would have left Revelstone to rejoin their people or to seek out a defense against the land's foes. Linden had not been absent long enough to exhaust her friend's hopes, and she had felt spring in the air. When she was sure that the Mahdoubt had delivered her to the proper season in the proper year, a few of her numberless fears faded. At last she allowed herself to remember why she was here. Jeremiah. The Croyle. Roger Covenant. Purpose and urgency. Heavy with sleep, she raised her hands to confirm that Covenant's ring still hung from its chain around her neck. Then she lifted them higher to rub her face, but she was not yet ready to sit up. She needed a moment to acknowledge that she had done Thomas Covenant the shameful injustice of permitting herself to be misled by his son. She should have known better. Her dead love had earned more than her loyalty. He had earned her faith. Recalling the long tally of her mistakes, she was grieved that she let Roger tarnish her memories of the man who had twice defeated Lord Fowle for the land's sake. Grieved and angered. Jeremiah's presence had accomplished Roger's intentions perfectly. It had distorted her judgment, leaving her vulnerable. No more, she vowed. Not again. She had fallen in with the despiser's machinations once. She would not repeat that mistake. Instead, she meant to exact a price for Jeremiah's torment. But she was getting ahead of herself. Her night with the Mahdoubt in Garrotting Deep had taught her, or retaught her, an important lesson. One step at a time. Just one. First, she needed to absorb the details of her present situation, and she had to retrieve her staff so that she could cast off the pall of Kevin's dirt. She would determine other actions later after her true strength was restored. Blinking against the smear of nightmares and regret, she looked around. Strange, she thought. She was in a small room which she knew well enough, although it seemed vaguely unreal, dislocated by the passage of too much time, too much cold and desperation, battle and loss. She lay under blankets in a narrow bed. A pillow cradled her head. A shuttered window in the smooth stone wall above her admitted a dull grey light that could have been dawn or dusk. A doorway in the opposite wall past the foot of the bed held a soft illumination, yellow and flickering, which suggested lamps or a fire. Near her head, a second doorway led to a bathroom. The chamber appeared to be the same one in which she had spent 2 nights before Roger and the Croyle had translated her out of her time. She remembered it as though she had visited it in dreams rather than in life. Yet she was here. As if to demonstrate the continuity of her existence, the staff of law leaned like a staff of midnight against the wall at the head of the bed, and in a chair at its foot sat the Mahdoubt, watching Linden with a smile on her lips and gloaming in her mismatched eyes. When Linden raised her head, the Mahdoubt left her chair, moved into the next room, and returned with an oil lamp and a clay goblet. The little flame, soothing in spite of its unsteadiness, accentuated her orange eye while it dimmed her blue one. The lurid patchwork of her robe blurred into a more harmonious mélange. "Forbear speech, lady," she murmured as she approached the bed. "Your slumber has been long and long, and you awaken to confusion and diminishment. Here is water fresh from the eldritch wealth of Glimmermere." She offered the goblet to Linden. "Has its virtue declined somewhat?" "Assuredly, yet much of its healing lingers." "Drink, lady," the Mahdoubt urged. "Then you may speak and be restored." But Linden needed no encouragement. As soon as she caught sight of the goblet, she became conscious of an acute thirst. Propping herself up on one elbow, she accepted the goblet and drained it eagerly. In the absence of any health sense, she could not gauge how much of the water's potency had been lost. Nevertheless, it was bliss to her mouth and throat, balm to her thirst, and it awakened her more fully. A numinous tingling sharpened her senses, reminding her of a more fundamental discernment. At once she dropped the goblet on the bed, sat up, and reached for the staff. As soon as she closed her hands on the necessary warmth of the wood and read with her fingers the deft precision of the Forestall's runes, she felt the return of a more complete life. In the space between her heartbeats, the stone of the chamber ceased to be blind granite, inert and unresponsive. It became a vital and breathing aspect of Lord's Keep. She recognized warmth and fire in the hearth of the larger room beyond her bedroom, smelled water poised to flow in the bathroom. Every inch of her skin and scalp became aware of its cleanliness, and the comfortable ease of the Mahdout's aura washed over her like a baptism. Hugging the staff to her bare breasts, Linden retrieved the goblet and handed it back to the older woman, mutely asking for more of Glimmermere's benison. With a nod of approval, the Mahdout complied. When she returned from the sitting-room this time, however, she brought a large wooden pitcher as well as the replenished goblet. The goblet she gave to Linden. The pitcher she placed on the floor beside the bed, where Linden could reach it easily. Then she retreated to her chair. Until Linden had emptied the goblet again, she did not remember that she was naked. Instinctively self-conscious, although she knew that she had no reason to be, she pulled up the sheet to cover herself. With a grimace of embarrassment, she found her voice at last. "Who bathed me?" Now the Mahdout grinned broadly. "The lady's questions are endless, and some may be answered. Aye, assuredly, for there can be no peril in them. Lady, you and the Mahdoubt were chanced upon by Raman beside the falls of Glimmermere. Their main thrall himself bore you hither, and here, with pleasure the Mahdoubt proclaims it, you have slumbered for 2 days and a night. Was such rest needful? Beyond all doubt it was. But when she discerned the depth of your slumbers, she saw that other care was needful as well. It was the wish of all who have claimed your friendship, the flattering Stone-Towner youth among them, and also he who was once a master, to stand in vigil at your side, assuredly. Are you not worthy of their attendance? Yet the Mahdoubt dismissed them, permitting only the Raman girl to remain. Together she and the girl bathed you. Your raiment as well they cleansed and in part mended, though the marks of fecundity and long grass remain, as they must, oh, assuredly. When these small services had been accomplished, the Mahdoubt dismissed the girl also. The Mahdoubt is aged, she explained lugubriously in apparent playfulness, and finds only brief ease in the accompaniment of the young. They remind her of much that she has left behind. She sighed, but her tone held no regret. Therefore the Mahdoubt has watched over you alone, taking satisfaction in your rest. The older woman's gentle voice filled the room with a more ordinary and humane solace than the relief of urgent thirst, the earth-power in Glimmermere's waters, the recovery of percipience, the stubborn protectiveness of Revelstone, or the confirmed strictures of the staff. Listening, Linden found that she could accept the sound and relax somewhat, despite the hard clench of her heart. She wanted to see her friends, but the Mahdout's reply implied that Leand, Stave, Annalee, and the 3 Raman were well. Indeed, it seemed to indicate that they had not been harmed by the violence surrounding Linden's disappearance or threatened by the siege of the demon den. And if Linden's resolve remained as unmistakable as a fist, her utter extremity had passed, sloughed off by sleep and the Mahdout's astonishing succor. She could afford to take her steps one at a time, and to take them slowly. "When you washed my clothes," she asked, holding images of Jeremiah's plight at bay, "did you find a piece of red metal?" She could not recall what she had done with her son's ruined race-car, his only reminder of her love. It would have looked unfamiliar, but you could tell that it was twisted out of shape. The older woman nodded. "Aye, lady." Her expression became unexpectedly grave, as though she grasped the significance of the race-car. "It lies beneath your pillow." Reaching under her pillow, Linden drew out the crumpled toy. Her fingers recognized it before she looked at it. It had been warmed while she slept, yet the Croyle's touch lingered in it, palpable and malign, and for an instant she could not understand why she did not weep. But of course she knew why. All of her tears had been fused into the igneous rock of her purpose. Closing the car in her fingers, she met the Mahdout's sympathetic gaze. "My friend," she said, trying to soften her voice so that she would not sound angry. "I don't know how to thank you. I can't even imagine how to begin. I don't understand how you helped me or how you even knew that I needed help, and I certainly don't understand why you went to all of that trouble. But you saved me when everything that I could have hoped for was gone. Ever since we got you away from your present, there haven't been any possible outcomes that don't give us exactly what we want. Now I hope that someday I'll be worthy of you." She was not one of the land's great heroes. Her many inadequacies had almost given Lord Fowl his ultimate victory. But the Mahdoubt had done more than restore her to her proper time. The insequent had given her a new opportunity to fight for her son. Linden did not mean to waste it. "Psht, lady," replied the Mahdoubt. "Are your thanks pleasing to the Mahdoubt? Assuredly. Yet they are sufficient, nay, more than sufficient. Already you have surpassed her own hopes, and you have enabled her to gaze more deeply into the peril of these times. That which she has seen teaches her that she is not yet done with service. Lady," she went on briskly, "one of those who is named the Humbled has discerned your awakening. Summons have been sent to your companions. Assuredly they will gather in haste, clamoring to attend upon you." The woman smiled with evident affection. "Ere their coming, the Mahdoubt must depart, for she will not submit to their queries, yet she is cognizant of your need for knowledge which none here possess. Perchance some few of your questions may now be sated. If there is aught that the Mahdoubt may reveal to you, she urges you to speak of it without qualm." Linden sat up straighter. She had not expected the Mahdout's offer, and her mind was still clogged by long sleep as well as by the Croyle's cruel spoor on Jeremiah's toy. Half-reflexively she called up a small tongue of flame from the staff to lick away the disturbing residue in the metal. Then she scrambled to catch up with her circumstances. She wanted details about the condition of her friends and the state of the siege, but Leand and the others would soon arrive to answer such questions in person. And the Mahdoubt was one of the insequent. She had rescued Linden, but she had also permitted Rogers and the Croyle's treachery. While Linden tried to assemble her thoughts into some kind of order, she asked the first question that occurred to her. "Before I left—" At first words came awkwardly to her as though she had to drag them across a vast gulf of years. "When the Irviles tried to stop Roger and the Croyle from taking me, there weren't any Waynham." According to Esmer, he had imposed peace between the Irviles and the Waynham. Together they had helped her weaken the demon dim so that Revelstone might survive. "Why didn't they join the Irviles? Did they want me to get lost in the past?" Her companion looked away. Apparently speaking to the rock of the keep, she mused, "Does the Mahdoubt comprehend the lady's concern in this? Oh, assuredly. The lady cannot grasp the speech of the Waynham, therefore she cannot inquire of them directly, and the sole interpreter known to her is betimes unworthy of credence. Do these reasons suffice to prompt a reply? They do." Then the woman faced Linden again. "Lady, the Waynham absented themselves because they foresaw peril to those who now deem themselves masters. The esteem between the Waynham and the mountain race of the Harukai is both old and earned. The Waynham do not desire your loss. They would do much to preserve you, yet they declined to share in deeds which hazarded their olden allies." Not for the first time Linden felt that she had wasted a question. Nevertheless, she was glad to have an answer. It relieved a nagging doubt, and it gave her time to decide what she most needed to know. "All right," she murmured. "That makes sense." Clenching Jeremiah's race car, she asked, "Can you tell me how to save my son? Is he already lost?" Age Aroth's mark was placed upon the boy when he was yet a small child. The insequent regarded Linden with one eye and then the other. "Sadly," she said, "the Mahdoubt has no knowledge of this. It transcends her. In some measure she has made of herself an adept of time, as did the Theomach as well, assuredly, though in another form. But she beholds only the time in which she manifests herself, neither its past nor its future. Thus she is unable to witness her own future. Her present is here. Beyond this moment she may estimate intentions and perils, but she cannot observe deeds and outcomes which lie ahead. The Theomach's powers were greater than the Mahdout's. Linden winced involuntarily, but she did not protest. She trusted the Mahdoubt, and Lord Fowl had promised her through Annalee, "In time you will behold the fruit of my endeavours. If your son serves me, he will do so in your presence. If I slaughter him, I will do so before you. If you discover him, you will only hasten his doom." Roger had assured her that he and the despisers still had plans for Jeremiah. "I do not reveal my aims to such as you." For that reason she chose to believe that her son was not beyond redemption. While Lord Fowl still had a use for him, he would not be irreparably damaged, and she could hope to reach him. Steadying herself on the stone of her heart, Linden said, "In that case, tell me why you didn't expose Roger and the Croyle when they first arrived. In Garrotting Deep, you said that you aren't wise enough to interfere with what you considered needful. But that was 10,000 years ago. You had to be careful. This is now. How could what Roger and that monster did to me be needful?" The Mahdoubt could have spared her. In response, chagrin and sorrow closed the woman's features. She lowered the contradiction of her eyes. For a moment she seemed to fumble within herself. When she replied, her voice was thick with sadness. "Lady, the Mahdoubt comprehends your pain. Assuredly she herself must appear to be your teacher, for she stood aside while betrayal was wrought against you. If you choose condemnation, she cannot gainsay you." The insequent nodded her fingers together, her hands twisted at each other. "But if in aught the Mahdoubt has won your regard, then she observes, with respect, aye, and mourning also, that you have gained knowledge which you did not formerly possess, and had you not suffered and striven as you did, you would not have become who you are. The Mahdoubt could not foresee such an outcome when you were taken by your foes. She was able only to perceive that you were not then equal to the land's plight. Lady, you have become greater. That the Mahdoubt deemed needful." Linden scowled at her companion, but her anger was for herself, not the Mahdoubt. "Forgive me. I didn't mean that to sound like an accusation." It was certainly true that she knew more now. "I'm proud to call you my friend. I'm just trying to understand as much as I can." She had not become greater. She had simply been made harder and more certain. Slowly the Mahdoubt raised her head. Her blue eye was damp with relief or gratitude, but the orange one glared like a promise of ferocity. "Psst, my lady," she said again. "You have no need of the Mahdout's forgiveness. It is given before it is asked. Assuredly so. Your gratitude," she indicated her robe, "has claimed her old heart. Inquire what you will. The Mahdoubt will attempt better answers." Now it was Linden who looked away. While she prepared herself, she muttered, "My real problem with what you did is that I feel so damn stupid. I should have seen the truth for myself. About Roger, anyway." Jeremiah's presence had confounded her utterly. "But he did things—" "How could he drink spring wine?" she blurted. "How could either of them? It has aliantha in it." That was only one of the many means by which Covenant's son had confused her. The Raman believed that no servant of Fang Thing craves or will consume aliantha. "Ah," the Mahdoubt nodded in recognition, "assuredly. That chicane arose from the half-hand's portion of the nature of the Elohim. The Elohim are not hampered by mortal distastes. With the cursed gift of such a hand, your betrayer received both the power of glamour, of seeming, and the capacity to set aside his revulsion for the goodly health of the land. These given strengths, he also employed to veil and ward the cruel beast which rules your son. Thus his loathing and your son's for Aliantha in spring wine was hidden. Your wits did not fail you, my lady," she added kindly. "Think no ill of yourself. Your foes' deeds and appearances were prepared one and all for your consternation. You were hastened from event to assure that you found no occasion to imagine their concealment." The woman nodded again. "There was no fault in you." "Then—" With an effort, Linden dragged her attention away from Rogers and the Croyles' manipulations. If she considered them too closely, she might founder in outrage. "They have done this to my son." For a moment she closed her eyes, gathered herself. When she opened them again, she faced her companion squarely. "The Theomach told me that he would protect history from what I did, but I don't know whether I can trust him. I don't know how that's even possible." How had she not set in motion ripples which would change everything? The Mahdoubt shook her head, turning it from side to side so that first her orange eye, then her blue one, regarded Linden brightly. "My lady," she said with an air of intention, urging Linden to believe her, "you may be assured that the Theomach did not neglect such matters. Does your heart not beat? Do your words not convey their meaning? And do these simple truths not proclaim that the law of time endures? It is manifest that you have not broken faith with the past. Yet the Mahdoubt may observe," she added, as if Linden had expressed doubt, "that law seeks its own path. Diverted, it strives to return. Your exertion of earth power among Beric Harthou's warriors was easily transmuted to serve the Theomach's purpose. You have not forgotten, assuredly not, that the Theomach found a place as the Lord Fatherer's tutor. Thus he was able to account for your presence and deeds in any matter which conformed to his own intentions, and to his knowledge of time. My lady, he made of you the first of the unfettered, those who in the time of the lords sought lore and wisdom solitarily, as do the insequent, according to their private natures. At the Theomach's word, a tradition and a legend began from the wonderment of your aid, and all that has since transpired in the land has confirmed it." Linden listened in surprise and gradual comprehension. She had heard of the unfettered. Covenant had told her a little about them after Sunder's half-mad father had called himself a descendant of the unfettered one. "Understand, my lady," the Mahdoubt continued, "that the Theomach did not require your presence or your aid. He merely made use of you. Had you not appeared, he would have contrived to win the Harthou's trust by other means, and he would have proposed the legend of the unfettered to justify his own knowledge and power. Such ploys were needful to preserve the Arch. Nor did the visitation of your betrayers challenge the Theomach's cleverness." The older woman sighed heavily. "Among the lords of later ages there endured a belief that the half-hand, the Lord Fatherer, would one day return to meet the land's need. As events befell, the Theomach was not greatly troubled to bring forth such a tale from the form of those who accompanied you." For a moment her voice held an edge of disapproval. His purposes were his own and selfish. All that he did conduced to his own aggrandizement. Therefore he did not scruple upon occasion to offer the Lord Fatherer instruction which was either flawed or incomplete. Assuredly, however, he would have drawn upon the full depth of his knowledge to preserve the wholeness of that which ensued from his desires. "The insequent and the Elohim share only this, my lady, that we do not desire the destruction of the earth." The Theomach had said virtually the same thing. Even Roger had said it. And Linden had seen for herself how little Beric had known or understood in the aftermath of his encounter with the fire-lions. The Theomach could have told him anything, and he would have had no choice except to credit it. As she drank more of Glimmermere's waters, her mind grew sharper. There were so many things that she wanted to know. Because the Mahdoubt had said that she would depart soon, Linden began to hurry. "All right," she said. "I don't really understand how the Theomach knew what his own future required, But if you explained it, I probably still wouldn't understand. What can you tell me about that box, the way the Croyle transported us into the mountain?" She winced at the memory. "Or used my son to do it? Is Jeremiah really capable of making portals, doors through time and distance? And if he is, what does that have to do with the Elohim?" Had Roger told her the truth about Jeremiah's deadwood construct? The Mahdoubt spread her hands to suggest a warning. "Is the lady's query condign?" she asked herself. "The Mahdoubt deems it so, yet there is peril here. She must display great care." "My lady," she said to Linden, "your son's gifts are certain. The Mahdoubt can estimate neither their extent nor their uses. However, their worth is beyond question. Both the Vizard's interest and Ageroth's machinations proclaim that there is power concealed within your chosen child. According to Jeremiah, or the Croyle, the Vizard had coveted a Jeo for the Elohim. The Mahdoubt," she continued, "has averred that neither Insequent nor Elohim desire the destruction of the earth. Assuredly such havoc was the intent of your treachers. But they outdistanced the Theomach's perception, as he selfishly permitted them to do, relying upon your strength to oppose them. Therefore your companions saw no further threat in him, and they conceived that your defeat was certain. For that reason they feared only the Elohim. The purpose of the box, as you name it, was to blind the eyes of the Elohim. They are—" she searched visibly for a cautious description— "susceptible to such structures. Its nature interacted with their fluidity, enabling your companions to elude detection. Thus were you compelled to meet the crisis of the earth-blood alone." Susceptible to such structures? Linden wondered. Roger had said essentially the same thing, and she had seen how the Elohim had reacted to Vane, who had been a construct of the Erviles. If Jeremiah's talent could blind the Elohim, what else might it accomplish? But there again Linden hit a barrier of comprehension. Her thoughts were too sequential. She could not gauge the implications of ideas or abilities which appeared to defy linear cause and effect. And she sensed that she was running out of time. Her other friends were coming. Swallowing bafflement, she said carefully, "That's something else I may never understand. Can you answer one more question?" The older woman appeared to consult the evening air through the shutters of the window. Then she gave Linden a comfortable smile. "Assuredly. If the Mahdoubt may reply briefly." "We keep coming back to the Theomach and the Elohim," Linden said at once. An Elohim had given warning of the Croyle as well as the half-hand. "Is it true that your people are the shadow on the heart of the Elohim?" The Elohim had called themselves the heart of the earth, and they had admitted that within the earth's heart, or their own, lay darkness. To account for her query, she added, "I've heard other explanations." Esmer had told her, "The Elohim believe that they are equal to all things. This is false. Were it true, the earth entire would exist in their image, and they would have no need to fear the rousing of the worm of the world's end. That is shadow enough to darken the heart of any being." The Mahdout's smile sagged, and she sighed. "My lady, the Theomach has given the Elohim cause to doubt their circuitry. Oh, assuredly, for that reason, many among the Mahdout's race name him the greatest of all Insequent. Yet she deems that her kind are not a shadow cast by the unspoken word of the Elohim, nor do the Insequent themselves cast such shadows. They are merely men and women who crave knowledge as diligently as the Elohim desire the soper of self-contentment. In its fashion, my lady, your comprehension of these matters is as great as the Mahdout's, or the Theomach's, assuredly so. Have you not grown familiar with shadows?" Her mismatched eyes searched Linden deeply. "And is your heart not filled with darkness still? You require no guidance to interpret the evils of the earth, for you have encountered them within you." Involuntarily Linden squirmed. She had known ravers. She recognized the nature of the passions which had driven her ever since she had coerced Roger Covenant and the Croyle to reveal themselves. Her own shadow had responded to Gallows How, but she had gone beyond doubt and did not question herself. Instead, she chose to ignore the warning implicit in her companion's reply. "That's probably true," she said, dismissing the subject. She had confronted Lord Fowle's snares now. She would not fall into them again. "But I'm still confused about the details. How do I know the Theomach's true name? Where did I hear it?" The insequent had made themselves important to her. She wanted to know their weaknesses. But the Mahdoubt did not react as Linden expected or hoped. Leaning forward intently, the woman braced her plump arms on her knees. In a voice that seemed to resonate strangely, although it was as soft as a whisper, she answered, "My lady, you have not inquired of the Mahdout's true name." Instinctively, Linden pressed her back against the stone at the head of the bed. The staff of law lay across her lap. White gold hung against her sternum. One hand gripped her son's toy while the other held a sheet over her breasts. Yet she felt unexpectedly exposed and vulnerable, as if all of her inadequacies had been laid bare. Whispering herself, she said, "I'm not convinced that I deserve to know, and I'm sure that I don't have the right to ask. Your people don't use titles instead of names by accident. When the Theomach does it, he's hiding something. That makes me suspicious. But you're my friend. You didn't just save my life. You saved my reasons for living. Obviously you know all kinds of things that you've decided not to tell me, and I don't care. I respect whatever you do or don't do." The Mahdout's orange eye burned at Linden, but her blue one seemed to plead, asking for sufferance or for discretion. "Then the Mahdoubt will reveal that her true name is Quern Estrel. Thus she grants the power to compel her. And in return she requests both wisdom and restraint." "No," Linden wanted to protest. "Please, don't you understand that I'll use you? I need every weapon I can get." But she had already missed her chance to forestall the older woman's gift. Suddenly hoarse with chagrin, she asked, "Is that why the insequent hide their true names, because they can be compelled?" If so, she understood their loyalty to each other. The insequent had too much power over their own people. Without loyalty, none of them would survive. But the Mahdoubt did not respond directly. Instead, she rose to her feet, pushing herself upward with her hands on her knees. Her gaze she turned away, although she was smiling fondly. "My lady, those who have claimed your friendship draw nigh. The Mahdoubt must now depart. Her time of service to Revelstone is ended, for she awaited only the lady. Your raiment has been prepared," she nodded toward the bathroom, "and she has placed a tray before the hearth, for she does not doubt that you are hungry. If you will permit the Mahdoubt a last word of counsel," she gave Linden a teasing sidelong glance, "you will clothe yourself ere your companions attend upon you. Oh, assuredly, if you do not, you will disturb their wits." Without thinking, Linden surged up from her bed, dropped the staff as well as her sheets so that she could fling her arms around the Mahdoubt. Her heart was not too hard to be touched. She had spent years starving for some embrace. She did not want power over her friend, yet it had been given to her freely. She knew no other language for her gratitude. The Mahdoubt returned Linden's hug briefly. Then she stepped back. "Psst, my lady." Her voice was redolent with affection. "The Mahdoubt merely departs. She does not pass away. Will you encounter her again? Be assured of it. It is as certain as the rising and setting of the sun," finished Linden. She wanted to smile, but could not. Even when her other friends arrived, she would be effectively alone without the Mahdoubt. Leand, Stave, Annalee, and the Raman, none of them would understand what had happened to her as the Mahdoubt did. "And by then I'll probably have even more reasons to be grateful." The Mahdoubt bowed over her girth. "Then all is well," she murmured, "while the sun continues in its course." With her head still lowered, she left the bedroom. Dry-eyed and aching, Linden turned away so that she would not witness the insequent's departure. She did not hear the outer door of her rooms open or close. Nevertheless, she felt the older woman's sudden absence, as if the Mahdoubt had stepped into a gap between instants and slipped out of time. Shaken, Linden went into the bathroom. While she washed and dried her face, donned her well-scrubbed clothes, and tucked Jeremiah's toy deep into one pocket, she willed herself to shed at least a few tears of thanks and sadness. But she could not. Under Melanchurion Skyweir, her capacity for weeping had been burned away. 3. Tales Among Friends. Linden was eating cheese, grapes, and cold mutton, and washing them down with draughts of Glimmermere's Revelstone, when she heard Leand knock at her door. She recognized his touch through the heavy granite by its mingled eagerness and anxiety, and she stood up at once to answer, although the door was not latched. She was eager and anxious herself. Among a host of other things, she did not know how long she had been gone from Revelstone, or how Lord's Keep had fared against the demon dim, and she needed confirmation that her friends were unharmed. As she opened the door, Leand burst unceremoniously into the room. He may have assumed that he would be met and thwarted by the Mahdoubt. When he caught sight of Linden, however, his open face seemed to catch light. His eyes shone with pleasure, and his black brows soared. At once he wrapped her in a fierce, brief hug. Then he stepped back, simultaneously abashed and glowing. "Linden," he breathed, as if his throat were too crowded with emotion for any other words. "Oh, Linden." Behind him, Main-Thrall Martyr swept in, avid as a hawk. Standing before Linden, he gave her a deep Raman bow, with his arms extended toward her on either side of his head and his palms outward. His garrote bound his hair, and a garland of fresh amanibhavum hung about his neck. The sharp scent of flowers emphasized his edged tone as he said, "Ring Thing, you are well returned, and well restored. When first you appeared, we feared for you, though the Mahdoubt and our own discernment gave assurance that you required only rest. Our troubled hearts are now made glad." Martyr's accustomed sternness made his greeting seem almost effusive, but Linden had no time to reply. Bappa and Pani followed their main thrall, bowing as well. The older Cord's eyes were moist and grateful, an unwonted display of emotion for a Raman. But Pani's plain joy was more complex. She appeared to feel more than one kind of happiness, as if her delight at Linden's recovery subsumed a deeper and more private gladness, and Linden detected a secret undercurrent of concern. Leading Annalee by the arm, Stave entered behind the Raman. The old man suffered Stave's touch without discomfort. Apparently even he understood that the Harukai was no longer a master. His moonstone gaze passed over Linden as if he were unaware of her. Instead of acknowledging her, he shook off Stave's hand, strode over to the tray of food, sat down, and began to eat as if his decades of privation had left him perpetually hungry. Stave responded to Annalee's behavior with a delicate shrug. Then he faced Linden and bowed. His flat features and impassive mien revealed nothing. She still could not read him. But his remaining eye held an unfamiliar brightness, and she guessed that her absence had been uniquely harsh for him. No doubt he judged himself severely for failing to protect her. In addition, however, he had sacrificed more in her name than any of her other friends. Leand had turned his back on his home, and the Raman had left behind their lives among their people, but Stave had been effectively excommunicated by his kinsmen. All of his wounds were long healed. In the place of his torn and soiled garment, he wore a clean tunic. Only his missing eye betrayed the scale of his losses. Linden gazed at all of her companions with affection and relief. Often in her life she had felt that she wept too easily. Now she regretted that she had no tears to show her friends how she felt about them. She could see that none of them had been harmed while she was away. But she did not return Stave's bow or those of the Raman. She did not reply to Leand or Martyr. They had not come into her rooms alone. Two of the humbled had followed them. Galt and Clyme stood poised on either side of the open door as if they suspected her of some insidious betrayal. Many of the masters had been slaughtered by the demon dim. More may have suffered in the battle between Esmer and the Erviles, and they had not interfered with Linden's attack on the Horde's seizure. But she had not forgotten what they had done to the people of the land, or how they had refused her own pleading, and she would not forgive their repudiation of Stave. She remembered their blows as though her own body had been struck. "Stave," she asked, as though she stood on Gallows How and desired bloodshed, "what's going on?" "Chosen," he replied flatly. "They are chary of me." Surprised, she demanded, "You mean that they don't think they've punished you enough?" Stave shook his head. "As you know, my people will no longer address their thoughts to me or respond to mine. When I had experienced their rejection for a time, I found that I wished to foil it. Though I comprehend their denunciation, I became loath to countenance it. Therefore I have learned to mute my inward voice. I hear the silent speech of the masters, but they do not hear mine." While Linden stared at him, he continued, "Formerly the humbled might remain in the passage with the door sealed, and yet would know all that I heard and said and thought. But now my mind is hidden from them. If they do not stand in your presence, they will learn nothing of your tale or your purposes, for they judge rightly that I will not reveal you to them." "Stave—" His explanation filled her with such wonder that she could hardly find words. "Anyone who makes the mistake of underestimating you deserves what happens." Then she fought down her awe and ire. "The land has had some great heroes. I've known a few myself, too many to bear. But you, all of you," she looked around at Leand, Annalee, and the Raman, "could hold your heads up in any company." Then she faced Stave again. Articulating each word precisely, she said, "But I can't talk in front of these half-hands." What had happened to her was too personal. "I need them to wait outside. I know this is a lot to ask, and I'll understand if you don't want to do it, but I hope that you'll agree to answer their questions after we're done here. Assure them that you'll tell them whatever they need to know." The Harukai raised an eyebrow, but he did not object. Instead, he glanced at Clyme and Galt. Without inflection, he said, "The Chosen has spoken. I will comply. You may depart." As he spoke, Linden folded her arms across her chest to conceal her fists. Glaring, she dared the humbled to believe that Stave would not abide by his word. They considered her for a moment. Then Galt countered, "And if his judgment differs from ours, concealing that which we would deem necessary, what then?" Linden did not hesitate. "You're forgetting something." She had beaten back Roger Covenant and the Croyle and Lord Fowle's manipulations. She had met Beric Halfhand and Damelon Giant Friend, and the Theomach, the greatest of all in sequent. Caroyle Wildwood had given runes to her staff. The Mahdoubt had crossed 10 millennia to rescue her. She felt no impulse to doubt herself or falter. "The land needs you. Even I need you. I'm still hoping that something will persuade you to help me. And Stave knows how you think. He won't withhold anything that matters to you." Still neither of the humbled moved. "You speak of us as half-hands," observed Clyme. "That name we accept, for we have claimed it in long combat, and our purpose among the masters is honorable. But is it your belief that we are the half-hand of whom the Elohim sought to forewarn the people of the land?" She sighed, gripping herself tightly. "No, I know better." Galt, Bronnell, and Clyme represented that aspect of the masters which might cause them to stand stubbornly aside when they were most needed. But she had seen the truth of Roger and the Croyle, and Castanesson himself might now be considered a half-hand. She was sure that the Elohim did not fear the humbled. For a moment longer Clyme and Galt appeared to consult the air of the chamber, or perhaps the larger atmosphere of Revelstone. Then they left the room without further argument, closing the door behind them. At last Linden bowed to Stave. "Thank you." When the humbled were gone, some of her tension eased. She was finally able to look at her friends and smile. Because Leand was the least reserved among them, and his apprehensions darkened his eyes, she faced him, although she spoke to the Raman and Stave as well. "Please don't misunderstand," she urged with as much warmth as she could muster. I probably don't look happy to be back, but I am. It's just that I've been through things that I don't even know how to describe. For a while there, I didn't think that I would ever see any of you again." Her voice held steady when it should have quivered. "If the Mahdoubt hadn't saved me, I would be as good as dead." The young stone-downer's face brimmed with questions. Linden held up her hand to forestall them. "But now I know what I have to do. That's what you see in me," instead of gladness. "I was betrayed, and I've gone so far beyond anger that I might not come back. I want to hear what's happened to all of you. I need to know how long I've been gone and what the demon dim are doing. Then I have to find a way to leave Revelstone." Trying to be clear, she finished. "I've been too passive. I'm tired of it. I want to start doing things that our enemies don't expect." She was not surprised by Stave's blunt nod or by the sudden ferocity of Martyr's grin, and she took for granted that the Cords would follow their main thrall in spite of their reasons for alarm, the ominous prophecies which they had heard from Annalee. But Linden had expected doubt and worry from Leand. She was not prepared for the immediate excitement that brightened his gentle eyes, and Annalee's reaction actively startled her. Swallowing a lump of mutton, he jumped to his feet. In a loud voice he announced, "Annalee no longer fears the creatures, the lost ones." His head jerked from side to side as if he were searching for something. "He fears to remember. Oh, that he fears!" With one hand he beckoned sharply to Leand, although he seemed unaware of the gesture. "And the masters must be fled. So he proclaims to all who will heed him." "But the others—" Abruptly his voice sank to a whisper. "They speak in Annalee's dreams. Their voices he fears more than horror and recrimination." His madness was visible in every line of his emaciated form. To some extent, however, it was vitiated by the fact that he stood on wrought stone. Here, as on Kevin's watch or in his jail in Midhill Stonedown, he referred to himself as if he were someone else, but shaped or worn rock occasionally enabled him to respond with oblique poignancy to what was said and done around him. Still he beckoned for Leand. "The others?" "Linden," said Leand awkwardly. The insistence of Annalee's gestures appeared to disturb him. He must have understood them. "I lack words to convey." "Then," Martyr instructed, "permit the ring thane to witness his plight as he desires. When she has beheld it, words will follow." The young man cast a look like an appeal at Linden, but he obeyed the main thrall. Sighing unhappily, he reached to a sash at his waist, a pale blue strip of cloth which Linden had not seen before, and from which hung a leather pouch the size of his cupped hand. Untying the pouch, he slipped an object into his hand, took a deep breath to steady himself, then pressed the object into Annalee's grasp. It was a smooth piece of stone, vaguely translucent, and distinctly familiar. Linden's health sense received an impression of compacted possibilities. Annalee's fingers clenched immediately around the stone. At once he flung back his head and wailed as though his heart were being torn from him. Instinctively Linden moved toward the old man, but Leand reached out to stop her, and Martyr barked, "Withhold, ring thane! Annalee wishes this." An instant later, a rush of power from Annalee's closed fist washed away every hint of his lunacy. Linden jerked to a halt and stared. That was earth power, but it was not Annalee's inborn strength. Rather, his latent force catalyzed or evoked a different form of magic, a particular eldritch energy which she had known long ago. Then the flood of puissance passed, and Annalee fell silent. Slowly he lowered his head. When he looked at Linden, his blind gaze focused on her as if he could see. "Linden Avery," he said hoarsely. "Chosen and Sun Sage, White Gold Wielder. You are known to me." "Annalee," she breathed, "you're sane." None of her companions showed any surprise, although their distress was plain. They had recognized the old man's gestures, must have seen this transformation before. "I am," he acknowledged, "and do not wish it. It torments me, for it is clarity without succor. I cannot heal the harm that I have wrought, But I must speak, and be understood. They ask it of me." "They?" urged Linden. Annerly had endured Lord Fowle's brutal presence and Castanesson's. He had felt Esmer's coercion. And Thomas Covenant had spoken through him as well, a more benign possession, but a violation none the less. If even sleep had become fear and anguish, how could he retain any vestige of himself? "They do not possess me," he replied with fragile dignity, as though he understood her alarm. "Rather they speak in my dreams, imploring this of me. They are Sunder, my father, and Hallian, my mother, whom my weakness has betrayed. And behind them stands Thomas Covenant, who craves only that I assure you of his love. But the intent of Sunder Graveler and Hallian Abrand is more urgent." "Sunder?" Linden thought dumbly. "Hallian?" She gaped at the son of her long-dead friends as he continued, "They sojourn among the dead in Anderlane, and they beg of you that you do not seek them out. They know not how the peril of Castanesson and the scourge and white gold may be answered. They cannot guide or counsel you. They are certain only that doom awaits you in the company of the dead." His love. "Annerly," Linden's voice was a croak of chagrin. "Can you talk to them?" "They beg of you." "In your dreams? Can you tell them that I know what I'm doing?" All of her hopes were founded in Anderlane. If she were forbidden to approach the dead, she was truly lost, and Jeremiah would suffer until the arch of time crumbled. The old man shook his head. "Sleeping, I am mute." His moonstone eyes regarded her in supplication. "In my remorse, I would cry out to them, but they cannot hear. No power of dream or comprehension will shrive me until I have discovered and fulfilled my geas." Then he turned away. "Leand," he panted, faltering, "I beseech you, relieve me of this burden. I cannot bear the knowledge of myself." "Doom awaits you in the company of the dead." When he extended his hand and opened his fingers, he revealed a piece of orecrest, sunstone. To Linden's senses it appeared identical to the smooth, unevenly shaped rock with which Sunder had warded the folk of Mithil Stone down from the sunbane. Its potency made it seem transparent, but it was not. Instead, it resembled a void in the substance of Annalie's palm, an opening into some other dimension of reality or earth power. Its touch had restored his mind. "No!" As Leand reached for the stone, Linden grabbed Annalie, forced him to face her again. She wanted to demand, "Why? You're sane now. Tell me why." She had heard too many prophecies of disaster. Even Leand had warned her, "You have it within you to perform horrors." She needed to know what Sunder and Hallian feared from her. But when her hands closed on his gaunt frame, her nerves felt his excruciation like a jolt of lightning. He was sane, oh, he was sane, and for that reason he was defenseless. Even his heritage of earth power could not rebuff the self-denunciation and grief which had broken his mind, blinded him, condemned him to decades of starvation and loneliness while he searched for the implications of his fractured past. Linden's heart may have grown as ungiving and dark as obsidian, but she could ask nothing of this frail old man. Even to save her son she could not. She had already extorted too much pain from Annalie. She was done with it. And behind them stands Thomas Covenant, who craves only that I assure you of his love. Swallowing grief as acute as rage, Linden said softly, "I want you to understand something, while you still can. I used you when I was trying to convince the masters to help me," and she had contemplated causing him more hurt. "But I won't do that again. I'm finished." She had learned at least this much from her betrayal by Roger and the Croyle. They had wanted her to achieve their ends for them, and their manipulations had nearly destroyed her. But what the Croyle was doing to Jeremiah was worse. "I'll keep you with me," she promised. "I'll protect you as much as I can." She had no other hope to offer him. "But I won't ask you to pay the price for what I want." Not again." Annalee breathed heavily for a moment. He shuddered in her grasp. His eyes were closed. When he had mastered himself, he replied, "Lyndon Avery, you are the chosen, and will determine much." His low growl echoed Martyr's severity. "But that choice is not vouchsafed to you. All who live share the land's plight. Its cost will be borne by all who live. This you cannot alter. In the attempt, you may achieve only ruin." Then he pulled away from her easily, as if her strength had failed. Leaving her confounded, he handed the oar-crest to Leand. As soon as the stone left his fingers, he appeared to faint. Too late, Lyndon snatched at his slumping form, but Bappa was quicker. He caught the old man and lowered him gently to the rug. Obviously the cord had known what to expect. All of Lyndon's friends had known. "Leand," she asked in chagrin, "is he—" Leand continued to cradle the oar-crest in his palm, as though its touch gave him pleasure. "We have spoken of this," he answered quietly, gazing at Annalee. "We discern no lasting hurt. He will slumber briefly. When he wakes, he will be as he was. In some form, his madness is kindly. It shields him. In its absence, his bereavements would compel despair." When the young man looked up at Lyndon, his compassion for Annalee filled his eyes. "This we have concluded among ourselves, for we know not how otherwise to comprehend either his pain or his endurance of it." Martyr nodded, and Pani rested her hand on Leand's shoulder, sharing his sympathy. Lyndon's knees felt suddenly weak. "God," she breathed, "I need to sit down." Unsteadily she moved to the nearest chair and dropped into it. Then she covered her face with her hands, trying to absorb what had just happened. "Oh, Annalee, how much more of this will you have to suffer?" "That doom awaits you." Sunder and Halion feared intentions which Lyndon had not revealed, even to the Mahdoubt. She had hardly named them to herself. And behind them stands Thomas Covenant. Now she believed absolutely that it was her Covenant who had spoken in her dreams, who had warned her through Annalee in the verge of wandering, who had addressed her friends on the rich grass of the plateau. No one else would have spoken as he did. "Who craves only that I assure you of his love." For a while her friends waited for her in silence. Then Stave said firmly, "Chosen, we must speak. We recognize that you have suffered much, but you propose to combat the land's foes. You speak of betrayal, and it appears that both the unbeliever and your son have been lost, when their proclaimed intent was the land's redemption. Such matters require comprehension. Also, we are bewildered by the Mahdoubt," added Martyr, "who has shown herself able to pass through stone. She is absent from these chambers, though she was not seen to depart. Her role in your return pleads for explanation." Lyndon did not lower her hands. When her friends had come to her door, she had believed herself ready for them. Now she knew that she was not. "Main thrall," Stave counted. "If you will heed my counsel, we will not consider the Mahdoubt until other concerns have been addressed. I do not desire concealment, either from you or from the Chosen, but I deem that the Mahdout's strangeness is less than urgent. The Earlord's fate and our own straits hold greater import." "As you will," Lyndon felt Martyr's nod. The mistrust which he had once displayed toward Stave was entirely gone. "I am content to speak of her when you find it condign to do so." Promptly Stave continued, "Then I will say to you, Lyndon Avery, Chosen, that you have been absent from Revelstone for half a moon." 13 days, Lyndon," put in Leand. "And have slept for 2 days more," the Harukai went on. "In that time we have feared for your life, and now that you have returned, we fear for the life of land. Your words give us reason to conceive that the unbeliever has failed." Still Lyndon covered her face, hid from her companions. The spectres of Sunder and Halion distrusted her. How could she tell her friends that she had come within a few heartbeats of giving the despiser exactly what he desired. Gallows Howe demanded a greater champion than Lyndon Avery. "Lyndon," said Leand, prodding her gently, "we did not know how to hope. When you had disappeared, Esmer likewise vanished." The Erviles then dispersed, leaving no sign of themselves, or of the Wainham, and the Ronahan had departed among the mountains, suggesting that you had no more need of them. His voice tightened momentarily. "That you would not return. Yet the demon besieged Revelstone furiously. The loss of you filled our hearts with dread." "It was Thomas Covenant who took you from us," Pani added, as if she feared that Lyndon might doubt Leand. "The first ring-thane. Now he is gone. Through Annalie we have been promised travails rather than relief. How then should we hope?" Lyndon sighed. They were right, of course, all of them. She had to tell them what had happened. Still, she was reluctant to answer them. She did not want to reveal what she had become. Annalie's warning scared her because she already knew that she would ignore it. Soon, she commanded herself. Soon she would face the risk of her story, but she would postpone it a little longer. Slowly she lowered her hands. Her friends stood clustered in front of her. Pani's hand remained on Leon's shoulder, gripping him for support or comfort. Bappa waited near Annalie, ready to help the old man when he woke. The older Cord kept his gaze averted from Lyndon's, as if to show that he asked nothing of her, that her mere presence was enough for him. But both Martyr and Stave studied her, the main-thrall avidly, the Harukai without expression. Clearing her throat, Lyndon asked carefully, "How often has Annalie been sane?" "Once only," Leand answered at once, and he retained himself only so that he might command us to grant him the Orcrest stone when he beckoned. For 10 days and more he has not touched the stone or spoken clearly. The Stone-Downers' gaze encouraged her not to worry about Annalie, or any of her friends, but his tone held a muffled eagerness, a wetted admixture of relief, uncertainty, and excitement. He appeared to feel elevated by the Sunstone, raised to a stature which surpassed his expectations for himself. "And what about the Orcrest?" Lyndon asked him. "The Sunstone. How did you find it?" In a general sense, she knew the answer. What you need is the ombre. You'll know what you're looking for when you touch it. But she wanted Leon's confirmation. She could not imagine why Covenant had urged him to go in search of power. And she had never seen the ombre of the clave. She only knew that Vane had found the iron heels of Beric's staff there while she was a prisoner in Revelstone. But Stave intervened before Leand could reply. "Chosen, I belittle neither Leand nor Orcrest in saying that they do not outweigh our need for your tale. In the name of all that we have dreaded, I ask this of you. Speak to us that we may know the truth of our peril." Lyndon did not glance away from Leand. "Just this one, Stave." To her own ears, she sounded as inflexible as the Harukai. "Please, I'm still trying to pull myself together. Hearing you talk, all of you, helps me." Their voices, and her concern, reminded her of the woman she had once been. Stave glanced at Martyr. When the main-thrall assented, Stave said stiffly, "Be brief, Stone-Downer." Pani continued to hold Leon's shoulder, but she lowered her eyes as though she sought to mask the fact that where he felt excitement, she knew only trepidation. Abruptly, Leand seated himself near Lyndon. Bracing his elbows on his knees, he leaned toward her, held his piece of Orcrest like an offering or demonstration between them. His concern for her crowded against the surface of his attention, but his desire to speak of the Sunstone temporarily took precedence. "In this matter, Lyndon, I am not formed for brevity. At your side, I have been mazed by marvels which surpassed all conception. But until I placed my hand upon this stone and felt my spirit answer to its astonishment, I had not imagined that I, too, might find myself exalted." In life, Sundra had wielded his piece of sunstone skillfully, but he had been educated by the clave's reed. Leand had no such instruction, no lore of any kind. Only the inborn resources of his stone-downer blood might enable him to make use of Orcrest. "You must comprehend," he explained earnestly, "that we were distraught to the depths of our hearts. The unbeliever and your son had rent you from us, promising salvation, yet the Urviles opposed them, and were in turn opposed by Esmer, whose disturbed loyalties appear to shift at every occasion. Also a voice had spoken to us through Annalee, foretelling obscure needs and burdens, and the demon-dim battered Revelstone heinously. The masters responded valorously, but their losses were grave, and none knew how long they might deny the horde. It is your word that you have endured events which defy description. Our consternation also exceeded telling." Pawnee fingers dug into Leand's shoulder, but she would not meet Lendon's gaze. Leand continued to search Lendon's face for an answer to his underlying apprehension. "Galled by helplessness, we endeavored to busy ourselves. Daily we bathed in Glimmermere to banish the bale of Kevin's dirt. The Raman tended the mounts of the masters, and Stave, as he later informed us, labored to acquire the secret of silencing his thoughts. But Annalee and I were without purpose or relief. He remained as he was, compliant and mumbling incoherently. Of him I knew only that he misliked the nearness of the masters. I, however—" Leand shrugged at the memory. "I had no place in the defence of Lord's Keep. My presence merely hindered the masters. The Raman sought a use for my aid, but their skills eluded me, though I have cared for horses since boyhood. I could discover no trace or trail of the demon-dim spawn, and Stave declined to guide me to the Aumbry, declaring that the masters would permit no approach to implements of earth power. Lendon, the thought that I was barred from that which I had been advised to seek became anguish. In your company I have encountered the greatness and import of the land, but in your absence I was no more than a foolish stone-downer, superfluous and ignorant. Even the benison of Glimmermere gave me no solace. Were it not for Pawnee's attentiveness and generosity," he smiled quickly at the young Cord, "I might have flung myself against the demon-dim merely to relieve my futility." With an aborted snore, Annalee raised his head, peered blindly around the room. Then he appeared to catch the scent of food, muttering, "Annalee is hungry." He braced himself on Bappa's prompt support, climbed to his feet, and went at once to sit near the tray so that he could resume his interrupted meal. If his temporary lucidity had left any after-effects, they lay beyond the reach of Lendon's senses. "Briefly, Leand," muttered Martyr in a low voice, "the ring-thane's heart is sufficiently fraught. Do not dwell upon griefs which have passed." At once Pawnee turned to the main thrall, apparently intending to defend Leand, but Martyr silenced her with a frown, and she ducked her head again. "I crave your pardon," Leand said to Lendon. "The main thrall speaks sooth. Your sorrows indeed defy utterance, for the fate of the land rests with you. It is plain that the unbeliever's purpose has failed, and your son is lost to you. I speak of my plight only so that you may comprehend my transformation." Again he looked at the Raman girl, "and Pawnee's dread." "Don't worry about it." Lendon's tone resembled Stave's stoicism. "It's going to be a long night, and there isn't much that we can do until morning." She might not be able to leave Revelstone until she found a way to help the masters defeat the demon-dim. "We don't need to hurry." Leand's countenance revealed his gratitude, as well as his alarm at her manner, as he resumed his explanation. "On the 4th day from your disappearance, Stave approached me to announce that the time had come. He had learned to conceal his thoughts from the masters, and the masters themselves were heavily engaged by the demon-dim. He conceived that we might therefore approach the Aumbry without opposition. His kinsmen were too few to guard us closely. I accepted at once, though Pawnee protested. I required some task or deed which might offer meaning to my days. Leaving Annalee with the Raman, we descended into the depths of Revelstone, where no lamps burned except that which Stave bore, and the neglected dust of many and many years had gathered heavily. There we entered a passage which appeared to serve no purpose, for it ended in blank stone. Glimmermere had refreshed my discernment, however, and when I had studied the wall for a time, I perceived a faint residue of glamour or theurgy. Though it was veiled from simple sight, a tracing of red outlined the shape of a portal. I have no knowledge of such matters, as you are aware, yet to my senses the tracing flowed toward a place of accentuation in the center of the lintel. Testing me, perhaps, Stave offered no counsel. None the less I dared to set my hand upon that accentuation, and when I had done so, a door became evident within the pattern of the lines. Linden listened closely, trying to prepare herself, bracing her resolve on Leon's story. Some of its details begged for examination. Surely the masters knew that he now held a piece of sunstone, and they must have sensed Leon's entrance into the Ombre. Why had they not taken the ore-crest from him as soon as he found it? His tone intensified as he continued. Moved by an ancient magic beyond my ken, the door opened of its own accord, admitting us to corridors thick with dust and dank air. Thereafter Stave resumed his guidance, for the passages gave no hint of their design or intent. Soon the air grew nigh too foul to breathe, and Stave's lamp faltered. Ere it failed, however, we came upon an iron door, heavy and dark, lying discarded upon the floor, and from the chamber which the door had once sealed shone the illumination of the moon at its full. Also I discerned an aura of eldritch vitality as poignant as Glimmermere's, but immeasurably more complex. Indeed, I recognized nothing except that the atmosphere was compounded of earth power and a multitude of forms. To my inquiries, Leon said, Stave replied only that the chamber was the Ombre of the Clave, that the door had been wrested from its mounts by the ervile made man or creature named Vane, and that none had seen a need to repair the door, guarded as it was by its outer theurgy. Then he did not speak for a time. Rather, he appeared to listen for the inward speech of the masters, so that we might be forewarned if we were threatened. In silence, we entered the Ombre together. His effort to contain the wonder of what he had seen was plain. It showed in his grasp on the ore-crest. As his fingers tightened, the stone began to glow softly, white as washed cotton and clean as his heart. The chamber was large, perhaps twice the size of your quarters taken together, and clearly a storehouse for implements and talisman of aged puissance. Indeed, I was hardly able to advance against the radiance of earth power on every side. Tables crowded the floor as shelves covered the walls, their surfaces laden. Everywhere I saw scrolls and casks, amulets and torques, periapts beyond my naming of them, swords of many shapes and fashions, staffs which compelled me to imagine that they had once been clasped by lords. The light itself was emitted by 3 munificent caskets upon the shelves, as well as by some few objects upon the tables. Yet wherever I turned my senses, I beheld potencies of such transcendence that my spirit was dazzled by them. Suddenly Leon stopped. Easing his grip on the sunstone, he let its light fade. Then he sat up straight, tucked the ore-crest away in its pouch, and faced Linden with his hands braced on his thighs. An unexpected anger sharpened his tone. "Linden, the proscriptions of the masters no longer appear arrogant to me. Now I deem them madness. I comprehend that the Harukai eschew weapons, trusting solely to strength and skill. This they deem necessary to their vision of themselves, and the Ramen are the servants of the Ranahin. They find no use in the exercise of theurgy, for the great horses do not require it of them. Yet the sheer waste of that which the Ombre contains staggers me. I discern no conscience in the denial." Linden interrupted him. Defending herself as much as Stave and the masters, she stated heavily, "It isn't that simple. You don't just need the instrument. You have to know how to use it." "Yet," the stone-downer tried to protest. She did not let him go on. "Leon, what happened to you in that room? How many of those things did you have to examine before you found what you were looking for?" "Many," he admitted uncomfortably. "Some felt inert to my touch, though their power was visible. Others refused my hand entirely. The markings upon the scrolls conveyed no meaning, and the radiance of the caskets forbade me to open them. For a time I craved a sword or a staff, but they proffered no response." "You see," said Linden more gently, Maybe the masters were wrong. I think they were. But it doesn't matter now. All of the old knowledge, the lore of the lords, even the reed of the clave, it's gone. It's been lost. And without it, she lifted her shoulders in a stiff shrug. I can use the staff of law because I made it. But I can only call up wild magic because Covenant left me his ring. In a sense, she had inherited it from him. I'm surprised you found even one thing that felt right to you. Although he seemed unconvinced, Leand nodded. And all that the ombre contained bewildered me. The Orcrest I would have ignored without Stave's counsel. When I beseeched his aid, however, he observed that I am a stone-downer, and that therefore some object of stone might serve me. Glancing around at her friends, Lendon saw that Martyr's impatience was growing, and even Bappa appeared restless. Pani held herself motionless, with her hand on Leon's shoulder and her body stiff. Only Stave remained impassive, studying Lendon with a single eye, and only Annalie ignored the tension in the room. Lendon sighed. She could not postpone her own explanations much longer. "But you found it," she said to hasten Leand. "As soon as you touched it, you were sure. It makes you feel like you've come to life. We can all see what it means to you." His heritage glowed within him as though the blood in his veins had taken light. "Now I need you to skip ahead. Tell me why the Masters didn't stop you. From their point of view, it was a major concession when they let me keep my staff and Covenant's ring. And they remember Orcrest. They remember everything. Why didn't they take it away from you?" Leand glanced at Stave. "When we returned to the door of Theurgy," the stone-downer told Lendon, "Bronnel of the Humbled awaited us, barring our passage. He demanded of me that I must replace the Orcrest in the Ombre." Then the young man's grave eyes met hers again. "Stave dissuaded him." Lendon caught her breath. Staring at Stave, she asked softly, "Did you fight him?" The Harukai shook his head. "There was no need. To some small extent, the indulgence which the Masters have granted to you, and to Annalie also, wards the stone-downer as well. But that alone—" Stave shrugged. "However, an uncertainty has been sown in the hearts of the Masters. They have not forgotten your words when you argued for their aid. In addition, the Earl-Lord Thomas Covenant urged the voice of the Masters to persuade you from your purpose against the demon dim. Yet it is apparent, even to the least tractable of my kinsmen, that only your quenching of the fall, and thus of the ill-earth stone, has enabled Revelstone to withstand the horde. Afterward," again Stave shrugged, "the unbeliever took you from among us in a manner which encouraged doubt. And when the unbeliever and your son had removed you, the siege remained. The unremitting attacks of the demon dim demonstrated that the Earl-Lord had not accomplished his purpose, or that his purpose was not as he had avowed. Therefore the Masters have become uncertain. They do not yet question their own service, but they inquire now if they have justly gauged your worth. For that reason, Bronnel was reluctant to strike down even the least esteemed of your companions." Between her teeth, but quietly, Pani exclaimed, "He is not the least. He is the first of the Ring-Thane's friends, and the foremost." Involuntarily Leand blushed, but Lendon kept her attention on Stave. "Are you telling me," she asked, "that Bronnel let him keep something as earth-powerful as Orcrest, because the Masters are uncertain?" "No, Chosen," replied Stave. "I have said only that Bronnel felt reluctance because the Masters have become uncertain. He did not reclaim the Orcrest from Leand because I challenged him to the Rodhamerel test of truth." Lendon's mien must have exposed her incomprehension. Without pausing, Stave explained, "In your sojourn with the Earl-Lord, you knew only the Clave and the Sunbane. Your knowledge of the land does not extend to the time of the Lords, when the stone lore of the Rodhamerel was the life and blood of every stone-down, just as the Lilienrill lore enriched and preserved every woodhelven. You are unacquainted with the test of truth. It was performed with Orcrest, or the Lomelia lore, to distinguish honesty from falsehood, fealty from corruption. Such testing was known to be imperfect. At one time Corruption himself accepted the challenge and was not exposed. Among such lesser beings as the Ravers, however, or those who were mortal, the test of truth did not fail. I observed to Bronnel that Leand himself had met the test, though the lore of the Rod HaMeril has been lost for millennia. He held Orcrest in his hand and suffered no hurt, and I proposed to endure the test as well if Bronnel would do likewise. Leand nodded. In his face Lendon could see that Stave had surprised him then. He was not accustomed to thinking of any Harukai as a friend. "That challenge he refused," Stave continued. "He did not doubt its outcome for himself. But such matters have too much import to be decided by a single master when the masters together have become uncertain. They have spurned me. In their sight I have betrayed their chosen service. If I failed the test of truth, I would confirm their judgment. But if I did not, much would be altered. Therefore Bronnel permitted us to pass unopposed. Now Leand is suffered to hold the Orcrest just as Annalee is suffered to move freely, and your own actions have not been hindered. We are warded by the uncertainty of the masters." Lendon shook her head. "I'm sorry, Stave. I don't understand. What would be altered?" "Chosen," Stave answered without impatience. "The Harukai have not forgotten their ancient esteem for those dedicated to the Rod HaMeril and Lilienrill lore. My kinsman recalled that the Bloodguard honored the test of truth. If the Orcrest did not reject me, the masters would be compelled to consider that mayhap they had erred when I was made outcast. Therefore other doubts would necessarily ensue. Then would their uncertainty burgeon rather than decline. The masters in conclave might perchance have accepted the hazard. Bronnel alone could not, and the extremity of Revelstone's defense precluded careful evaluation." "All right," Lendon said slowly. "Now I get it, I think." She could never be certain that she grasped the full stringency of the masters, but her own circumstances demanded all of her conviction, and she had already made her companions wait too long. "Thank you." She suspected that the doubts of the masters would eventually make them more intransigent rather than less, and she did not know how to tell her friends that she had become as rigid and unyielding as Stave's kindred. Instead of standing to meet her own test, she allowed herself one last distraction. With as much gentleness as she could summon, she said, "Punny." Quickly the young court lifted her troubled gaze to meet Lendon's, then dropped her eyes again. "Ringthane?" With that one brief look, Punny seemed to bare her soul. Lendon caught her breath, held it for a moment. Then she murmured like a sigh. "Leand has what Covenant told him to find. Thomas Covenant himself, not some malign imitation. Now you're afraid of what's going to happen to him." Punny nodded without raising her head. Her grip on Leand's shoulder looked tight enough to hurt, but he only reached up to rest one of his hands on hers, and did not flinch. At last Lendon rose to her feet. For her own sake as much as for Punny's, she said, "What you'll have to face is going to be harder." Covenant had said so through Annalee. "I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going to happen to any of us, but I know that you and Leand need each other." She was intimately familiar with the cruelty of being forced to face her doom unloved. Try to understand his excitement. For the first time in his life he has something that you've never lacked, something comparable to the way in which the Raman served the Ranahin. A reason to believe that what he does matters. The masters had taken that away from all of the land's people. A reason to believe in himself. Covenant had given Lendon's friends a message for her. "She can do this. Tell her I said that." She did not believe him, or disbelieve. She could only promise that she would let nothing stop her. She had also made a promise to Care Royal Wildwood, which she meant to keep. Standing, Lendon looked around at her companions. at Martyr's champing frustration and Stave's impassivity, Bappa's conflicted desire to hear and not hear her tale, Annalee's inattentiveness, Leon's growing concern, at Pawnee surprise and appreciation. Then, for the first time since the Humboldt had left the room, she let her underlying wrath rise to the surface. "As it turns out," she said like iron, "the Elohim told the truth." He or she had given warning of Croyle as well as scourge, and both the Raman and the people of the land had been urged to beware the half-hand. If they hadn't been so damn cryptic about it, they might have actually done us some good. Had you not suffered and striven as you did, you would not have become who you are. "Leon, would you put more wood on the fire? It's going to get colder in here." Before anyone could react, she walked away into her bedroom. Temporarily, at least, she had moved past her reluctance. First, she opened the shutters over the window so that the comparative chill of the spring night could flow in unhindered. She wanted that small reminder of grim winter and desperation. For a moment she breathed the air as if she were filling her lungs with darkness. Then she retrieved her staff and carried its rune-carved ebony back to her waiting friends. As they caught sight of it, Leon and the Cords winced. They were not surprised. They had seen the staff when they had brought her here from the plateau, but they did not understand its transformation. "What has transpired?" Bappa's voice was husky with alarm. "Is this some new staff?" "Gaze more closely, Cord," growled the main thrall. "This is alteration, not replacement. Some lore-wise being has constrained the Ring-Thane's staff or exalted it, and she has wielded her power in battle greater and more terrible than any we have witnessed. She has met such foes—" Abruptly he turned to Stave. "Perhaps now we must speak of the Mahdoubt, who has retrieved the Ring-Thane from the most dire peril." Stave studied Linden closely. "The Chosen will speak as she wills. However, I am loath to address such matters. We may consider them with greater assurance when more is known." "Annalee sees this," Annalee remarked, peering blindly past or through the staff. "He cannot name it, yet he sees that it is fitting." Linden shook her head. "The Mahdoubt is beside the point." She had no idea why Stave wanted to avoid the subject, but she did not wish to discuss the insequent without the older woman's permission. For reasons of her own, perhaps to evade questions like Martyr's, the Mahdoubt had avoided encountering Linden's companions a short time ago. Whatever those reasons were, Linden intended to respect them. Lightly she tapped one shot end of her staff on the floor. "Even this isn't the point. I just wanted you to look at it. I don't know how to describe everything that happened, but I wanted to give you some idea of the scale." Now everyone except Annalee regarded her intently. While the old man mumbled a disjointed counterpoint, she tried to put what she had experienced into words. She could not do it. The stone in the center of her chest left no room for sorrow or regret, or for the urgent bafflement and need which had compelled her actions. She still felt those things, but she could not articulate them. They had melted and joined to form the igneous amalgam of her purpose. Any language except deeds would have falsified her to herself. Instead of the truth, she told her friends the bare skeleton of her story, bones stripped of passion and necessity. While the night air from her bedroom blew softly on the back of her neck, she recited the facts of her time with Roger and the Croyle as if she had heard them from someone else. Although she glossed over a number of details, she skipped nothing essential until she came to her time with the Mahdoubt and Garrotting Deep. Then she spoke only of Caroil wildwood and runes, leaving unexplained her rescue from the land's past. If her companions had asked about her return to Revelstone, she would have deflected their inquiries until she understood Stave's disinclination to discuss the Mahdoubt, or until she could seek the Mahdout's consent. But they did not. Various aspects of her narrative snagged their attention, and they had too many other questions. Stave and the Raman understood more than Leon did. In their separate fashions, their people had preserved their knowledge of the land's history. Perhaps for that reason Martyr was caught and held by everything that Lendon chose to say about the insequent. It was entirely new to him. Bappa stumbled over her description of the vials and seemed unable to recover his balance. Pani listened wide-eyed until Lendon related how she had entered Melanchurion Skyweir in Jeremiah's deadwood cage. Then confusion dulled her expression, as if she had reached the limit of what she could hear and absorb. And Stave attended with a slight frown that slowly deepened into a scowl as Lendon talked about Roger Covenant and the Croyle. But he only evinced surprise when she spoke of Carroyle Wildwood. Apparently he found more wonder in the Forstall's forbearance and aid than in anything else. In contrast, Leand concentrated on Lendon herself, rather than on the substance of her story. As she talked, he radiated a mounting and entirely personal distress, a concern for her which outweighed everything that he could not grasp. And when she had put in place the last bones of her denatured tale, his alarm swept him to his feet. "Lendon," he began, groping for words that would not come until he clenched his fists and punched them against each other to break the logjam of his emotions. "Chosen, Wild-Wielder, he was your son, and the man whom you have loved, yet you say nothing of yourself. How do you bear it? How are you able?" "No," Lendon silenced him with sudden vehemence. His caring cut her too deeply. "We don't talk about me. We aren't going to talk about me at all." How could she hope to explain her essential transformation? "I can try to answer practical questions, and I know what I have to do." Within her she holds the devastation of the earth. "But Lord Fowl took my son and gave him to the Croyle. That I do not forgive. I do not forgive." The Ronahan had tried to warn her, but she had failed to heed them. She had not understood. Leand fell back a step, shocked by her ferocity. All of her friends stared at her, their eyes wide. Even Stave seemed to wince. Annalie's head flinched from side to side, as if he sought to shake her words from his ears. Thomas Covenant had urged her to find him. He had told her to trust herself. For a long moment no one moved. Lendon heard no breathing but her own. The logs that Leand had tossed into the hearth seemed to burn without a sound. But then Bappa shuddered, as if he were chilled by the cool air from the bedroom. Raising his head, he looked directly into the mute fury of Lendon's gaze. "Ringthane," he said unsteadily, "you have spoken of your son's plight, but you have said little else of him. How does it chance that he, too, is a half-hand?" Age, a wrath's mark, was placed upon the boy when he was yet a small child. She might have taken offense if she had not recognized what lay behind his question. It was a form of misdirection which she had used often herself. He did not mean to imply that Jeremiah was a danger to the land. Instead, Bappa was trying to slip past her defenses. He thought that if she began to talk about Jeremiah, she might be able to release some of her grief, and so find a measure of relief. He did not know that she was stone and could not bend. She could only shatter. But the main thrall intervened at once. "Be still, Cord," he snapped harshly. "Where is your sight? Are you blind to the fetters which bind her heart? We are Ramen, familiar with treachery and loss. We do not reply thus to suffering. The Ringthane will reveal more when more is needed. Sufficient here is the knowledge which we have gained, and the depth to which both she and the land have been betrayed." Bappa gave a bow of compliance to his main thrall. Then he lowered his head and remained silent. Leand made no protest. He may have been stricken dumb by the sight of Lendon's pain. An ache of misery filled his eyes, but he accepted her refusal. No one spoke until Stave said stolidly, "You do not forgive." He had recovered his flat composure. "This we comprehend. The masters also do not, and they bear the cost of it, as you do." Then he added in a more formal tone, "Lendon Avery, Chosen, and Wild-Wielder, tell us of your intent, that we may make ready, If you would seek out and confront the land's foes, we mean to accompany you. Doubtless, however, some preparation is needful." He sounded like a man who saw the necessity of risk and death, and was not afraid. Privately, Linden had feared that her friends would flinch away when they heard her story. She had given them a host of reasons to question her judgment, and would give them more. But Stave's assertion affirmed their fidelity. They had given her no cause to believe that they would ever spurn her. Whether she went to salvation or doom, she would not be alone, not as she had been in Roger's company and the Croyles. "All right," she replied, when she meant, "Thank you." Simple gratitude was beyond her. Telling her tale had expended too much of her self-possession. "This is what I have in mind." The Mahdoubt had called Linden's intentions fearsome and terrible. The Vials had spoken of the devastation of the earth. Leand himself had said, "You have it within you to perform horrors." But Linden did not pause to doubt herself. "First," she began, "I'll have to end the siege somehow." She could not leave Revelstone to the depredations of the demon-dem. "But then I'm going to Andalane. If I can, I want to find Lorik's krill. It's supposed to be able to channel any amount of power. It might let me use white gold and my staff at the same time." Stave nodded as if to himself, but she did not stop. "And I want to meet the dead." Before anyone could object, she continued grimly, "I know what Annalee said. I heard him as well as you did. But I need answers, and there's no one else that I can ask." She was done with Esmer. His attempts to aid her were too expensive. And she was sure that Sunder and Hallian were not the only shades who walked among the Andalanian hills. Others of the land's lost heroes would be there as well, and might view her desires differently. Martyr and Stave exchanged a glance. Then the main thrall faced Linden with a ramen bow. "As you will, Ring-Thane. We will make such preparations as the masters permit. And," he added, "Quod Pani will share with Leand any comprehension of your tale the Ramen possess. Some portion of his ignorance she will relieve. However," he continued more harshly, "you are unaware of one event which has occurred in your absence." His manner claimed Linden's full attention. Studying him, she saw predatory approval, although behind it lay a degree of apprehension. "The siege," she breathed. Martyr nodded. "It is gone." She stared. "How?" She could not believe that the masters had defeated their enemies. The demon-dem had too much power. "Understand, Ring-Thane," he replied, "that the battle to preserve Revelstone raged furiously, and for many days the eventual defeat of the masters appeared certain. But then, ere sunset, on the day before your return, a lone figure in the semblance of a man arrived on the plain. None beheld his approach. He merely appeared, just as you later appeared with the Mahdoubt. Alone he advanced against the horde." Now Linden understood his desire to speak of the older woman earlier. "The demon-dem turned upon him in rage," Martyr went on, "and their power was extreme. Yet he defeated them to the last of their numbers. In the space of 50 heartbeats, or perhaps 10, all of the Render's teeth ceased to exist." Linden made no effort to conceal her astonishment. Again she asked, "How?" For a moment no one responded. Then Leand cleared his throat. "Linden," he said uncomfortably, "to our sight it appeared that he devoured them." And that instant the chill of the night air overtook the warmth of the fire. A shiver of hope or foreboding ran down Linden's spine, and her limbs ached suddenly as though she had fallen back into the cruel winter where she had been betrayed. 4. Old Conflicts. Linden tightened her grip on the staff. Devoured them. All of those monsters, the entire horde. Hardly aware of what she did, she drew a subtle current of earth power from among the runes to counteract the cold touch of dread and desire. A man who could do that. Then she forced herself to look around at her friends. It was plain that Leand understood what he had told her no better than she did. Stave and the Raman met her gaze. Annerly had turned his head away, shifted sideways in his chair so that he could lean his cheek against the wall as if for comfort. His only reaction was a fractured muttering. "Who is he?" Linden asked. With a shake of his head, Martyr deferred to Stave. "None hath inquired of him," Stave replied stolidly. "The masters permit no one to pass Revelstone's gates." His response surprised Linden further. However, she held the obvious question in abeyance. "But he's still there?" "Aye, chosen," answered Stave. "He remains at no great distance, warming his hands by a small fire, which he does not replenish, yet which continues to burn. He appears to neither eat nor sleep. Rather, it would seem that he merely waits." Linden caught her breath, held it briefly. She had seen a fire that did not need to be fed, and beside it a figure patiently motionless. Her mind raced as ideas reeled into new alignments. The earth was vast, and inhabited by beings and powers which she had never encountered. The land's present, as well as its past, held mysteries. She could not be sure that she knew what a waiting figure beside a steady fire signified. "Why haven't the masters talked to him? Why won't they let anyone go out there?" Stave lifted his shoulders in a Harukai shrug. "They are uncertain. His puissance is manifest. They question the wisdom of accosting him. In addition—" he hesitated slightly. "There are other matters which I would prefer to name when more is known." Other matters, Linden thought, like the Mahdoubt. Stave and the masters knew something which they did not wish to reveal. She wanted to pursue her instinctive assumptions immediately. She had slept for a long time, she had eaten well, and the unexpected doom of the demon den distracted her from loss and rage. She was eager to act on her decisions. But her companions had preparations to make. In addition, she had promised the humbled that they would be told whatever they needed to know. She could not justify concealing the truth about Roger Covenant and the Croyle from Stave's kinsman. "All right," she said, while her thoughts ran in several directions at once. "We'll let that go for now." She had to resist an impulse to pace as she said, "We should start getting ready. Mainthral, I hope you'll take care of that for me, you and your cords, and Leand." When she felt the Stone-Downers' protest, she faced him squarely. "Pawnee will explain some things while you're finding supplies. Tomorrow I'll answer your questions." With her eyes, she added mutely, "if they aren't about me. In the meantime, please take Annerly with you. I need a chance to think." Then she said to Stave, "You should talk to the humbled. Tell them—" she opened her free hand in a small gesture of surrender. "Everything." More sharply, she went on, "But when you're done with that, I want to see you again. You can tell me how they take the news." That was only a portion of what she had in mind. However, she felt sure that Stave understood the rest. She saw in the concentration on Martyr's mien that he understood as well, or guessed it. Yet he made no objection. He was a Raman, bred from childhood to unquestioning service. Without hesitation, he turned to the door, drawing Bappa and Pani in the wake of his authority. For a moment, Leand continued to study Linden with a perplexed frown, but he was capable of dignity, and he had shown repeatedly that he could set his own desires and confusion aside whenever she asked that of him. Drawing himself up, he inclined his head in acquiescence. Then he approached Annerly, urged the old man gently to his feet, and led him after the Raman. Stave bowed before he withdrew. Linden could only guess what sharing her story with Galt and Clyme might cost him, but he did not flinch from it. As soon as he closed the door behind him, she began to stride back and forth in front of the hearth, stamping the staff of law lightly on the floor with each step. She had told the truth. She needed to think. But she was also restless for action. She had let too much time pass. Surely her foes had already formed new plans and started to carry them out? Roger and the Croyle had escaped the convulsion under Melanchurion Skyweir. Moksha Jahannam's role remained hidden. If they and the Scourge and Castanessen and Esmer and Kevin's Dirt and Jones's seizures did not suffice to achieve Lord Fowle's desires, he would devise new threats. The stranger outside Revelstone's gates might be one such peril, or he might be an ally as unexpected as the Mahdoubt. Yet Linden could not leave her rooms without Stave. She did not know her way through Lord's Keep, and she needed him for other reasons as well. Therefore, she had to wait. While she paced, she tried to imagine what she would have done if she had been free to exact answers from the Theomach. Slowly the flames in the hearth dwindled, allowing a chill to fill Linden's rooms, but she did not close the shutters or put more wood on the fire. The darkness outside Revelstone would be colder. When she heard a knock at her door, she called out immediately, "Come in!" As the door opened to admit Stave, she saw all three of the Humboldt behind him. But they did not follow him inside or prevent him from closing the door. Apparently they were content to ensure that she could not leave her quarters without their consent. "Chosen." Perhaps to reassure her, Stave bowed yet again. "I have fulfilled your word. All that you have elected to relate, I have conveyed to the masters." Poised and impatient, on the verge of attempting to take charge of her fate, Linden found that her mouth and throat had gone dry. She could feel her heart's labor in her chest. Her voice was unnaturally husky as she asked, "How did they react?" He gave a small shrug. "They are the masters of the land." She tried to grin, but succeeded only at grimacing. "In other words, they didn't react at all." Stave faced her with his one eye and his flat countenance. "They chafe at my ability to silence my thoughts. For that reason they seek to mute their own, but they cannot. Their communion precludes them from acquiring my skill. They conclude that you propose to confront the stranger who has brought an end to the demon-dim. This they conceive in part because it is your way to leave no obstacle unchallenged, and in part because you have declined to speak of the Mahdoubt." "And that's why," muttered Linden harshly, "there are now 3 of them outside my door." Then she forced herself to soften her tone. "But do they believe me?" "That you have spoken sooth," he replied without inflection, "is plain to me. Therefore I have made it plain to them." "Good." A small relief lessened her tension briefly. "Thank you." While she could still bear to remain passive, she drank the last of Glimmermere's water. Anneli had not touched it, presumably for the same reason that he refused to bathe in the lake or suffer the touch of hurtloam. "Tell me," she said, striving to sound conversational, undemanding, "why don't you want to talk about that stranger, or about the Mahdoubt?" He did not look away. "Like the masters, I am uncertain. Therefore I prefer to await the resolution of my doubts." Linden scrutinized him. "Uncertain?" "The Mahdoubt and the stranger are entwined in my thoughts. I speculate concerning them, but my imaginings are unconfirmed. If I am mistaken, I do not wish to compound my error by speaking prematurely." She nodded. "I understand. I don't know why the Mahdoubt disappeared when she did, but she's my friend. She saved my life. That's why I didn't say anything. As far as I'm concerned, she should be allowed to keep her secrets." Then Linden added, "But I don't feel that way about our stranger. He's a bit too fortuitous for my taste." His defeat of the Horde resembled Roger's and the Croyles' arrival in glamour. "I think that we should go relieve some of our ignorance." Stave appeared to hesitate. "Do you conceive that the masters will permit it?" Linden tightened her grip on the staff. "Oh, they'll permit it all right. You told them my story. Right now they need answers as badly as we do." "I'm sure that they still don't trust me, and the fact that they were so wrong about Roger and my son might make them even more suspicious. Now they really don't know who to trust. But you told them about the Theomach, and they know that the Mahdoubt isn't just a servant of Revelstone. If they want to go on calling themselves the masters of the land, they need to know who that stranger is. They need to know how he disposed of the demon-dim, and why. If I'm willing to risk talking to him, I don't see how they can object." After a slight pause, Stave nodded. "As you say, Chosen. If they reason otherwise, they will reconsider." Then he turned to open the door. In the hall outside, the Humboldt stood arrayed like a blockade, and for an instant Linden's steps faltered. But Bronnell, Clyme, and Galt parted smoothly, permitting Stave to walk between them. At the former master's back, she left her rooms unopposed. As she followed Stave, the Humboldt formed an escort behind her. So far, at least, they tolerated her actions. Her boots struck echoes from the smooth stone, but the Harukai moved soundlessly. Obliquely she regretted that she had sent the rest of her friends away. Their company might have comforted her. "You hold great powers. Yet if we determine that we must wrest them from you, do you truly doubt that we will prevail?" She had heard too many forecasts of disaster. On some deep level she feared herself in spite of her granite resolve, or because of it. Nevertheless, she kept pace with Stave as he guided her through the intricate passages of Lord's Keep. She could acknowledge doubts and distrust, but they did not sway her. Stairways descended at unexpected intervals. Corridors seemed to branch randomly, running in all directions. At every juncture, however, the way had been prepared. Lamps and torches illumined Stave's route, and he walked ahead of her with unerring confidence. Apparently the masters condoned her intentions. The passages seemed long to her, yet eventually Stave led her down a short hall that ended in the high cavern inside Revelstone's inner gates. There, too, lamps and torches had been set out for her, and when she looked past Stave's shoulder, she saw that the keep's heavy interlocking doors stood slightly open. That they remained poised to close swiftly did not trouble her. The masters were understandably chary. One man alone had defeated the entire horde of the demon dim, had eaten them according to Leand, in spite of their prodigious theurges and their apparently limitless power to resurrect themselves. Naturally, the defenders of Revelstone wanted to be ready for the possibility, the likelihood, of calamity. Now her steps no longer echoed. The vast fore-hall swallowed the clap of her boots, diminishing her until she seemed laughable in the face of the dangers which crowded the land's deep night. Still she followed Stave. Occasionally she touched the cold circle of Covenant's ring. If at intervals she wished for Leon's presence, or for Martyr's, she did not show it. As she trod the length of the fore-hall, she hoped that Galt, Clyme, and Bronnell would remain in Revelstone. She did not want to hold herself responsible for either their actions or their safety, and she was in no mood to argue with them if they disapproved of her choices. But when they accompanied her through the narrow gap between the gates into the walled courtyard that separated the main keep from the watchtower, she shrugged off her wish to be free of them. She could not pretend, even to herself, that she might not need defenders. Apparently she was doomed to pursue her fate in the company of half-hands. While she walked along the passage under the watchtower, the warded throat of Revelstone, she heard her boot heels echoing again. The sound seemed to measure her progress like a form of mockery, a rhythmic iteration of Lord Fowle's distant scorn, and the air became distinctly colder. Involuntarily she shivered. She felt masters watching her, wary and unreadable, through slits in the ceiling of the tunnel, but she could not discern what they expected from her. During her previous time in the land, she had been able to rely on the Harukai even when they distrusted her. For a moment, the fact that she could not do so now filled her with bitterness, but then she passed between the teeth of the outer gates and had no more attention to spare for the intransigence of the masters. Night held the slowly sloping plain beyond the watchtower and the massive prow of Revelstone. High in the eastern sky, a gibbous moon cast its silver sheen over the ground where the demon dim had raged, seething with frustration and corrosive lore. The after-effects of their ancient hatred lingered in the bare dirt, but overhead a profusion of stars filled the heavens, glittering gems in swaths and multitudes untouched by the small concerns of suffering and death. They formed no constellations that she knew, but she found solace in them none the less. Following Stave through the darkness, she was glad to be reminded that her fears and powers were little things, too evanescent and human to impinge upon the immeasurable cycles of the stars. Her life depended on what she did. It was possible that Stave and the humbled and all of Revelstone's people were at risk. In ways which she could not yet imagine, Jeremiah's survival, and perhaps that of the land as well, might hang in the balance. Yet the stars took no notice. They would not. She was too small to determine their doom. As was the man who had destroyed the demon-dim. He might well surpass her. But while the heavens endured, she could afford to push her limits until they broke, or she did. Like her, the stranger lacked the power to decide the destinies of stars. In faint silver, Stave led Linden forward, and when she lowered her gaze from the sky, she saw the flickering of a campfire. Its lively flames cast the stranger into shadow, but he appeared to be seated with his back to her and his head bowed. If he heard her steps or sensed the advancing Harukai, he gave no sign. His limbed shape remained motionless. Within a dozen paces of the stranger, Linden halted Stave with a touch on his shoulder. He glanced at her, a quick flash of reflected firelight in his eye. Drawing him with her, she began to circle around the campfire, so that she could approach the stranger in plain sight, unthreateningly, and so that she could watch his reactions. She expected the humbled to accompany her, but they did not. Instead, they stopped where she and Stave had paused, no more than a few running strides from the stranger's back. Swearing to herself, she considered gesturing or calling aloud for them to join her, but she felt sure that they would ignore her. Grateful for Stave's presence at her side, she continued to circle toward the far side of the fire. As she entered the stranger's range of vision, he lifted his head slowly, but he did not react in any other way until she and Stave stood near the flames. Then, as lithe and easy as if he had not been sitting still for days, he rose to his feet. "Lady," he said in a voice as deep and rich as the loam of a river delta, "Harukai, you are well come. I feared that I would be compelled to await you for seasons rather than mere days. Such is the obduracy of those who rule yon delved dwelling." Linden stared at him, unable to mask her surprise. She had heard that voice somewhere before. He was clad all in leather, and all in subtle shades of brown. Nevertheless, his garb was unexpectedly elaborate. If its hues had been less harmonious, it would have seemed foppish. Boots encused with arcane symbols extended up his calves almost to his knees, then folded down over themselves and ended in dangling tassels. Leggings that looked as supple as water clung to his thighs, emphasizing their contours. Above them he wore a frocked doublet ornately worked with umber beads, the sleeves deeply cuffed. It was snug at the waist, unbelted, and hemmed with a long flowing fringe. From his shoulders hung a short dun chlamys secured by a bronze clasp, the only piece of metal in his costume. The clasp resembled a plowshare. If he bore any weapons, they were concealed under his chlamys or inside his doublet. He had a lean, muscular figure with strong hands, a neatly trimmed beard, and close-cropped hair, and every shade of his features, from his weathered cheeks and mouth to his hair and whiskers, blended subtly with the browns of his raiment. The combined effect suggested that his garments were not mere clothing. They expressed his identity. But his eyes were a startling black, so stark and lusterless that they might have been holes or caves leading into subterranean depths. Disturbed in spite of her efforts to prepare herself, Linden instinctively avoided meeting his gaze. Instead of looking directly into his face, she let her eyes wander over his broad shoulders, down the fluid folds of the chlamys. As far as she could discern with her health sense, he was simply a man, devoid of magic or force. But at one time she had mistaken the Mahdoubt for an ordinary woman. Even the masters had done so, and Linden had failed to detect the Theomach's secret puissance. She held her runed staff and covenant's ring. Alone she had beaten Roger and the Croyle back from the brink of the land's doom, and she had done it without drawing on wild magic. Yet she felt oddly abashed in the stranger's presence, unsure of herself, exposed and frail. His voice was familiar. Where had she heard it before? She wanted to speak confidently, but her voice was an unsteady whisper. "You ate them? You ate the demon, Tim?" The stranger laughed briefly, a comfortable sound with a slight trace of ridicule. "Alas, lady, that is imprecise. Were I able to consume them, I would have taken their power into myself and become stronger. Belike I would then have no need of you. No, the truth is merely that I have made a considerable study of such beings. Their lore is both potent and unnatural. It holds a great fascination for me. For many and many a long year I have devoted myself to the comprehension of their theurgy, and I have learned the trick of unbinding them." Linden's eyes flicked close to his. "Unbinding?" He inclined his head. "Indeed, lady, having no tangible forms, they would be lost to will and deed without some containing ensorcelment to preserve them from dissolution. Imagine," he explained, "that they are bound to themselves by threads of lore and purpose. The threads are many, but if one alone is plucked and severed, all unravel. Thus I disposed of the demon, Dim, for their presence in this time endangered my desires." Again she felt her gaze drawn toward his. With an effort she forced herself to concentrate on the center of his forehead. At her side Stave stood without movement or speech, as if he saw no threat in the stranger and had lost interest. Yet he, too, had heard that voice before. It had addressed Linden through Annalee after she had quenched the horde's seizure. She remembered it clearly now. "Such power becomes you, but it will not suffice." Abruptly she stood straighter, holding her staff like an asseveration. This stranger had imposed himself on Annalee, had taken advantage of the old man's vulnerability. As far as she knew, he had only done so once, but once was enough to win her animosity. He was not Thomas Covenant, striving to help her in spite of the boundaries of life and death. He was simply careless of Annalee's suffering. "In the end, you must succumb. If you do not, you will none the less be compelled to accept my aid, for which I will demand recompense." Ignoring the seduction of the stranger's eyes, Linden said, like the first soft touch of a flail, before it began to swing in earnest, "You're one of the insequent." Stave must have guessed that the stranger belonged to the same race as the Mahdoubt and the Theomach. Now the stranger's laugh was ripe with pleasure. "Lady, I am. You are known to me, together with all of your acts and powers and your great peril. Permit me the honor of presenting myself. I am the Harrow." He bowed with courtesy as elaborate as his apparel, but Linden did not. Already she was starting to loathe the sound of his voice. He was not the first to foretell failure for her, but he had hurt Annalee. Before she could retort, however, a rush of movement behind the Harrow caught her attention. She looked past him in time to see the humbled emerge from the darkness, flinging themselves as one at his undefended back. Instinctively she cried out, "No!" but the masters ignored her. Galt leaped high to punch at the Harrow's head. Klein drove a kick at the center of his spine, while Bronnell dove for his knees. Even a giant might have been felled by their assault. But the Harrow was not. All three of the humbled struck him, and all three rebounded to the dirt as if they had been slapped away. The Harrow remained standing, apparently untouched. Neither his posture nor his amiable smile suggested that he had noticed his attackers. "Lady," he observed with easy nonchalance, "you have not inquired into the nature of my desires." Shocked, Linden realized too late that she was looking directly into the black caves of his eyes. They caught her and held, as if they were sucking at her mind. None of the humbled hesitated. The force which had repulsed them must have hurt, yet they sprang up instantly to attack again. This time, however, they did not leave their feet. Planting themselves around the Harrow, they hammered him with blows too swift and heavy to be distinguished from each other. A plinth of sandstone might have been pulverized by their onslaught. Still he ignored them. Instead he gazed at Linden, drawing her deeper and deeper into the fathomless abysm of his eyes. She could not think or move, could not look away. The frenzy of the Humboldt and the cheerful dance of the campfire became imprecise, meaningless. They had slipped sideways, somehow, into a slightly different dimension of existence. The Harrow himself had slipped. Only his eyes remained fully real, his eyes and the rich loam of his voice, only the darkness. Vaguely she tried to summon the power of her staff, but she was already lost. The hands of her volition hung, useless, at her side. She could not lift them. "First," he said pleasantly, "I desire this curious stick to which you cling as though it possessed the virtue to ward you. Second, I crave the circle of white gold which lies hidden by your raiment. And last, I covet the unfettered wrath at the centre of your heart. It will nourish me as the demon dim did not. Though the husk of yourself is comely, I will discard it, for it does not interest me." He laughed as he added, "Did I not forewarn you that you must succumb?" Stave may have shouted Linden's name. She was almost sure that he had joined Galt, Bronnel, and Clyme, assailing the Harrow with all of his prodigious strength. But she knew that none of them would prevail. Knowledge is power, she thought absently. The Harrow had destroyed the entire horde of the demon dim. He could certainly withstand the Harukai while he consumed her soul. Long ago she had succumbed, more than once. She was familiar with self-abandonment. Now she resisted. Desperately she tried to say the 7 words, any of them. She remembered them all. She could form them in her mind. But they required utterance. They had no efficacy without breath and effort. The Harrow cocked an eyebrow, as if he were aware of her attempt, and mildly surprised by it. Nevertheless, he went on laughing with the ease of complete certitude. There was no pain, no falling, no sensation at all. She was not possessed and tortured as she had once been by a raver, nor did she feel the illimitable excruciation of a seizure. Her own capacity for evil held no horror. The voids of the Harrow's eyes had simply grown as infinite as the heavens. But no stars sanctified them. No glimmering articulated their emptiness. Absolute loss, unredeemed by choice or possibility, claimed her. She could do nothing except observe her ruin until every particle of her being was devoured. She wanted to plead with him somehow, beseech him to let her go. He did not care about Jeremiah. Her son would never be freed if she could not convince the Harrow to release her. But she did not know his true name. She lacked the means to make him heed her. There was another name, one which had been given to her for a reason, and which she had not forgotten. She was no longer substantial or significant enough to speak it. Stave and the Humboldt beat themselves raw on the Harrow's impervious form. They hit and kicked so hard that any bones except theirs would have shattered. The skin of their fists and feet became pulp. With every blow they splashed blood that did not touch the insequent. They could not save Linden. Still they were Harukai, deaf and blind to defeat. With a suddenness which would have startled her if all of her reactions had not been sucked away, Stave gouged at the Harrow's eyes. Stave was imponderably swift. Nevertheless, the Harrow snatched Stave's hand aside before it reached his face. To prevent another strike, he kept his grip on Stave's wrist. Surprised by the Harrow's quickness, Stave may have faltered for a small fraction of a heartbeat. Then he attacked the insequent's eyes with his other hand. That blow the Harrow caught and held easily as well, so easily that even Stave's boundless courage must have known dismay. But the Humboldt followed the former master's example. Bronnel and Clyme grasped the Harrow's arms in an attempt to prevent him from moving. Galt leaped onto the Harrow's back. With both hands, Galt clawed at the insequent's eyes. Within herself, Linden continued to struggle. The Harrow did not try to defend himself physically. Instead, he released Stave and let out a roar of force which flung all of the Harukai from him. They were tossed through the air like dolls to land in darkness beyond the reach of the firelight. But while he scattered his attackers, his will or his attention wavered for an instant. And in that instant Linden gasped softly, "Quern Estrel!" At once the harrow staggered as though an avalanche had fallen on his shoulders. He stumbled into his campfire. Flames flared hungrily over his boots and onto his leggings, and the grasp of his gaze snapped. As his blackness vanished from Linden's mind, she recoiled, pitched headlong to the ground with her hands clamped over her eyes. She had dropped her staff and did not care. Released, she returned to herself with a shock as violent as a seizure. Her muscles spasmed as she lay in the dirt, unable to move or think. At that moment, she only knew that she had to protect her eyes. "Fool!" The harrow's voice was velvet with rage. "You are doomed, damned, ended! If you do not extinguish yourself, the entire race of the insequent will rise up to excoriate your intrusion. Every commandment of what we are requires—" "Oh, assuredly," put in the Mahdoubt complacently. "By this deed, the Mahdoubt completes her long years of service. Yet her doom is not immediate. Even your animal fury cannot demand madness of her until her interference is beyond denial." Linden's appeal had been answered. Squeezing her eyes shut, she moved her hands. Although her arms trembled in reaction and her heart shook, she fumbled around for her staff. But she found only bare ground and the residual loathing of the demon-dim bitter as gall. The Mahdoubt had come, but surely she had no power to compare with the harrows. She could cross time, and she could pass unseen to appear where she was needed. She was provident and considerate, but she had evinced no magic like that with which the harrow had repulsed Stave the Humbled. "You prevaricate, old woman." The largesse of the harrow's anger filled the night, "as has ever been your wont. You have intervened in my triumph, which no insequent may attempt without cost. If you deny this, you are false to yourself as to me." Linden's head reeled. Her whole sense of herself seemed to stagger drunkenly. Nevertheless, she could not remain sprawling, blind and helpless, while the Mahdoubt confronted the harrow on her behalf. Fearfully she slitted her eyes, confirmed that she was facing away from the campfire. Then she pushed herself up onto her knees and glanced around rapidly, looking for the staff. It was out of reach behind her and to the left. Even if she dove toward it while the harrow was distracted, he might be too quick for her. She was still too dazed to summon earth power and law without touching the black wood. "Rage as you wish," answered the Mahdoubt, unperturbed. "Assuredly the Mahdoubt seeks to defy the commandments of our kind. This she acknowledges, and in so doing she hazards her life. Yet even your arrogance cannot proclaim that she has prevented your designs. Her intrusion has merely delayed them. She cannot be named in exculpate until she has coerced you to forswear your purpose against the lady's person." Linden braced herself to lunge for the staff. As she did so, however, Stave came to stand between her and the campfire. Blood dripped from his hands. It trickled down his shins, oozed from his feet, but he disdained his hurts. Stooping, he retrieved the staff and passed it to Linden. "Rise, chosen," he said quietly. "It appears that the Mahdoubt will have need of you." At once she surged to her feet. For a moment longer she kept her back to the flames and the insequent while she assured herself of earth power. Then abruptly she turned to see what the Mahdoubt and the harrow were doing. The harrow laughed with renewed confidence. "Forswear my purpose," he countered in a tone of abundant mirth. "Aye, as the years pass, you have become an object of ridicule. At one time you were remembered respectfully among the insequent, but now you are viewed with scorn. This, however, I will grant," he added more dangerously. "I have merely been delayed and will yet triumph. If you depart now, you may perchance retain some portion of your mind." Keeping her eyes lowered, Linden scanned the vicinity of the campfire. The harrow stood on the far side of the flames with his arms folded across his chest, defiant and dire. Although he had staggered into the blaze, his boots and leggings were undamaged. Like their wearer, they seemed impervious to ordinary harm. The bottomless holes of his gaze tugged at Linden, but she did not allow herself to glance above the level of his waist. While she looked around, she readied her own fire. Opposite the harrow, directly between him and Linden, the Mahdoubt squatted as she had beside her gentle flames in garroting deep. She faced her fellow insequent steadily. The curve of her back suggested poised stillness rather than relaxation. Shining through the unkempt tangle of her hair, the firelight seemed to crown her head with an oblique glory, subtle and ineffable. Stark against the campfire, she wore a nimbus of determination. Stave stood at Lendon's side a little ahead of her. Perhaps he thought that if the harrow snared her again, he would be able to save her by stepping in front of her, blocking the harrow's gaze. The Humboldt also had emerged from the night. They had positioned themselves behind the harrow, waiting to see what would transpire. They had fought longer than Stave. Their bruises and abrasions were worse. Nevertheless, Lendon did not doubt that they would attack again without hesitation if they saw a need to do so. The random flare and gutter of the flames effaced the stars overhead, but around the horizons of the plain and along the rims of Revelstone, faint gleams still defined the dark like sprinkled flecks of ice, and behind her Lendon felt the moon arc placidly across the heavens, undismayed by earthbound conflicts. "On other matters," the woman was saying as if the harrow had not spoken, "the Mahdoubt does not intrude. Assuredly she does not. You will act according to your desires, but she will see your threat to the lady's mind and spirit and flesh abandoned. If you accede, no evil has occurred, and if she fails, there is again no evil. But if you seek to measure yourself against her, and are outmatched, she will require your bound oath. Then will your paths be altered in all sooth, and there will be no gainsaying the Mahdout's culpability. She herself will not question it." The campfire dwindled, and night crowded closer, as the Mahdoubt said distinctly, "Choose then, proud one. Accede or give battle. The Mahdoubt has grown weary in the service of that which she deems precious. She does not fear to fail." The harrow's voice was full of amusement as he replied, "Do you dare this challenge?" Yet behind his mirth, Lendon thought that she heard the gnashing of boulders. "Have you fallen prematurely into madness?" "Psst!" retorted the woman dismissively. "Words. The Mahdoubt will have deeds or naught." Lendon wanted to protest. "No, don't do this. I can fight for myself." The Mahdoubt had nothing to gain here. She could only lose. And she was Lendon's friend. But Lendon's voice was locked in her throat. Urgent fire curled around her fingers and ran along the staff as she prepared to defend the older woman. "Then ready yourself, relic of foolishness," the harrow pronounced with plush confidence. "You cannot rule me." Stave shifted closer to the direct line between Lendon and the harrow's eyes. Lendon saw nothing to indicate that a contest had commenced. Her health sense discerned nothing. To all appearances, the harrow simply stood with his arms folded over his chest, a figure of irrefragable self-possession and surety. Opposite him, the Mahdoubt squatted motionless, seemingly devoid of power or purpose, as mundane as the gradual slope of the plain. But the campfire continued to shrink as though moisture from some cryptic source were soaking imperceptibly into the wood. Around the battle, darkness thickened like a wall. If she could have spoken, Lendon would have asked Stave, "What are they doing?" She might have asked, "Have they started yet?" But she had no voice. As the flames died, they seemed to draw sound as well as light with them. Nothing punctuated the night except her own taut breathing and the muffled thud of her heart. But then, subtly, by increments too small to be defined, the harrow began to fade, as if his physical substance were being diluted or stretched thin. Some undetectable magic siphoned away his tangible existence. For long moments Lendon watched the change, transfixed, until she was able to catch glimpses of the Humboldt through the harrow's form. With a palpable jolt, the Mahdout's opponent snapped back into solidity. The flames of his fire flared higher, driving back the encroachment of the night. Without risking the hunger of his eyes, Lendon could not see his expression, but his chest heaved, and his strained breathing was louder than hers. A heartbeat later, he started to fade again, leaking out of himself into some other dimension of reality or of time. This change was more rapid. He seemed to dissolve in front of her as the fire died toward embers. Clyme, Bronnell, and Galt were clearly visible through the veil of the harrow's substance. The impact, when he forced himself back into definition, was as visceral as a blow. Linden felt the intensity of his exertion. It touched her percipience on a pitch that scraped along her nerves, vibrated in the marrow of her bones. His flames guttered higher as he gasped hoarsely. Hazarding a glance upward, she saw that his cheeks were slick with sweat. Fine droplets caught a skein of ruddy reflections in his beard. The Mahdoubt was beating him. His arms remained clasped across his chest, yet Linden could see that they trembled. All of his muscles were trembling. The Mahdoubt still had not moved, but now her plump form and rounded shoulders no longer suggested quiet readiness. Instead, they were implacable, vivid with innominate strength. She had made herself as unyielding as the bedrock of mountains. Earth power and protests itched for expression in Linden's hands as the Mahdoubt renewed the harrow's failure. Now he did not fade slowly toward evanescence, dissolution. Instead he appeared to flicker. For an instant he was nearly solid, then he came so close to transparency that only his outlines remained. Then he struggled back into substance. Linden felt every throb and falter of his efforts to find some finger-hold or flaw in the Mahdout's obdurate expulsion. If Stave and the Humboldt had struck at him, they might have broken his bones, or they might have passed through him as if he were no more than mist. But they merely witnessed the eerie conflict, as unmoving as the Mahdoubt, and as unmoved. Linden did not realize that she was holding her breath until a soundless implosion snatched the air from her lungs. The sudden inrush of force swallowed the harrow's power and the Mahdout's. As Linden panted in surprise, the harrow's campfire burned normally again. He stood across the flames from the Mahdoubt as if nothing had occurred. Only the heaviness of his respiration and the sweat on his face and the wincing hunch of his shoulders betrayed the truth. "That is difficult knowledge," he remarked when he was able to speak evenly. "It emulates the Theomachs. Yet I am not displaced." "Assuredly." The Mahdoubt shook her head as if she were casting sparks from her hair. "The Mahdoubt acknowledges that choices remain to you, flight among them. But you will not flee. Greed will not permit you to surrender your intent. Nor are you able to withstand the Mahdout's resolve." "You know me, then," he admitted. "Yet you are thereby doomed. While I endure, your long service comes to naught." Again the woman shook her head. "Perchance it is so, perchance it is not." Her tone was as implacable as her strength. "No conclusion is reached until you have given your bound oath." Grimly, Linden hoped that the harrow would refuse. If he continued to fight or chose to retreat, she could argue that the Mahdoubt had not prevented his designs, and if she cast her own force into the fray, surely the Mahdoubt could not be held accountable for the outcome. Damn it, the woman was her friend. But the harrow accepted defeat. "It is given." Resentment pulsed in his voice. "If it must be spoken, I will speak it. My purpose against your lady's person I forswear." As he uttered them, the words took on resonance. They expanded outward, as if they were addressed to the night and the uncaring stars. "From this moment I will accept from her only that which she chooses to grant. No other aspect of my desires will I relinquish. But my efforts against her mind and spirit and flesh I hereby abandon. In herself she will have no cause to fear me, and I adjure all of the insequent to heed me. If I do not abide by this oath, I pray that their vengeance upon me will be both cruel and prolonged." When he was finished, his voice relapsed to its normal depth and richness. "Does this content you, old woman?" "It does." The Mahdout's reply was soft and faintly forlorn, as if she, rather than the harrow, had been humbled. She slumped beside the fire as though her bones had begun to crack. "Assuredly. The Mahdoubt acknowledges your oath, and is content." "Then," responded the harrow with fertile malice, "I bid you joy in your coming madness. It will be brief, for it brings death swiftly in its wake." Offering his opponent an elaborate and mocking bow, he turned away. At last Linden found her voice. "Just a minute," she snapped. "I'm not done with you." Cocking an eyebrow in a show of surprise, the harrow faced her. "Lady?" As he had sworn, his eyes exerted no compulsion. Nevertheless, Linden avoided them. Instead, she moved to crouch beside the Mahdoubt. Resting a hand on the older woman's shoulder, she murmured, "Are you all right?" She meant, "Why did you do that?" "I needed you at first, but then I could have fought for myself." With an effort that made her old muscles quake, the woman straightened her back and raised her head to look at Linden. "My lady," she said in a voice that quavered, "there is no need for haste. The Mahdout's doom is assured, yet it will not overtake her instantly. You and she will speak together, friend to friend." Her mismatched eyes searched Linden's face. "The Mahdoubt prays that you will not prolong the Harrow's departure on her behalf." "Are you sure?" Linden insisted. "There must be something that I can do for you." "Assuredly," replied the old woman, a dying fall of sound. "Permit the Mahdoubt a moment's respite." Her chin sagged back down to her breast. "Then she will speak." Her words were sparks in the ready tinder of Linden's outrage. "In that case—" Abruptly Linden surged upright to confront the Harrow. He had recovered his air of undisturbed certitude. The night had cooled his cheeks and brow, and his strong arms rested casually on his chest, as if his struggles had already lost their meaning. His eyes probed Linden, daring her to look directly into them, but she refused. If she could, she intended to scald the danger out of them. For the moment, however, she fixed her gaze on the hollow at the base of his throat. "I think that I understand this," she said between her teeth. "But I don't have much experience with you in sequence, and I want to be sure that I've got it straight. I'm safe from you now, is that right?" Stave had joined her beside the Mahdoubt. He looked at her intently. He may have wished to warn her, to explain something, but what he saw in her silenced him. The humbled remained poised, apparently passionless, behind the Harrow. They paid no attention to their hurts. "Indeed," the Harrow's defeat left a caustic edge in his voice. "Until you are minded to grant my desires, I will not attempt to wrest them from you." "And your desires are?" Linden demanded. "I want to hear you say it again." "What I seek, my lady," he answered without hesitation, "is to possess your instruments of power." Then he shrugged. "What I will have, however, is your companionship." Linden glared at his throat as though she meant to rip it open. "What in God's name makes you think that I'm going to let you follow me around?" The Harrow laughed mordantly. "Apart from the mere detail that you cannot prevent me, there is a service which I am able to perform for you, and which you will not obtain from any other living being." "Oh, really?" "In that case," she repeated, "there's something that you should know about me." Again he laughed. "Elucidate, lady. If there can be aught that I do not know of you, I will." Softly, almost whispering, Linden pronounced, "The Mahdoubt is my friend." As swift as anger, she summoned a howl of power from her staff and hurled it straight into the Harrow's eyes. Her vehemence was hot enough to resemble the fire which had fused her heart. It should have burned its way deep into his brain. If it had left him blind and useless, as doomed as the Mahdoubt, she would not have permitted herself one small stumble of regret. This was what she had become, and she did not mean to step back from herself. But she was not as quick as the Harrow. Before her blast struck him, he slapped a hand over his eyes. Her fire splashed away like water. For a long moment she poured earth power at him, dispersing the dark, trying to overwhelm his defenses. However, he was proof against her. He appeared to withstand her assault easily, almost negligently. When she had tested him until she was sure that she could not daunt or damage him with the staff alone, she released her flame and let night wash back around the campfire. As the Harrow lowered his hand to gaze at her unconcerned, she said harshly, "You're tough," loathing the tremor in her voice. "I'll give you that. But don't think for a second that I can't hurt you. If you know as much about me as you claim, you know that I can do a hell of a lot more than this." Masked by his beard, the Harrow's mouth twisted. "As your friend has said, perchance it is so. Perchance it is not." For your part, know that my oath does not preclude me from causing you such pain that you will regret your unseemly defiance." Before she could retort, he added, "I bid you farewell. Rail against me at your pleasure. I will claim your companionship when you attempt aught which interests me." Brusquely he bowed. Then he turned and strode away in the direction of Revelstone. The humbled did not step aside for him. Nevertheless he passed through them, leaving them untouched, and visibly startled in spite of their stoicism. Then he seemed to evaporate into the darkness. In an instant he was gone. The humbled stared after him. Their stances suggested that they expected to be assailed. After a moment, however, they appeared to accept his disappearance. Shrugging, they dismissed him and approached the campfire. The Mahdoubt made a vague plucking gesture. When Linden saw it, she moved at once to the woman's side and extended her arm. The Mahdoubt grasped it feebly, tried to heave herself to her feet. At first she failed. Her strength had left her. But then Stave added his support, and she was able to rise. Clinging to both Linden and the former master, the Mahdoubt panted thinly, "My lady, in one matter you have erred." She took a moment to calm her breathing, then said, "Your challenge was unseemly. He has given his oath, assuredly so, and the choice to demand it of him was freely made. It is through no act of his that the Mahdoubt must now pass away." "I don't care." Linden hunched close to the woman, trying vainly to transmit some of her own health into the Mahdout's sudden frailty. "I care about you." "And you do not forgive," Stave put in sternly. His tone held a hint of reproach. "This you have demonstrated. You are altered, chosen and son sage. The woman who accompanied the Lord Thomas Covenant to the redemption of the land would not have struck thus." "What do you want from me?" Linden countered. She could not bear sorrow or shame. They would unmake her. Under Melancurion Skyweir, such emotions had been clad in granite. "Am I supposed to call him back and apologize? God damn it, Stave, she's going to die, and she did it for me." More softly she repeated, "She did it for me." Stave held Linden's glare without blinking, but the Mahdoubt intervened. "Oh, assuredly," she said with more firmness. "Of a certainty, the Mahdoubt will perish. But first, she will fall into madness." Swallowing anger, Linden asked, "Does that have to happen? Isn't there something we can do about it?" The woman sighed. "It is the way of the insequent, inherent in us. It is required of the Mahdoubt by birth rather than by choice or scruple. The insequent exert no demands upon each other, for the cost of such conflict would be extinction. Some centuries past, the Vizard sought to thwart the Harrow's desires, for he deemed them contrary to his own purpose. Thus was the Vizard lost to use and name and life. The outcome of what the Mahdoubt has done will not be otherwise." The eyes of the humbled widened momentarily, and Stave cocked an eyebrow, but Linden paid no attention to them. "Ere that end, however," the Mahdoubt continued, "there is much that must be said." She glanced at Stave. "You also must speak, Harukai." The Mahdoubt falters, for her years come upon her swiftly. She is too weary to relate the tale of your people, yet that tale must be told. "It must not," countered Clyme promptly. "There is no need, and the will of the masters has not been consulted." The Mahdoubt squinted at Clyme with her orange eye. In spite of her weakness, she retained enough force to silence him. "Were you efficacious against the Harrow, master? Did he not dismiss your efforts, as did the Vizard in a distant age and place? Then do not speak to the Mahdoubt of need. While she retains any portion of herself, she will determine what is needful." To Linden's surprise, all three of the humbled bowed and said nothing more. While she scrambled to grasp why any master would show the Mahdoubt such respect when earlier the humbled had attacked the Harrow without provocation, Stave said, "If there is much that must be said, Perhaps it would be well to speak first of this service which the Harrow may elect to perform for the chosen." The Mahdoubt shook her head. "Nay, doing so will alter my lady's path, and the Mahdoubt has given her life in the belief that my lady must be trusted, though her deeds engender horrors. The Mahdoubt will not disturb a future which eludes her sight." "Then tell me why you did it," Linden asked, pleaded. "I needed you at first. You saved me, but then I could have defended myself, while the Harrow's intentions had only been delayed. You didn't have to sacrifice yourself." The woman sighed. "Has the Mahdoubt not said, assuredly and often, that she is weary?" Linden could feel the Mahdout's vitality slowly seeping from her limbs. "She prefers her own passing to a life in which she may behold the end of days." Then she turned her blue eye on Linden. "Yet if she is craven, persuaded to madness and death by apprehension, she is not merely so. My lady, you have become the Mahdout's friend as she is yours. You are sorely transformed, that is sooth. You have become fearsome. Yet in garrotting deep, you found within yourself the means to warm the Mahdout's heart. There she learned that the mystery of your needs and desires is unfathomable. It resembles the mystery of life, rich in malice and wonder. That good may be accomplished by evil means defies explication. Yet the Mahdoubt has assured herself that you were equal to such contradictions. Therefore she believes that you must not be turned aside." Slowly the Mahdoubt lowered her head to rest her tired neck. At the same time, however, her tone became sharper, whetted by indignation. "My lady, the Harrow's purpose lies athwart your path. His blandishments you may withstand, but if he failed here to consume your choices and your love, he would attempt the same wrong at another time. Oh, assuredly. Again and again he would attempt it, relentlessly, until your strength faltered. Then would you be altogether lost. This the Mahdoubt could not suffer, trusting you as she does. Therefore has she spent her mind and life to obtain the Harrow's oath of forbearance." Aching at the scale of the Mahdout's sacrifice, Linden said in a small voice, "Then tell me how. How did you beat him?" "My lady," the Mahdoubt sighed, "knowledge precludes knowledge. Our mortality cannot master one thing, and then another, and then yet another. The Harrow unmade the demon dim. The Mahdoubt could not have done so, but she has given centuries to the contemplation of time. He has not. He passes from place to place as he wills, oh, assuredly, but he cannot journey among the years. The Mahdoubt gained his oath by revealing that her knowledge might displace him to another age of the earth, a time in which the objects of his greed would not exist. There he would remain, abandoned, useless to himself, until his spirit was broken. For that reason he acknowledged defeat." Her muscles trembled as she shifted her attention to stave. "Now, Harukai," she commanded softly, "you must speak. You have ascertained that the Mahdoubt is of the insequent. You have been informed of the Vizard's passing, and you have heard my lady's mention of the Theomach. Share with her the tale of your people. It is the last boon which the Mahdoubt may grant." In the Harrow's absence, his campfire died slowly, and with it the yellow elucidation of the flames. Shadows passed like small gusts of night over the older woman's sagging frame and Stave's unread countenance. More stars became visible overhead, throngs poised to hear or ignore what was unveiled in the dark. Unsteady reflections in the former master's eye suggested conflicting emotions, obscure reluctance and rue, as he gazed past the Mahdoubt at Linden. "Chosen," he said, in a voice that sounded as removed as Revelstone and the western mountains. "In the distant past, some centuries before the coming of the Harukai to the land, our ancestors encountered the insequent." While Linden studied him in surprise, he continued, "We have ever been a combative race, glorying in struggle, for by such contests we demonstrate our worth, and it is by our worth that we survive the harsh ardor of the peaks. We have eschewed weapons because they detract from the purity of our battles, and because we did not desire our own destruction. Yet for many a century we were content to battle among ourselves, striving for wives, and for supremacy of skill, and for pride. There came a time, however, when we were no longer content. Ourselves we knew too well, speaking mind to mind. We desired to measure our worth against other peoples in less arduous climes, for we conceived that the rigours of the mountains had made us great. Therefore 25 score Harukai journeyed together westward, seeking some race whom we might best in battle." Stave's tone took on a defended formality as he explained, "Understand, Chosen, that we did not crave dominion. We sought only to express the heat of our pride." Peripherally, Linden was aware that the Humboldt had turned away as if to disavow Stave's tale, or his telling of it. Galt, Clyme, and Bronnell withdrew to the edges of the light, standing guard, but she paid no real attention to them. She was immersed in the sound of Stave's voice. He spoke of "we" as though he had been one of those 500 Harukai thousands of years ago. This, she knew, was an effect of their mental communion. They had shared their thoughts and passions and memories so completely and for so long that each of them embodied the long history of their race. Stave remembered his distant ancestors as if he had been present with them. "After a trek of many days," he said, "we at last left behind our high peaks and biting snows, and found a fertile lowland lush with crops and waters, a region in which we deemed that even a slothful and unstriving people would flourish. For a time we encountered none of the region's inhabitants. At last, however, we came upon a lone hut with a single occupant. The hut was a rude structure of wattle and thatch, and the man who emerged from it was clad in rags which scarcely covered his limbs. Furthermore, both his flesh and his hair were clotted with filth, for he seemed unconscious of his person. Yet he addressed us courteously, offering both shelter and sustenance, though we were 25 score and his hut was small. In response, we declined, also courteously. Then he inquired, still courteously, of our purpose in the land of the insequent. Intending no offence to one who plainly could not oppose us, we replied that we knew nothing of the insequent, but that we had come in search of combat, seeking confirmation that our prowess knew no equal. The effect of what she heard on Linden was both immediate and detached. She seemed to experience Stave's tale through a veil of imposed dispassion. She saw everything that he described, but it did not touch her. Her sensitivity to the Mahdout's sinking vitality muffled her reactions. "Hearing us," Stave went on, "the man became haughty. He informed us that the insequent were far too mighty and glorious to heed such trivialities. Sneering, he proclaimed that if we did not immediately depart, he would punish our arrogance with his own hands, driving us defeated back to our mountains. We had no wish to harm him, for he appeared frail to us, beneath our strength. Yet we were also loath to turn aside from any challenge. Therefore one among us, Zaynor, whom we deemed the least of our company, stepped forward. He inquired if the insequent would consent to display his skill for our edification. The man laughed scornfully. To our sight he became briefly indistinct. Then Zaynor lay senseless at his feet. Upon Zaynor's face and limbs were the marks of many blows." While Stave spoke, the fire continued to shrink, contracting its light until the Mahdoubt clung in gloom to Linden's and Stave's support, and only coals reflected like memories in the former master's gaze. "Though we vaunted ourselves for our readiness in all things, we were surprised. Yet we were not daunted, for we conceived that the lone man's prowess lay in supernal swiftness, and we believed ourselves able to counter it, having been forewarned. 3 of our number advanced to request a second demonstration of the man's worth. his response was mockery. Rather than suffer the continued affront of our presence, he avowed that he would defeat all of us together, thereby teaching us a condign humility. Stave paused as though he had to search for words. When he resumed, his tone suggested a remembered disbelief. "Chosen, we were 25 score, and we credited our might. We did not scoff in reply, for we consider scorn the refuge of the weak. Also, our opponent appeared to be a madman. Yet he had felled Xanor. For that reason, we contemplated the means by which a supernal swiftness may be defeated, and we stood prepared. Nevertheless, he passed among us as wheat is scythed. Before the last of us recognized astonishment, 25 score Harukai lay unconscious upon the ground, all pummeled and sensate during the space of perhaps 3 heartbeats." The Mahdoubt sighed in sadness or disapproval, but she did not interrupt. Linden wanted to protest. Wait a minute. All of you? 500? If anyone else had told her this, she would not have believed it. However, she swallowed her shock for the Mahdout's sake as much as for Stave's. Inflexibly, he said, "When we began to regain our wits and rise from the ground, the man stood before us still, showing no sign of exertion. Only our battered flesh, and the blood of many blows upon his hands and feet, verified that he had struck us down bodily rather than causing us to slumber by theurgy. Then we conceived that we had been humbled. Therefore we made obeisance, declaring our opponent Akharu, the greatest warrior known to the Harukai. But his reply taught us that we had not yet discovered humility within ourselves." Akharu? Linden thought in sudden recognition. Stave had reached the cusp of his story, the point on which everything else turned. She wanted to interrupt him with questions, simply so that she would have time to brace herself for what was coming. Only her concern for the Mahdoubt restrained her. Courteous once more, he bowed, saying that he had foreseen neither doughtiness nor fair speech from such small folk. Then he informed us that among the insequent he was known as the Vizard. Linden swore inwardly at that name, but she forced herself to remain silent. "The insequent," he explained, "did not reveal their true names. Rather, they claimed obscure and gratifying titles for their own amusement. Yet he bid us welcome, both to his dwelling and to the land of the insequent, cautioning us only that to every man or woman of his kind we must make obeisance. The insequent, so he averred, wielded skills as diverse as their numbers, and few shared his indulgent nature. Lastly, he proclaimed in a manner which forbade contradiction that he was unworthy to be named Akharu, for he was not the greatest of his people. There we found that humility had a deeper meaning than we had recognized. The Vizard did not merely refuse the honor which we ceded to him. He named the Theomach as the only insequent who would be deemed deserving by his own kind." Linden stared at Stave through the encroaching night, shaken in ways which she could not have articulated. Briefly she forgot the Mahdout's plight. Roger had made cryptic comments about the Theomach's role in the land's history, and the Theomach had assured her that she knew his true name. Stave faced her like a man who had determined to spare himself nothing. It was the Vizard's word that the Theomach had joined himself to a great lord in a land beyond our mountains to the east. In the Lord's company he had quested far across the earth, risking Nicor and the Soul-Biter and many other perils to discover the hiding-place of the One Tree. That alone, said the Vizard, was knowledge of surpassing difficulty, deserving accolade. The One Tree may be found only by those who do not seek the thing they seek. Yet the Theomach resolved the conundrum by seeking the One Tree on the Lord's behalf rather than his own. For himself he desired not the One Tree, but rather its guardian. Therein lay his greatest feat. In single combat he defeated the hated Elohim, who stood as the tree's appointed guardian. Thus the Theomach became the guardian in the Elohim's stead. Alone among the insequent, so said the Vizard, the Theomach passed beyond self and craving to join the rare company of those who do not heed death, and therefore the Vizard did not scruple to reveal the Theomach's true name, for he could no longer be harmed by it. "Kynaston Ardenal," Linden breathed. "Oh, my God!" She had known the Theomach's true name for 10 years, but she could not have recognized it until now. He had become more than Beric Halfhand's companion and teacher, far more. She heard hints of mourning in Stave's voice as he said, "To the Vizard we granted that we would name the guardian of the one tree Akharu, but we could not further swallow our crippled pride. That we had been bested by a single opponent who then refused our acknowledgment did not teach us humility. It taught us humiliation." The Mahdoubt raised her head, although the effort made her shudder. Such was the Vizard's intent. Anger throbbed in her voice. Assuredly, his peculiar greed ruled him, and no word or ploy of his was kindly. Even his courtesy was scorn. Had he lived to achieve his purpose, he would have undone the entire race of the Elohim to sate his hungers. Stave nodded. The night made him appear carved in stone. "Being humiliated, we did not accept the welcome of the Vizard, nor did we sojourn among the insequent. Rather, we returned in pain to our snow-clad peaks. When at a later time we again elected to measure our worth, we did so in pain. In pain, we turned our trek to the east, for that was the direction named by the Vizard. In pain, we challenged High Lord Kevin Landwaster and all of his great council. And when our challenge was met, not with combat, but with open-hearted respect and generosity, our pain was multiplied, for we were accorded a worth which we had not won. Therefore we swore the vow of the Blood Guard, setting aside homes and wives and sleep and death, that we might once again merit our own esteem." Now Linden could not remain silent. Impelled by her own ire, she said unsteadily, "It's also why you abandoned your vow." She was learning to understand what the Vizard's whims had cost Stave's people. "When Corrick, Sill, and Dor failed, you decided that you didn't deserve to help the Lords fight Lord Fowl." Again Stave nodded, but she did not stop. Her indignation rose into the night as if it were directed at every Harukai who had ever lived, although it was not. For Stave's people she felt only a sorrow which she could not afford. "And it's why you never actually got together to fight the Clave, even though your people were being slaughtered, shed to feed the Sunbane. Even after Covenant saved you, only a few of you joined us. You knew that we were going to search for the One Tree, and you didn't consider yourselves worthy to face your Akharu. You couldn't commit yourselves to defend the land until Bren proved that he could take the Guardian's place, until he became the Akharu himself. That's when you finally started to believe in yourselves again." The Masters had carried their perception of worth too far. Now she knew why. After millennia of loss, they had regained their self-respect, but they had never learned how to grieve. Leand was right about them. They could only find healing in the attempt to match Bren's example. Their humiliation had made them too rigid for any other release. "So, of course," Linden continued, "the Humbled attacked the Harrow before he did anything to threaten us. They had to. He's one of the insequent. That's all the provocation they needed." "Indeed." Stave stood in darkness, as unrevealing as the stars. "Aspiring to Bren's triumph, they now desire to prove themselves against any of the insequent. For that reason, among others, I did not wish to speak of the Mahdoubt, or of the stranger, until we were certain of their nature." "But you didn't tell anyone about all this?" That, too, might have healed them. If nothing else, it might have eased their loneliness. "Anyone at all? Didn't you think that someone might need to know your story?" Her protest was addressed to the Mahdoubt as well. The Humbled had moved closer, following the light as it shrank and faltered. They stood around Linden, Stave, and the Mahdoubt like sentinels or accusers, stiff with wariness or reproach. "Until this moment," Stave acknowledged, No Harukai has spoken of these matters aloud, saving only Bryn during your approach to the One Tree. In the time of the lords, the Bloodguard would have answered if any lord or giant had inquired, but none knew of the insequent. There were no queries. Even in the approach to the One Tree, neither you nor the unbeliever nor any giant questioned Bryn and Kale concerning Akharu Kinostin Adenol, though you were informed that our knowledge was older than the time of the Bloodguard. As you have confirmed, Beric Halfhand knew of the Theomach, as did Damelon Giant Friend, yet that tale was transformed at its birth. It was told to suit the Theomach's purpose. This also you have confirmed. No mention was made of the insequent in Beric Harthu's presence or in his son's. Rather, the first Halfhand's thoughts were guided along other paths. Nor have we deemed it needful to reveal our ancient shame. Though it remains fresh from generation to generation among us, the insequent played no part in the stratagems of corruption, or the perils of the land. We could not state with certainty that the Vizard's kind had not ceased to exist. Why then should we speak of our humiliation? Little more than embers remained in Stave's eye, as he said to Linden, "Perhaps now you will grasp the import of Bryn's victory over the guardian of the One Tree. It inspired the Harukai to believe themselves equal to the mastery of the land, for it redeemed us to ourselves." Linden grasped too much. She could not absorb it all. The acquiescence of the humbled when the Mahdoubt had contradicted their wishes made sense to her now. But she did not know why the Mahdoubt had insisted on Stave's tale. How was it needful, except as a farewell? When Stave was done, the insequent seemed to call up old reserves of fortitude or determination. Straightening her shoulders arduously, she raised her chin to the advancing night. "Accept the Mahdout's thanks," she said to Stave, quavering. "She desires to end her days with kindness. On her behalf, you have granted my lady a precious boon." In an instant, the woman's utter frailty snatched away Linden's other concerns. "My friend," she murmured, bending close to the Mahdoubt, "please, isn't there anything I can do? I've been trained to heal people, and I have the staff of law, for God's sake. Surely I can—" "My lady, no." The old woman sounded sure in spite of her weakness. "The Mahdout's knowledge does not partake of law. It has preserved her far beyond her mortality, assuredly. Now her end cannot be undone. Her last boon," she went on before Linden could protest, "is meant as solace. It is her wish to lessen your fears and sorrows. She desires you to be assured that you may trust this spurned master. He has named his pain. By it he may be invoked." Stave lifted his eyebrow, but did not respond. "Damn it!" Linden tried to protest. "I know I can trust him. You don't have to do this." But her grief remained trapped in her chest. She did not have the heart to plead, "Please don't leave me." Instead she said, "Thank you." She was able to summon that much grace. "You've been my friend in more ways than I can count. I can't honestly say that I understand you, but I know your kindness. And you've saved me." For a moment her throat closed. "If I ever manage to do something good, by evil means or otherwise, it will be because you believed in me." The Mahdoubt lowered her head. "Then Quern Estrel is content." There Linden nearly lost the clenched wrath that defended her. Trembling with imminent bereavement, she whispered, "Now please, let me at least try to stop what's happening to you. There are a lot of things that I can do, if you let me." Stave and Anley had refused her healing. They had that right. "I might find something—" "Forbear, my lady." The insequent's voice held a desperate severity. "Permit to the Mahdoubt the dignity of departure." "I know your true name," countered Linden hoarsely. "Can't I compel you?" The woman nodded. "Assuredly. The Mahdoubt begs that you do not." With a tremulous effort, she detached one arm from Stave's support. Tears blurred the discrepancy of her eyes, urging Lendon to release her. When Lendon let go at last, the Mahdoubt turned slowly from the dying embers of the campfire and began to walk away, tottering into the night. The humbled bowed as they watched her pass, and Stave also bowed, according her the stern respect of the Harukai. Lendon could not match their example. Instead, she hugged her staff and bore witness. As the Mahdoubt reached the failing edge of the light, she tried to chant, "A simple charm will master time," but her voice broke after a few words, shattered into giggling, and with every step she lost substance, macerated by darkness. Dissolving from sight, she left a mad mirth behind her, laughter pinched with hysteria. But Lendon closed her heart to the sound. As if in defiance, she concentrated instead on the salvific unction of the verses which had retrieved her from the land's past. The silent mind does not protest the ending of its days, or go to grief and loss and futile pain, but rather knows the healing gain of time's eternity at rest. The cause of sequence makes it so. No, she thought, I do not forgive. I will not. She knew no other way to say goodbye. 5. Departure from Revelstone. The walk back to Lord's Keep seemed unnaturally long to Lendon. She had gone farther from herself than she realized. Neither Stave nor the escorting Humboldt spoke. She did not speak herself. The night was mute, except for the sound of her boots on the hard ground. Yet the Mahdout's broken giggling seemed to follow every step. In retrospect, Lendon felt that she had wasted her friend's life. Behind her, the Harrow's campfire died at last, and the lamps and torches in Revelstone had been extinguished. The masters may have been reluctant to proclaim the fact that the keep's gates remained open. Only the cold stars and the moon remained to light her way, but now she found no comfort in them. Stave would have directed her, of course, but she did not need that kind of help. She required an altogether different guidance. First, she found her way by the limbed silhouette of Revelstone. Then she headed toward the notched black slit where the gates under the watchtower stood part-way open. When she entered the echoing passage beneath the tower, when she heard the massive granite thud as the gates were sealed behind her, and still the masters offered her no illumination, she brought up flame from the end of the staff, a small fire too gentle and dim to dazzle her. Earth power could not teach her to accept the Mahdout's passing, but it allowed her to see. Growing brighter and more needy with every stride, she paced the tunnel to the courtyard between the tower and the main keep. Memories of giggling harried her as she approached the gap of the inner gates and the fraught space within them. There also the lamps and torches had been quenched, and they were not relit as the gates were sealed behind her. The darkness told her as clearly as words that the masters had reached a decision about her. Defiantly, she drew more strength from her staff until its yellow warmth reached the ceiling of the forehall. With fire she seemed to render incarnate the few masters who awaited her. Then she turned to consider Stave and the Humboldt. She could not read the passions that moved like the eidolons of their ancient past behind their unyielding eyes, but she saw clearly that their injuries were not severe. Doubtless their bruises and abrasions were painful. In places, blood continued to seep from their battered flesh. Stave's wrists had been scraped raw by the Harrow's grasp, and the bones were cracked. But he and the Humboldt were Harukai. Their wounds would soon heal. After a brief scrutiny, Lendon ignored Galt, Clyme, and Bronnell. Speaking only to Stave, she tried to emulate his unswayed demeanor. "I know that you'll mend. I know that you don't mind the pain." His tale had taught her that the Harukai were defined by their hurts. "And I know that you haven't asked for help. But we'll be in danger as soon as we leave here. She was confident that Castanessen and Roger, and perhaps Esmer as well, would attempt to prevent her from her goal. "It might be a good idea to let me heal you." Stiffly she added, "I'll feel better." She had lost the Mahdoubt. She wanted to be able to succor at least one of her friends. Stave glanced from the humbled to the other masters. He may have been listening to their thoughts, their judgments, or perhaps he was simply consulting his pride, asking himself whether he was willing to appear less intractable than his kinsman. Cracked bones broke easily. They might hinder his ability to defend her. "Chosen," he remarked, "the days that I have spent as your companion have been an unremitting exercise in humility." He spoke without inflection, but his expression hinted that he had made the Harukai equivalent of a joke. He extended his hands to her as if he were surrendering them. His decision, his acceptance, touched her too deeply to be acknowledged. She could not afford her own emotions, and had no reply except fire. With law and earth power and percipience she worked swiftly. While the men who had spurned Stave watched, rigid in their disdain, she honored his sacrifice, his abandoned pride. Her flame restored his flesh, sealed his bones. His gift to her was also a bereavement. It diminished him in front of his people. Thousands of years of Harukai history would denounce him. Still she received his affirmation gladly. It helped her bear the loss of the Mahdoubt. When she was done, she turned her senses elsewhere, searching Revelstone's ambience for some indication of how much of the night remained. She was not ready for dawn, or for whatever decision the masters had reached. She needed a chance to think, to absorb what she had seen and heard, and to ward away her grief. After a moment, Stave asked, as though nothing profound had occurred, "Will you return to your rooms, Chosen? There is yet time for rest." Linden shook her head. The keep's vast bulk muffled her discernment, but she felt that sunrise was still a few hours away. She might have enough time to prepare herself. "If you don't mind," she said quietly, "I want to go to the Hall of Gifts." She wished to visit Gremund Hanenscrave's cairn. Old wounds were safer company. She had learned how to endure them, and remembering them might enable her to forget the Mahdout's fading, shattered laughter. She had failed the older woman. Now she sought a reminder that great deeds could sometimes be accomplished by those who lacked Thomas Covenant's instinct for impossible victories. Fortunately, Stave did not demur, and the masters made no objection. If they had ignored the Ombre since the fall of the Clave, they had probably given even less attention to the Hall of Gifts. Indeed, Linden doubted that any of them had entered the hall for centuries, except perhaps to retrieve the arras which she had seen hanging in Roger's and Jeremiah's quarters. Her desire would not threaten them. They had made up their minds about her. At Stave's side, she left the fore-hall, escaping from new sorrows to old, and lighting her steps with the ripe corn and sunshine comfort of staff fire. Her destination was deep in Revelstone's gut-rock. She remembered that. But she had not been there for 10 years, and Revelstone's size and complexity still surprised her. She and Stave descended long stairways and followed unpredictable passages until the air, chilled by the tremendous mass of impending granite, grew too cool for comfort, cold enough to remind her of winter and bitterness. She warmed herself with the staff, however, and did not falter. Like the cave of the Earthblood, the Hall of Gifts was a place where Lord Fowle's servants had suffered defeat. At last, Stave brought her to a set of wide doors standing open on darkness. From beyond them came an impression of broad space and old dust. As far as she knew, they had not been closed for 3,500 years. Lifting her flame higher, Linden entered with her companion into the hall. It was a cavern wider than Revelstone's fore-hall, and its ceiling rested far above her on the shoulders of massive columns. Here the giants who had fashioned Lord's Keep had worked with uncharacteristic crudeness, smoothing only the expanses of the floor, leaving raw stone for the columns and walls. Nevertheless, the rough rock and the distant ceiling, with its mighty and misshapen supports, held a reverent air, clean in spite of the dust, an atmosphere as hushed and humbling as that of a cathedral. She had never beheld this place as its makers had intended. It had been meant as a kind of sanctuary to display and cherish works of beauty or prophecy fashioned by the folk of the land. Long ago, paintings and tapestries hung on the walls. Sculptures large and small were placed around the floor or affixed to the columns on ledges and shelves. Stoneware urns and bowls, some plain, others elaborately decorated, were interspersed with works of delicate wooden filigree, and a large mosaic entranced the floor near the center of the space. In colors of iridium and anguish, glossy stones depicted High Lord Kevin's despair at the ritual of desecration. Until the time of the clave, the Hall of Gifts had been an expression of hope for the future of the land. That was the mosaic's import. Revelstone had survived the ritual with its promise intact. For Lendon, however, the cavern was a place of sacrifice and death. When she had followed Covenant here to challenge Gibbon Raver, she had been full of battle and terror. Instead of looking around, she had watched the giant Grimmond Honenscrave and the sand gorgon Nam defeat Gibbon. Honenscrave's death had enabled Nam to destroy Samati Shoal. For the first time since their birth, in a distant age, one of the three ravers had been effectively slain, rent, removed from Lord Fowl's service. Yet Samati had not entirely perished. Rather, Nam had consumed the fragments of the raver, achieving a manner of thought and speech which the sand gorgons had never before possessed. In gratitude, it seemed, Nam had raised a cairn over Honenscrave's corpse, using the rubble of battle to honor the master of Starfare's gem. Lendon had come here now to remember her loves. The mound of broken stone which dominated the center of the cavern was Honenscrave's threnody. It betokened more than his own sacrifice. It expressed his brother's death as well. And it implied other giants, other friends. The first of the search. Her husband, Pitchwife. Ready laughter, open hearts. Life continuated to life. Link by link, Nam's homage to Honenscrave brought Lendon to Sunder and Hallion, whom she had loved dearly, and whom she did not intend to heed. They beg of you that you do not seek them out. Doom awaits you in the company of the dead. But where could she turn for insight or understanding, if not to the people who had enabled her to become who she was? Everything came back to Thomas Covenant. As she began to move slowly around the cairn, studying old losses and valor by the light of law, brave souls accompanied her, silent as reverie, and generous as they had been in life, and Stave, too, walked with her. If he wondered at her purpose here, at the strangeness of her response to the Mahdout's fate, he kept his thoughts to himself. He could not know what she sought among the legacies of those who had died. When she had completed 2 circuits of the mound and begun a third, she murmured, musing, "You and the masters talked about the Mahdoubt. She serves Revelstone, you told me. Naught else is certain of her." And Galt had said, "She is a servant of Revelstone. The name is her own. More than that we do not know." Looking back, it's hard to imagine that none of you even guessed who she was. Her mind was full of slippage and indirect connections. She was hardly aware that she had spoken aloud until Stave stiffened slightly at her side. "Chosen? I do not comprehend." Subtle undercurrents perplexed his tone. "Are you troubled that you were not forewarned?" "Oh, that." Lendon's attention was elsewhere. "No, the Mahdoubt could have warned me herself. You all had your reasons for what you did." Honenscrave had died in an agony of violation far worse than mere physical pain. Like him, she had once been possessed by a raver. She knew that horror. But the giant had gone further, much further. He had held Shoal, had contained the raver while Nam killed him. In its own way, Honenscrave's end daunted her as profoundly as Covenant's surrender to Lord Fowl. She would not hesitate to trade her life for Jeremiah's. Of course, he was her son. She had adopted him freely. But for that very reason, her willingness to die for him seemed trivial compared to Honenscrave's self-expenditure and to Covenant's. "What, then, is your query?" asked Stave. She groped for a reply, as if she were searching through the rubble of the cairn. "Everything seems to depend on me, but I'm fighting blind. I don't know enough. There are too many secrets, too many conflicted intentions, too much malice. Your people don't trust me. I'm trying to guess how deep their uncertainty runs." How badly did it paralyze the masters? How vehemently would they react against it? Stave studied her for a long moment. "I have no answer," he said finally. "Your words suggest an inquiry, but your manner does not. If you wish it, I will speak of the masters. Yet it appears that your desire lies elsewhere. What is it that you seek in this place?" Lendon heard him. She meant to answer, but her thoughts slipped again, seeking links and meaning which she could not have named. Distracted, she veered away toward the pillars near one end of the hall, where the gifts had not suffered from Gibbon Raver's struggles. Bearing her light with her, she walked between the columns until an odd statue caught her eye. It stood alone, thickly layered with dust, on an open stretch of the floor. At first glance, it appeared to be a random assortment of rough rocks balanced on top of each other to form a distorted shape nearly as tall as she was. Because it was riddled with gaps, it resembled the framework for a sculpture more than a finished piece. Puzzled, she looked at it from all sides, but could not make sense of it. But then she took several steps backward and saw that the stones outlined a large head. After a moment, she realized that the statue was the bust of a giant. The stones had been cunningly set so that the gaps between them suggested an expression. There was the mouth in a wide grin, there the heavy bulge of the nose, and there the holes of the eyes seemed to have crinkles of laughter at their corners. Lendon could almost have believed that the rocks had been selected and placed to convey an impression of Pitchwife's visage, but clearly the bust had been fashioned long before Pitchwife's sojourn in the land. "Who do you suppose this is?" she asked. Stave appeared to consider his memories. "The Harukai do not recall the stone-downer who crafted this countenance, or the name of the giant here revealed, or indeed the name given to this gift. The craft itself, however, is Suru Pa-Meril. In the ages of the lords, artisans among the stone-downs sought long and patiently to discover unwrought stones which might be combined and balanced to form such depictions." "When you stand back," Lendon murmured, "it's pretty impressive." If Jeremiah had been free, he might have constructed works like this one. Distantly she added, "I'm trying to put the pieces together myself. There's one thing that I'm sure of now. I know why Roger didn't want me to go to Andalane, or Esmer either, for that matter." After she had spoken of her intentions, Cale's son had left the cave of the Wainham in apparent vexation or distress. "It's not just that they don't want me to meet the dead. They don't want me to find the krill. They're afraid of what I might be able to do with it." She had seen how its gem answered to the presence of white gold. According to Thomas Covenant, High Lord Lorik had formed the krill so that it would be strong enough to bear any might. Stave considered her flatly. "Then what is it that you seek to comprehend? You have not yet named your true query." Lendon turned from the Suru Pa-Meril giant as if she were shying away. Aimlessly she carried the flame of her staff among the columns, describing in fire slippages and connections which she did not want to put into words. She should have obtained an answer from the Mahdoubt, and had missed her only opportunity. After a few steps, she asked, still indirectly, "How many times was Covenant summoned to the land? I mean, before he and I came here together." "4, of which the Bloodguard had knowledge," answered Stave. "Who summoned him?" Her companion had apparently accepted her fragmented state. He replied without hesitation. The first summoning was performed by the cave-white Drool Rockworm at Corruption's bidding, the second by High Lord Alina, the third by High Lord Moram. In each such call the necessary power was drawn from the Staff of Law, but the fourth was accomplished by the giant Saltheart Foam Follower and the Stone-Downer Trioc, enabled only by their own desperation and by a rod of Lomelialor of Highwood, gifted to Trioc by High Lord Moram. Momentarily distracted, Lyndon asked, "Lomelialor?" Stave had mentioned that name once before. He shrugged. "These are matters of lore, beyond the devoir of the Harukai. I know only that Lomelialor was to the wood lore of the Lilian Rill, as Orcrest was to the stone lore of the Radhamero. With it, higher brands and lords invoked the test of truth, spoke across great distances, and wrought other acts of theurgy." She nodded as though she understood. Wondering, she recovered the thread of what she had been saying. "But when Covenant and I came here together, we were summoned by Lord Fowl. Back then, I didn't wonder about that, but now I think he made a mistake. It may have been his biggest mistake." Like Covenant before her, Lyndon had been freed when her summoner was defeated. "He tied our lives to his. That's why he used Joan this time, Roger's mother." Roger had made that possible, and he had kidnapped Jeremiah. Directly or indirectly, he had delivered Jeremiah to Lord Fowl and to the Croyle. "Was it not Corruption who summoned the Earl-Lord's former wife?" Stave may have been trying to help Lyndon think. "Oh, sure." She shook her head to dismiss the implications. "But she was already lost. What I'm trying to understand is the necessity of freedom. I don't know what that means." "Chosen?" She turned at a column, headed in a different direction, but she clung to her musing. It protected her from a deeper fear. "Before I came here the first time," she said, "Lord Fowl went after Covenant by attacking Joan. He pushed Covenant to sacrifice himself by threatening her. And Covenant did it. He traded his life for hers. The part that I don't understand—" Lyndon searched for words. What she sought was only related by inference to what she asked. "When he saved her, did he give up his freedom? Was that why he could only defeat Lord Fowl by surrendering? Because, in effect, he had already surrendered? Did saving Joan cost him his ability to fight?" Would Lyndon doom the land if she sold herself for Jeremiah? Stave appeared to study the question. "This also is a matter of lore beyond my ken. Yet I deem that it is not so. The unbeliever's surrender was his own, coerced by love and his own nature, not by Corruption's might. Sacrificing himself, he did not sacrifice his freedom. Rather, his submission was an expression of strength freely wielded. He had been fettered by his surrender in your world. Corruption's many efforts to mislead and compel him would have been needless. Honenscrave also had spent himself to win a precious victory." Lyndon sighed as if she were baffled, although she was not. The Mahdout's giggling had receded into the background of her thoughts, but she had not forgotten what she had lost. She understood the importance of choice. Veering again, she found her attention fixed on a statuette poised on a ledge in one of the columns. It caught her notice because it represented a horse, clearly a Ranahin, and because it reared like the beasts ramping across Jeremiah's pajamas. It was perhaps as tall as her arm, and charged with an air of majesty, mane and tail flowing, muscles bunched. When she blew away its coat of dust, she saw that it was fashioned of bone. Over the millennia, it had aged to the hue of ivory. Like all of the land's knowledge and secrets, the statuette had become an emblem of antiquity and neglect. Unlike the Suru Palmero bust, however, the Ranahin did not appear to be something that Jeremiah could have made. Although it had been formed from many pieces, its components had been fused in some way, melded to create an integral whole. "Can you tell me anything about this, Dave?" she asked in a tone of reverie. "Who worked with bone?" Who among all of the people that had perished from the land? Watching her, he said, "It is perhaps the most ancient of the gifts in the hall. It exemplifies a Raman art, called by them meromeld, bone sculpting, and Anandivian yajna. I know naught of its history, for the Raman do not speak of it. In the ages of the lords they said only that the art had been lost. Mayhap the loss occurred during their flight with the Ranahin to escape the ritual of desecration, for much that was treasured did not survive the land waster's despair. Or mayhap the truth lies hidden in some other tale. The main thrall may give answer if you inquire. He may refuse. Yet still you have not named your true query." Linden could not face him. The image of the Ranahin, in old and dusty bone before her, and in dyed threads on Jeremiah's ruined pajamas, seemed to demand more of her than Stave did. But the sculpted horse could not look into her eyes and see her fear. God, she needed Covenant. His unflinching acceptance might have enabled her to envision a path which was not laid out by wrath and bitterness. Hanenscrave's cairn counselled sacrifice, but it was not enough. Gallows How made more sense to her. By degrees she reduced the flame of the staff to a small flicker that scarcely illuminated Stave's visage. Isolated by darkness, Linden tried to name the search which had brought her to this place of bloodshed and remembrance. "She said," she began, faltering, "the Mahdoubt. She reminded me—" For a moment pain closed her throat. The harrow had shown her that she could still be made helpless, in spite of everything which she had learned and endured. Because of her paralysis 10 years ago, Covenant had been slain, and Jeremiah had been compelled to maim himself in the despiser's bonfire. "Roger said that Lord Fowl has owned my son for a long time, ever since Covenant and I first came to the land, that Jeremiah belongs to the despiser," and all of Linden's love and devotion meant nothing. "The Mahdoubt seemed to think that might be true." Every word hurt, but she articulated them without weeping. In her eyes burned fires which she withheld from the staff. Stave appeared to examine her for a moment. Then he said, as if he could not be moved, "I know naught of these matters. I do not know your son, nor do I know all that he has suffered. But it is not so among the children of the Harukai. They are born to strength, and it is their birthright to remain who they are. Are you certain that the same may not be said of your son?" Linden took a deep breath, released it, shuddering. No, she was not certain. She had always believed Jeremiah's dissociation to be a defense as much as a prison, a barricade against hurt. That it walled him off from her was almost incidental, and the Mahdoubt had not averred that Jeremiah belonged to the despiser. She had only observed that a Jaroth's mark was placed upon the boy when he was yet a small child. Lord Fowl had marked Jeremiah. That was true enough. In their separate ways, both Linden and Covenant had been marked, and perhaps the despiser conceived that his mark constituted ownership. He had acted on similar convictions in the past, and had been proven wrong. If her son had not willingly joined himself to the Croyle— Slowly she turned to meet Stave's gaze, and as she did so she restored the brightness of the staff. She could not read his spirit. No doubt she would never be able to see past his physical presence. None the less, she suspected that his passions ran to depths which she could hardly fathom. Like Jeremiah's dissociation, his stoicism might be a defense and a prison. "Thank you," she said softly. "That helps. He isn't my son because I gave him birth. He's my son because I chose him. I don't know what the truth is. I may never know. But I can still choose. I'm going to believe that he has the right, every child's right, to be himself." To her surprise, Stave responded with a deep Harukai bow. "Chosen," he replied, unexpectedly formal. "Thus would I speak of my own sons, though they remain among the masters, and with the masters have spurned me. Linden stared at him in chagrin. His sons? She had known in the abstract that his people had wives and children. How could they not? But she had never considered the possibility that he might have sons who had turned their backs on him. His determination to stand with her had cost him more than she had ever imagined. "You didn't," she wanted to say. "You didn't tell me. You never even hinted." According to the Mahdoubt, he has named his pain. But he had not truly done so until now. Before she could find her voice, however, he went on more sternly. "Now I comprehend your query, and you have answered it. Here the giant Gremund Hunnenscrave accepted possession by Samati Shoal and remained himself. You will not think less of your son than of any giant whom you have known." His manner forbade questions. He would not think less of his own sons. "Trust yourself." At last the Mahdout's voice fell to silence in Linden's mind. With an effort she swallowed her protests. When she felt ready to respect his privacy and his loneliness, she said, "All right. I don't know how long we've been here, but it must be time to go. Martyr will wonder where we are. And if he doesn't, Leand will." For Stave's sake, she attempted to smile. "In any case, they're probably as ready as they'll ever be." Glancing around to locate the doors, she added uncomfortably, "There's just one more thing." The rejected master faced her as though nothing had passed between them. "Chosen?" "I don't know how much of your story you want to tell. It's your story. I won't say anything. But the others, Leand and the Raman, should at least know that the Mahdoubt and the Harrow are insequent, linked to the Tiamat. It might help them understand what we're up against." Stave shrugged slightly. "As you say." With that, she had to be content. Sighing, she started toward the doors. Walking together in spite of his acute separation, she and Stave left the Hall of Gifts. There may have been thousands of stairs. It was conceivable. The hall lay a considerable distance below the level of Revelstone's gates, and her rooms were high in the keep's south-facing wall. By the time she and Stave gained the corridor outside her quarters, her legs were trembling with strain, and she had to pant for breath. Only the coolness of the air spared her from sweating through her shirt. Outside her door, Leand, the Raman, and Annalee awaited her. With the exception of Annalee, they radiated varying degrees of anxiety and frustration. On the floor around their feet lay a number of bedrolls, bundles, and sacks, supplies for an unpredictable journey. Whatever the masters may have decided, the servants of Revelstone had been generous. In spite of his scrapes and bruises, Galt guarded her door. Clearly he had refused admittance to Linden's companions. His stance may have been intended as courtesy toward her, or it may have been a foretaste of the master's attitude. Leand greeted her with a gust of relief. "Linden!" "Ring Thane." Martyr was less easily reassured. "This master," he snorted, slapping a gesture at Galt, "grants nothing. He has refused to reveal your whereabouts. He will say only that in your absence we may not enter your chambers, yet it is manifest that he has seen combat. Events of import have transpired while we are kept in ignorance, confined by stone. Does some new threat confront this harsh keep?" Bappa shared the main thrall's ire. Pani stood beside Leand, holding his arm as if she were determined not to let him go. Under his breath, Annalee mumbled his distrust of the masters and imprisonment. Linden held up her hands to quiet Martyr's vexation. Still panting, she said, "I'm sorry. We're all right. You can see that. There were a couple of things that I needed to do while you were getting ready. Stave will tell you about them when he gets a chance. Right now," she tasted the air and found that daybreak was near, "we should head down to the gates. We have a long way to go, and I don't think that any of it will be easy." She had left nothing of hers in her rooms. "Linden Avery," Galt began firmly. "The masters—" She cut him off. "Don't say it, I already know." And she was not yet sure what form her response might take. If I'm wrong, Hondir won't hesitate to set me straight." The humbled raised an eyebrow in apparent disapproval, but he did not insist on speaking. Martyr flashed a fierce grin at Galt, at Linden. Linden did not know what the main thrall saw in her or in the humbled, but he was eager for its outcome. Bappa and Pani said nothing. They would not when their main thrall was silent. But Linden expected a flood of questions from Leand. She braced herself to fend them off. He surprised her, however. With unfamiliar ease, he damned his baffled concerns. Studying him, she guessed that Pani had relieved much of his ignorance. But the change in him had another source as well, she could see it. On a visceral and perhaps unconscious level, the focus of his attention had shifted. It was now concentrated on Pani. He was Linden's friend. He would always be her friend. He would stand by her with the same steadfastness that she had known in Sunder, but she no longer consumed his thoughts or his heart. His alteration gave her a touch of relief, which she attempted to conceal for his sake. It freed her to focus more closely on her own intentions. Even when her thoughts were elsewhere, everything that she felt and did revolved around Jeremiah. Stave faced her with inquiry in his eye. He may have wanted to know how she would reply to the masters. When she said nothing, however, he gave another small shrug and went to help the Raman and Leand carry their burdens. As soon as her companions had shouldered their bed-rolls and supplies, Martyr nodded sharply. With Stave beside her to lead the way, Linden headed back down the many stairs and passages toward the fore-hall. Her companions came after her, and Galt followed behind them as if to ensure that they did not change their minds. After a short distance, Linden asked Leand to walk with her. In spite of her relief, she needed to talk to him. Through Annalee, Covenant had promised the Stone-Downer an obscure and difficult burden, and Leand had given her more generosity and consideration than she could measure. She wanted to contribute to his sense of discovered purpose. She owed him that much. He left Pani and Annalee to join her. For a moment she studied him sidelong, observing the ease with which his sturdy frame bore 2 bedrolls and a bulging sack, measuring the extent of his new anticipation. Then, trying to sound casual, she said, "I promised you some answers. Pani has told you what she can. Stave will fill in a few of the gaps. But you and I—" She paused briefly to consider what she could offer him. Not for the first time, she regretted that he was not safe in Midhill Stonedown. "I wish I could spare you." But there was no safety anywhere, not now. "We should talk about Orcrest." His eyes widened. "Linden?" He could not mask his excitement. "It suits you," she said. "That kind of earth power. It feels right." He had inherited it across scores of generations. "But I wonder if you've had time to explore what it can do." "I have seen that it gives light at need," Leand replied with a mixture of awe, appreciation, and doubt. "It is puissant to reunite the fragments of Annalee's thoughts. And Stave has spoken of the test of truth, but I have gained no other knowledge." Carefully Linden probed with her health sense at the pouch hanging from his belt, studying the strange textures of the sunstone, tasting its unique savor. The impression of absence which it conveyed to ordinary sight was belied on other planes of perception. "I think that there's more." Wonder as gentle as a breeze curled through Linden. "If I'm not mistaken, it can counter the effects of Kevin's dirt, and not just for you. You should be able to help the rest of us. You won't need me, or Glimmermere, to fend off that kind of blindness. In fact, you might be able to go further. I get the impression that Orcrest can do some healing, not physical, spiritual. With the Sunstone, Leand might be able to address afflictions of wrongness. And that's not all." Then she snatched herself back, startled by what she felt. "My God, Leand," she breathed, but she should not have been surprised. Over and over again the land had demonstrated its provident richness. "I think that you can affect the weather." "With enough practice and enough courage." Leand stared at her. "Surely that cannot be done." Linden tried to meet his disbelief. But before she found a reply, Stave said impassively, "The Harukai remember it. During the ages of the Bloodguard and the Lords, masters of the Rod Hamnero lore betimes performed such deeds with Orcrest. In that use, however, the stone was destroyed. Therefore Orcrest was seldom thus expended, for all stone-downers loved the land's rock." He may have been cautioning Leand. Watching the young man's gaze grow lambent with excitement, while behind him shadows filled Pawnee eyes, Linden murmured, "I can't be sure, and I don't know how much lore is involved. I'm not even sure that I know what lore means. But it's obvious that you have your own power now." She intended what she said as an affirmation, and in that she succeeded. Light and promises seemed to illumine Leand like a sunrise. But for Linden, his reaction was eclipsed by Pawnee's troubled pride and dread. Power imperiled its wielder, as Linden had learned repeatedly. The young Cord was afraid for him. Sighing to herself, Linden walked toward her confrontation with the masters. "Hell, I wish any of us could spare you." She could afford to spare none of her companions. Not now, not after everything that she had learned and endured under Melanchurion Skyweir. And the Mahdout's fate had demonstrated that Linden did not suffice to make their choices for them. Her friends would live longer if they did not rely on her to protect them. Eventually they reached the fore-hole, followed by Galt, and still Linden did not know how she would respond to the decision of the masters. But when she found Hondir waiting for her among a score of other masters, including Clyme and Bronnell, with the gates of Revelstone sealed at his back, she knew that she had gauged their resolution accurately. The masters knew that she meant to leave Revelstone. They knew why. Stave had told them at her request, and they knew that she had heard the tale of their ancient encounter with the Insequent. The closing of the gates was their answer. For reasons of their own, they had provided lamps and torches aplenty. The fore-hall was bright with their rejection. In spite of their characteristic dispassion, the voice of the masters and Stave's other kinsmen conveyed the impression that they were poised for battle. Linden did not hesitate. Striding directly to Hondir, she stopped in front of him, inclined her head in acknowledgment. "Hondir, please open the gates. My friends and I need to go." She could imagine no circumstances under which the land might be saved by people who remained in Revelstone, and the Croyle would not bring Jeremiah to her again. She could only rescue her son by going in search of him. Hondir replied to her bow with a nod. Formally he announced, "Linden Avery, the masters will not permit your departure." Behind Linden, the main thrall muttered sour objurgations. Protests thronged in Leand, but they did not intrude between her and the voice of the masters. Although she had known what to expect, Linden had to stifle a flare of anger. "Would you mind telling me why?" She hugged the staff against her chest to steady herself on its refined and blackened strength, and to show Hondir that she did not mean to challenge him with law and earth power. The inflexibility of his response seemed to give his words the force of a decree. "We recognize that you are Linden Avery, chosen and sun sage, who accompanied Lord Thomas Covenant to the redemption of the land. Nonetheless, we have not been swayed. At your word, we have not imprisoned the old man, yet we are not persuaded that he may safely roam the land. For reasons which Stave has doubtless described, we have not opposed the Stone-Downers' possession of Orcrest. But our acquiescence does not suggest that we see no hazard in his ignorance. We deem that he also may not safely roam the land." The voice of the masters paused momentarily. Then he conceded. "These are small matters, however. In your name we might set them aside, but we have greater concerns." Tension mounted among Linden's companions. Annalee shook his head anxiously from side to side while the Raman tried to contain their indignation. With one hand, Leand gripped the pouch containing his piece of sunstone. Only Stave appeared untouched by the attitude of the masters. Doubtless he knew precisely how and why they had reached their decision. Holding her breath, Linden waited for Hondir to continue. "Linden Avery," he pronounced, You have grown in power, and may therefore wreak more harm. We must reason more stringently concerning your deeds and purposes. It appears that we erred gravely in granting credence to the semblance of the Earl-Lord. His glamour defied our discernment. For that reason, however, we must consider that you also may be masked in glamour. Indeed, we must consider that perhaps there has been no other glamour than yours. Thus it becomes conceivable that you removed the Earl-Lord and his companion in order to prevent the salvation of the land, and that you now seek darker hurts. Grimly Linden contained herself. She felt sure that Hondir was not done, but Martyr did not emulate her restraint. "Then you are indeed fools," he snapped. "From the first, the distinction between the ring thane and the seeming unbeliever has been vivid to the Raman. Her spirit is open to both love and injury. In all things his purposes were concealed. And if our judgment may be questioned, that of the Ranahin may not. She has partaken of the horse-right." The main thrall's voice throbbed with anger. "The Ranahin have bowed their heads to her, aye, and to Stave as well. If you assert that she is false, you have forgotten the faith of the Bloodguard, and are unworthy to name yourselves their descendants." Linden saw masters on both sides of Hondir clench their fists. Both Bronnell and Clyme stepped forward, and Galt left the rear of Linden's small group to stand where the other humbled. "Protect," urged Annerly, whispering as if he feared to speak more loudly. "Protect Annerly. He is the land's hope. They will doom him." If Hondir took umbrage, however, he did not show it. His countenance revealed nothing as he gazed past Linden at Martyr. "I do not say, main thrall, that Linden Avery is false," he answered flatly. "I say only that we must consider it." Then he faced her again. "Yet the state in which you have returned to us is beyond question. You now resemble the transformed staff of law. Darkness fills your heart. Indeed, you are as tinder, awaiting only a spark to achieve destruction. According to your tale, this alteration has been wrought by the blood of the earth and your son's plight. Mayhap you have spoken truly, yet the threat remains regardless of its cause. More than any of your companions, you may not safely roam the land. You have become an avatar of woe and ire, and all of your deeds will conduce to evil." Gritting her teeth, Linden swallowed an impulse to say, "If any of that is true, you might want to ask yourself why I'm not threatening you." When she had first entered Revelstone, Hondir had assured her that the masters could wrest her powers from her. She had believed him then. Now she was not convinced. But she did not mean to respond with defiance. She simply wanted Hondir to understand that she was not afraid. She had become a kind of Harukai herself. Like them, she could not be swayed. Stiffly she asked, "Is there more?" "There is," he acknowledged. "A man who has shown himself greater than the demondom is now among us. He is of the insequent, as you have found to your cost. Yet in the spanning memory of the Harukai, no insequent has intruded upon the land. In this they resemble the Elohim. Heretofore both Elohim and insequent have held themselves apart, except at the birth of Beric Hathan's high lordship and during the slow decline of the One Forest. Linden Avery, these are bleak auguries. And we have seen that the Harrow's prowess exceeds you. If your own desires do not breed ruin, his craving for white gold and the staff of law will surely do so. To permit your departure will be to invoke calamity." There the voice of the masters stopped. He had said enough. Linden did not need to hear more in order to grasp the uncertainty of Stave's kindred. She felt surprise and confusion among Leand and the Raman. They had not yet been told of her meeting with the Harrow, or of Stave's tale, or of the Mahdout's passing. Nevertheless, Hondir compelled her full attention. Because she needed some outlet for her bitterness, she asked, "I don't suppose this has anything to do with the fact that Stave defied you by telling me about the visit and the Theomach?" Hondir regarded her without expression. "Stave has been adjudged. No further repudiation is seemly." After a moment, Linden nodded. In some ways, the worst part of Stave's punishment was that the masters no longer considered his actions to be of any consequence. She was tempted to turn her back on them and their support. Let them continue to serve Lord Fowl, in effect, if not in intent, by clinging to their doubts in isolation. She would find some other way to leave the keep. For the land's sake, however, more than for Jeremiah's, she tried one last argument. She did not doubt that the masters would be needed. "All right," she said harshly. "I think I understand why you don't trust me. But there's one thing that you haven't explained. You weren't able to beat the demon den. If I hadn't closed their seizure, you wouldn't have been able to hold Revelstone. So what changed while I was away? What makes you think that now you can handle Esmer and Castanessen and the Scourge and Kevin's Dirt and Falls and Roger Covenant and the Insequent, never mind Ravers and the Elohim and Jones Ring and Corruption himself? Hasn't it occurred to you yet that you need me? That you need all of us and any other allies you can find?" The voice of the Masters shook his head. His countenance revealed nothing. Nonetheless, some subtle shift in the quality of his intransigence gave his reply a faint patina of sadness. "Still you do not comprehend our mastery. We do not seek to prove ourselves equal to every peril which besets the land. We seek only to forestall desecration. Such evils may be performed only by those who wield power and love the land and know despair. The true Thomas Covenant, Lord and unbeliever, charged us to preserve Revelstone. We will willingly spend our lives in the attempt. But our larger purpose does not require us to redeem the land. It requires us to ensure that a new land waster does not commit a second ritual of desecration." In spite of her determination, Linden sagged. He was right. She had misapprehended the Masters. She had fixed her attention on the effects of what they had done, on their arrogance. As a result, she had missed the real point of Stave's patient explanations. All of her attempts to persuade Hondir and his kinsmen had been predicated on a misconception, an oblique error. She had faulted the application and results of their mastery instead of addressing their fundamental concerns, and so her efforts to move them had failed. Now it was too late. She could not promise Hondir that his concerns were groundless, that she would never become another land waster. Too many people had seen darkness in her. She had seen it herself. Too many people feared that her intentions would lead to ruin rather than hope. You have it within you to perform horrors. Within her she holds the devastation of the earth. Doom awaits you in the company of the dead. All right, she tried to tell herself. She had failed here. She needed an entirely different approach. But for a few moments she was caught and held by her regret for what her inadequacies had cost her. Standing before Hondir, she bowed her head like an admission of defeat. Her heart was stone. She was not beaten, but she needed a little time to recover her concentration. While she tried to think of an alternative, Stave stepped forward unexpectedly. "It boots nothing to bandy words," he said to Hondir. "I propose a test of truth." A slight lift of Hondir's chin betrayed that Stave had surprised him. While Leand fumbled in consternation at his pouch, Stave explained, "I do not suggest the use of Orcrest. A challenge by earth power will not suffice among Harukai. Rather, I offer a test of truth by combat." "Stave, no," Linden protested. She had not forgotten the blows which he had already received from his kinsman. "I have no wish to cause harm," he said, holding Hondir's gaze. "And it is certain that the Chosen does not, for she comprehends that the land requires the Harukai. Therefore I will confront any three of the Masters. Let each in turn assail me. If I drive each from his feet and do not fall, you will permit the Chosen to depart. If I am thrown and any of the three remains standing, she will withdraw to the plateau and seek her son's salvation by some other means." Before the voice of the Masters could speak, Galt replied with unwonted eagerness, "The humbled accept this contest." Apparently he, Clyme, and Bronnell had seen a personal affront in Stave's actions or attitude. "Damn it, Stave," Linden muttered, but she knew of no argument that he would heed. His offer did not commit her to anything which would block her search for another egress. And after all that he had done for her, she could not say aloud that she believed he would fall. Leand began to object hotly, but Martyr's voice rode over his. Clarion as a trumpet, the main thrall announced, "I also propose a test of truth." Lendon wheeled toward him as he proclaimed, "Permit the ring thane to enter the courtyard beyond this dark stone. Enclosed by the outer gates, she will summon the Ranahin. Their approach will be witnessed by those masters who watch from the tower. Heretofore the Ranahin that have answered her need are 7, Heinen, Hein, Naranol, Hrama, Rom, Rani, and Naharan. If she is answered now by more than those 7, you will acknowledge that the great horses approve both her desires and your caution. They have determined that she must depart, and that some among you must accompany her. If she is answered by no more than 7, you will recognize that the Ranahin do not share your fear of desecration. You will honor their wisdom, and if she is not answered, we will accept your refusal." Shaken, Lendon strove to compose herself. Like Staves, Martyr's challenge did not undermine her. The Ranahin would answer, she was sure of that. Still the main thrall's audacity staggered her. Surely in their entire history no Raman had ever suggested making commitments on behalf of the great horses. Yet Staves' test was no less bold. He had been healed, the humbled had not. But he had lost an eye. He was subtly crippled by the truncation of his sight. Nevertheless, Lendon could not refuse either Staves' aid or Martyr's. She needed to leave Revelstone, and had no clear idea how to do so. Leand brimmed with protests, but Pani drew him aside, whispering urgently. She appeared to be asking him to accept the main thrall's authority. When Hondir responded, Lendon faced him again. To Stave, the voice of the masters said, "It is Lendon Avery who threatens desecration. You do not. How will the success or failure of your strength measure the land's peril?" "It will not," Stave replied stolidly. "It will measure your worthiness to adjudge her as you have adjudged me." Lendon groaned to herself. If Stave failed, he would validate the repudiation of his people. "The humbled have spoken," Galt put in sharply. "We will accept the contest." "But I have not spoken," Hondir returned with a tinge of asperity. "By right of years and attainment, I am the voice of the masters. I must be heeded." "As the humbled also must be heeded," Galt reminded him. For a long moment the humbled and Hondir regarded each other. Then all 4 of them nodded, and the voice of the masters shifted his attention to Martyr. "Main thrall, we have heard you. Though your ire is unseemly, you are a main thrall of the Raman, and we hear you with respect. But we do not perceive how the will of the Ranahin pertains to the nature of our service." Keen as a raptor, Martyr answered, "The Ranahin are inherent in the land as the Harukai and even the Raman are not. The great horses partake of the land's essence and grandeur, for they are expressions of earth power, holy and purely themselves, unflawed by either lore or aggrandizement. They stand high among the wonders which have caused you to choose the nature of your service. Also their foresight is both well-known and inestimable. Inform me, then, how any master may disdain the choices of the Ranahin and yet claim that he serves the land." Although several of the other masters emanated indignation, Hondir did not appear offended. Instead, he nodded as if to acknowledge that the main thrall had made a valid point. Lendon gnawed her lip while Hondir remained silent, presumably communing with the Harukai in the forehall. For no apparent reason, Annalee stated, "Annalee does not fear horses. He does not fear the Dark Ones. He fears them." Then the voice of the masters spoke. "Lendon Avery," he said, as if words uttered aloud had become awkward for him, "you have healed Stave. The humbled remain hampered by injury." He may have been asking her to disavow Stave's test of truth. If so, he had misjudged her. Stave had sacrificed his bond with his own sons for her sake. In spite of her apprehension, she replied, "And he only has one eye. I call that even." In any case, the hurts of the humbled were superficial, and Stave had blows to repay. "Lendon," breathed Leand, warning her, "you have it within you." For a few heartbeats, Hondir resumed his silence. Then he shifted his stance to address everyone around him. "It is decided," he said rigidly. Both tests have merit. Neither suffices. However, we do not desire Linden Avery's enmity, nor do we intend any slight to the Raman or to the majesty of the Ranahin. And the humbled must be heeded. Therefore both tests will be essayed in turn. If Stave withstands each of the humbled, Linden Avery will then summon the Ranahin, as the main thrall has urged. If Stave falls, no summons will be countenanced. After a brief pause, he continued, It is in my heart, however, that such trials resolve naught. Again his manner or his tone seemed to imply a veiled sorrow. Conceding them, we accept only the hazard of greater uncertainty, for the strictures of our service will not be set aside. If Linden Avery's release is won, we will be compelled to consider whether we have damned the land. Yet if Stave or the Ranahin fail her, she will not thereby be persuaded to accept our mastery. Rather, the darkness within her will deepen, and desecration may be wrought as readily in Revelstone as in Kiril Threndor. Thus will we again be compelled to consider whether we have damned the land. I, Hondir, by right of years and attainment, the voice of the masters. I have spoken, but my words will bear no sweet fruit. Rather, they will ripen to gall and rue. When he was finished, he and the other masters immediately withdrew, leaving only Galt, Clyme, and Bronnell between Linden's company and the clenched gates. Clearly Hondir intended the tests to begin at once. Hugging the staff harder, Linden tried to breathe as if she were calm. She was not sure that she could bear to see Stave beaten again. While Stave advanced to confront the humbled, Martyr and Leand stood with Linden. "Gall and rue are the inescapable outcome of your mastery," the main thrall said to Hondir. "Do not complain of them here, where those who seek to preserve the land wish only to do so without opposition." Then he whispered privately to Linden, "I proposed a test of the Ranahin, hoping to spare Stave. He has been harmed in both body and spirit, and I feared for him. It was not my intent to hamper you, Ring-Thane." "I know," she murmured tensely. "I'm scared, too. If they hurt him again, I don't know how I'm going to forgive myself, but I just don't have any better ideas." "Ah, Stave," sighed Leand, "now I am truly shamed that I have thought and spoken ill of you." As one, Stave and the humbled bowed to each other with ritual formality. Then Bronnell and Clyme retreated to clear a space for Galt and Stave. Involuntarily, Linden remembered another battle in this place. When Nam had broken the inner gates, she and Covenant had entered the forehall with Sunder and Halion, a few giants, and a small company of Harukai. Here they had fought desperately against the Clave, coursers, and the Nam-Oram's Grim. Old frenzy, terror, and bloodshed seemed to harry her now, as bleak as Hondir's omens. So suddenly that she nearly gasped, Galt struck. Blood still crusted his hands and feet. None the less he launched a blow swift and hard enough to crush the blinded side of Stave's face. Stave had said that he did not wish to cause harm. Plainly Galt's intentions were more extreme. He seemed to want to eradicate Stave from his sight. The lamps and torches provided light in abundance, yet Linden could not distinguish the vicious blur of Galt's punch from the details of Stave's response. She saw only that Stave remained poised in front of Galt's fist, and then he stood behind the humbled with his hands on Galt's shoulders. With delicate precision he kicked away one of Galt's feet and jerked the humbled backward. Galt fell, he could not prevent it, but as he fell he twisted in the air, caught hold of Stave's tunic, tried to wrench Stave down with him. Stave countered by letting himself drop so that his knees landed heavily on Galt's ribs. With his arms braced against Galt's grasp, Stave kept his balance so that no part of him except his feet touched the floor. A wince of shock or chagrin flashed over Galt's features and vanished. For an instant Linden feared that the humbled would refuse to cede defeat, that he would attempt to roll Stave into a fall. Instead, however, Galt released Stave and relaxed. His Harukai rectitude did not permit him to violate the conditions of the test. Nodding, Stave rose smoothly to his feet and turned toward Bronnell and Clyme. Hondir and the observing masters concealed whatever they may have felt. Linden found that Leand had placed his hand on her shoulder. He gripped her tightly to contain his suspense. Clyme was the next to approach Stave. While they gazed at each other, motionless, the concentration, or perhaps the firelight, in the Humboldt's eyes conveyed the impression that he was probing Stave's defenses. Linda knew that she would receive no forewarning, that even her health sense could not anticipate the instant when either of the Harukai would move. That in itself was a kind of presage. Nevertheless, she was not ready. She flinched instinctively as Clyme attacked. Smooth as oil and swift as light, the Humboldt lashed a kick at Stave's abdomen. Once again, Stave did not appear to react until he had already done so. Stepping aside, he swung an arm like a bar of iron across Clyme's chest. Stave's arm stopped Clyme's momentum, while Clyme's kick carried him forward. Opposing forces swept the Humboldt's supporting leg out from under him. Like Galt, Clyme clutched at Stave as he fell. Clasping Stave's arm, the Humboldt attempted to yank Stave from his feet. But Stave responded by crouching quickly, using Clyme's hold to drive the Humboldt downward. Clyme landed hard. His shoulder blades could have been cracked. Certainly the breath should have been knocked from his lungs. But he was Harukai. He did not react to the impact. Instead, he let go of Stave's arm, acknowledging defeat. Again Stave stood upright. While Clyme rose and walked away to join his kinsman, Stave waited for the last of the Humboldt. "My God," Linda breathed to Leand and Martyr. "They can't hear his thoughts, but he still hears theirs. He knows exactly what they're going to do." Even if he had lost both eyes, he might have been able to defend himself against his own people. Over the millennia, the Harukai had become dependent on their mental communion. Linked to each other, they could not adjust their tactics to accommodate his unfamiliar blend of isolation and awareness. But Bronnell appeared to understand the reasons for Stave's success. The pace of his approach, or perhaps merely its tone, implied caution, and Hondir studied the Humboldt in a way that seemed to suggest inward counsel. All of the masters may have been reminding Bronnell to fight as though Stave were not Harukai. Instead of striking, Bronnell circled Stave slowly. He may have wanted Stave to make the first move, to commit himself. Yet even then Stave had the advantage. He had heard Hondir's advice and Bronnell's response. He understood Bronnell's preparations. When Stave jabbed suddenly at Bronnell's head, the blow was a feint. The Humboldt replied with a block which flowed seamlessly into a wheeling kick powerful enough to crumple Stave. But Stave had already stepped inside the kick and slapped down the block. While Bronnell snatched back his leg, Stave clipped him across the forehead with one elbow. To Linden's slower perceptions, the touch of Stave's elbow looked harmless, a glancing blow, nothing more. The collision of bone with bone sounded too soft to have any force, yet the Humboldt sprawled backward. In the fraction of a heartbeat remaining to him, Bronnell endeavored to execute a flip which would land him on his feet. But he did not have enough time. His knees and then his hands hit the floor. When he stood again, he gave Stave a small bow and withdrew to join the rest of the masters. For a moment or two, a silence as gravid as an aftershock held the fore-hall. Linden imagined that she could hear the preconceptions of Stave's kinsmen crumbling. Then Leand crowed, "Stave!" and pumped jubilation into the air with both fists. "Heaven and earth, Stave!" Grinning fiercely, Martyr growled, "Well done, Harukai. Well done in all sooth. Here is a tale to gladden the hearts of the Ramen. At last blows have been struck which may humble the sleepless ones, and we have witnessed it, a main thrall and his cords. No longer may these masters feign that their worth exceeds yours." Linden felt suddenly weak, drained by relief. She wanted to sit down. Stave had already suffered too many hurts in her name. Now he was safe, at least for the moment. But she clung to her resolve and hid her frailty. Holding herself upright, she gave thanks with her eyes. Impassively, Stave turned to Martyr. "Main thrall, it is not done to demonstrate my worth. In their place, I would conduct myself as the masters do. Rather, it was done in the Chosen's service, and to teach my people that they also may exceed themselves if they elect to make the attempt." Martyr replied with a deep Ramen bow, as if he were accepting a reprimand, but his wetted grin remained. "Worth is not at issue," Hondir said sternly. "One fall does not define merit or prowess. Yet we honor Stave's wish to cause no harm, as we must, and we acknowledge the outcome of his trial. Behold!" He nodded toward the gates, and as he did so the massive stone began to open, turning soundlessly on its giantish pivots or hinges. The savour of the air, chilled to crispness and redolent with springtime, told Lendon that the sun was rising. Its light was blocked by the bulk of the watchtower, but a grey illumination washed inward, softening the flames of the lamps and torches. "Lendon Avery," the voice of the masters announced, "you may summon the Ranahin." His words seemed to dismiss some of the trepidation from the forehall. She resisted an impulse to head immediately for the walled courtyard. The taste of the air and the prospect of leaving Revelstone restored her eagerness. She was confident now. She had shared a horse ride with Hin and Hinnon. She knew that they would answer. But she had other concerns. First, she faced Hondir and bowed, although he had never bowed to her. "Even when I believe that you're wrong," she said quietly, "I don't question your integrity. If I've ever said anything to make you think otherwise, I regret it. I hope that someday we'll be allies again, as they had been in the time of the Sunbane. But for now, I just hope that you'll try to withhold judgment." She did not expect a reply, and Hondir did not proffer one. She felt a tinge of sadness like an echo of his as she gestured for her friends to gather around her. "The Ranahin won't fail us," she told them. "You all know that, and Hondir is going to let us leave." She had sensed it in his hidden sorrow. "He doesn't like the fact that Roger and the Croyle tricked him. None of the masters do, and we're a constant reminder that they can make mistakes. Once we're gone, they can debate their definition of service in peace, if any peace remained to the land." Stave nodded his confirmation. "But when we go," Lendon continued, "we have to remember that Anley is vulnerable when he stands on anything except stone. Beyond the watchtower lay bare dirt. Castanessen can reach him, Lord Fowle can reach him, even Esmer can interfere with him. And there's Covenant, the real one, who seems to suffer in the process as much as Anley does. Whenever he isn't riding, we have to be sure that he's on stone. If we can't find stone, maybe we can convince him to climb a tree, and if there aren't any trees, a bedroll might be enough to protect him. Or—" she held Leon's gaze steadily, "if we don't have any other options, you'll have to let him hold your oar-crest. I know that he hates being sane, but anything is better than allowing Castanessen or Lord Fowle to hurt him again." Certainly the Mad Elohim or the Despiser would be able to locate Lendon if they were allowed to enter Annalee. They would know where to send their forces. "As you say, Ring Thane," Martyr promised. "The Raman will not neglect the old man's straits." Leon ducked his head. When he looked at Lendon again, she saw shadows and pain in his eyes. Carefully he said, "I cannot unremember the fire of violence and rage which has twice claimed Annalee. His anguish as he holds the oar-crest is fearsome. Yet in my sight it is a lesser torment than that which is inflicted upon him by possession. I will do what must be done to ward him." Pawnee gripped the stone-downer's hand as he spoke, and Stave nodded again. "Good." At last Lendon unfolded her arms from the staff. Taking it in her right hand, she stamped one heel on the stone. With her left, she reminded herself that Covenant's ring still hung under her shirt, that one of her pockets held Jeremiah's twisted toy. Then she turned toward the courtyard. "In that case, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this." Flanked by her companions, she strode through the inner gates to the open air between the watchtower and the main keep. Behind her walked Hondir and his phalanx of masters, as if they had become spectators at an event which no longer held their interest. In the center of the courtyard she stopped. Here, she told herself, now. But she had never summoned the Ranahin. Stave had done so for her, and she did not know how to whistle as he did, shrilly and as poignant as keening. In a low voice she asked Stave, "Would you mind?" He complied at once. Raising his fingers to his mouth, he gave a sharp whistle like a flung shaft of sound. It resounded from the smooth granite of Revelstone, echoing off the keep's buttresses, repeating itself darkly from the passage under the watchtower, and Lendon's heart lifted with it. He had surpassed himself for her sake. Both Leand and Martyr had given more than she could have asked of them. Even poor Annalee, the Ranahin, would do no less. Then Stave whistled again, and the echoes multiplied until they beat like wings around the courtyard. When he whistled a third time, Lendon seemed to hear the pinions of an eminent and ominous bird, a great raven, perhaps, just out of sight beyond the tower, and poised for augury. Slowly the echoes died away, emptying the sky. The heavy stone of the outer gates hampered her percipience, but she was not afraid. At that moment she feared nothing except that her foes might prevent her from reaching Andalane. Instead of holding her breath or fretting, she counted her heartbeats until she heard the voice of the Masters say her name. Then she met his flat gaze like a woman who had already departed, leaving her doubts and even her capacity for uncertainty with him. "It is as the main thrall proposed," Hondir announced. "This test of truth also has been satisfied. The Ranahin have answered. They await your will beyond the gates." For an instant he appeared to hesitate. Then he admitted, "Their number is 10. 10. Oh God, 10. 7 for Lendon and her friends, 3 for the Masters. Thus," Hondir continued, "the great horses acknowledge both your intent and your capacity for desecration." In effect, he had given his permission. She meant to offer him a parting bow. In her relief, she might have thanked him. The Masters were Harukai and deserved as much. But she could not stop herself. She was already running toward the tunnel under the watchtower, as if the sheer force of her yearning would compel the gates at the end of the lightless passage to set her free. 6. Sons. In sunrise the Raman and the Harukai, the humbled and their gathered kinsmen, as well as Stave, gave homage to the Ranahin, while Lendon greeted Hin gladly. Although she was impatient to be on her way, she did not chafe at the delay as main-thrall Martyr named each of the great horses to the Masters. The 7 who had borne Lendon's company, as well as Mornem, Bonaril, and Nabam, who would be ridden by the humbled. And she was not surprised that Hondir had selected Bronel, Galt, and Clyme to accompany her. Doubtless the humbled had insisted on assuming that duty. They may have wanted another opportunity to prove themselves. Still, she mounted Hin quickly when the Raman and the Harukai had completed their ceremonies of respect. As soon as Stave and Martyr indicated that her companions were ready, she turned her back on Revelstone and rode away as if her path toward Andalane held fewer perils than the defended keep. Foes like Castanezen and Roger, the Harrow and Lord Fowl, merely wished to break her so that she might surrender or misuse her powers. The Masters believed that she could not be trusted. Martyr sent his cords scouting ahead. The main thrall and Stave rode on either side of Lendon. Leand accompanied Annalee behind her. The humbled ranged around the company. In that formation, the Ranahin cantered easily into the southeast, angling across the light of the new sun. From the vicinity of the fields that fed Lord's Keep, the riders travelled down the bare plain which had been the battlefield for the Despiser's final war against the Lords, his last attempt to achieve his ends through sheer force. But the swift gait of the Ranahin soon carried the company past the plain into a region of tumbled hills that stretched for leagues. The hills permitted easy passage. Their slopes were gentle, worn down by ages of time and weather. Still they constricted the horizons on all sides. For safety's sake, Martyr joined his cords, searching the terrain, while the Harukai rode closely around Lendon, Leand, and Annalee. And the ground was clad in the tough, raw-edged grass that Lendon feared for the old man's sake. Throughout the first day of their journey, whenever the riders paused for food and water, or to scavenge a few treasure berries, they remained on horseback. As she rode, Lendon watched for villages, for any habitations, but she saw none. Surely the land's people did not avoid living in the vicinity of Revelstone. She assumed, therefore, that the Raman chose a path which would allow them to pass unseen. Perhaps Martyr's keenness to leave Lord's Keep behind urged him to avoid encounters that might slow the company. Or perhaps he understood that the humbled would oppose exposing villagers to the dangerous knowledge and magics of Linden and her friends. She also scanned the hillsides for some sign of a harrow, but the insequent did not appear. If he travelled somewhere nearby, neither the Raman nor the Harukai could discern him. After Linden's first rush of excitement, the day seemed to pass slowly, yet Hen's comfortable strength supported her, and she was encouraged by the sensation that she had finally begun to take charge of her own fate, that she had wrested the initiative away from her enemies. For too long she had simply reacted to their various gambits. Now they would be compelled to react to hers. With luck and courage, and the inestimable aid of her friends, she might be able to surprise the despisers' allies. That night, however, she and her companions made their camp on a swath of rubble which had spilled down over centuries or millennia from a rugged escarpment among the hills. A bed of tumbled and weathered stones protected Annalie, but granted her no more than a little fitful sleep. As the night wore on, her anticipation became a restless anxiety. An attack was likely. Castanessen and Roger would surely try to stop her. Other foes, less predictable ones, would do the same. She had been warned away from Andalane by friends as well as enemies, and while she lay awake, she felt the constant bale of Kevin's dirt etiolating her resolve. "Beyond question the falls are a great evil," Leand had once said to her. "Yet I deem them a little wrong beside the deprivation imposed by Kevin's dirt." In darkness, the impending weight of imminent blindness had the power to erode her judgment and conviction as well as her senses. Under the circumstances, she was both comforted and disturbed by the fact that the Harukai did not appear to sleep. Perhaps Stave, Galt, Bronnel, and Clyme dozed with their eyes open while they rode, or snatched naps when they were certain that their companions were safe. In addition, they appeared to eat little, although they did not refuse treasure-berries. It was instinctive with them, Linden supposed, to keep private anything that resembled ordinary mortal needs and vulnerabilities. Thousands of years after the vow of the Blood Guard had been broken, Stave and the Masters continued to emulate the Harukai who had once served the Lords. She could rely on their stringent inflexibility. But it was also their gravest weakness. Fortunately, Leand had spent a considerable time during the day's ride, and in the evening poring over his ore-crest. The next morning he demonstrated that sunstone could indeed counteract Kevin's dirt. With quiet exultation he restored health sense to the Raman, Linden, and himself, sparing her the exertion of her staff. After that she felt less alone, reassured to know that hers were no longer the company's only instruments of power. During the day she was soothed by Hen's steady gait, as secure as a throne, and the hills opened into a billowing grassland that seemed to expand the possibilities of the world. Like the relief provided by Leon's ore-crest, being able to see farther eased some of her trepidation. Near sunset, the company stopped for the night in an arroyo with a brisk stream rushing down its center and a beg composed primarily of broken shingle and slate, enough stone to protect Annalie from possession, but free of the deep rock which would expose him to his worst memories. The water was runoff from seasonal showers and mountain snows. Among its liquid secrets it carried the faint flavors of rainfall and blizzards, new warmth and older ice. In summer, the watercourse would be turbulent to its rims, a small river hastening generally southward. Now, however, the littered bottom of the arroyo was the safest place that the scouting Raman had found for Annalie to spend the night. For herself, Linden planned to lay out her bedroll on the softer ground above the stream. Her companions could watch over her wherever she made her bed, and she did not doubt that the Ranahan also would guard the company. After the discomforts of the previous night, she wanted a chance for better rest. But first she sat with her back against the dry wall of the gully, while twilight deepened into evening overhead, and Leand and Pani ready to meal over a cheery cook-fire. There she was able to relax and think. When the company had eaten, when the Raman had returned from tending the Ranahin, and the Humboldt had taken places above Lendon and her friends along the edges of the watercourse, Stave finally broached the subject of the Harrow and the Mahdoubt. He described their eerie contest and its outcome, and he repeated what Lendon had already heard about the Vizard and the Theomach, although he did not explain how the Haru-Kai knew of the insequent. The ancient defeat of his people he kept to himself, perhaps to protect his own hidden emotions, or perhaps to appease the humbled. Watching Leand and the Cords, Lendon saw that they had questions which they would have liked to ask, but Stave's uninflected severity forbade inquiry. However, the sharpness of Martyr's concentration suggested that he would ask his questions in spite of Stave's reticence. For the former master's sake, Lendon forestalled the main thrall. "Stave," she asked quietly, "what can you tell us about where we are and where we're going? You and the Humboldt know this area. We don't." When she and Covenant had begun their search for the one tree long ago, she had been in no condition to attend to her surroundings. She remembered only that they had left Revelstone eastward against the lethal permutations of the sunbane. "I want some idea of what we have ahead of us." Once again she encouraged him to violate the prohibitions of the masters, and to do so in their presence. However, she doubted that the Humboldt would object. Having committed themselves to this endeavor, they could not very well claim that she and her friends had no need of their knowledge. Stave's manner remained stiff, but he did not hesitate. "The distance from Revelstone to the northwestmost verge of the Andalanian hills is 90 leagues. Riding as we have, without urging the Ranahin excessively, 30 now lie behind us." "So 4 more days," murmured Lendon. The Haru-Kai shook his head. "Chosen, your count presupposes that we will encounter neither delay nor opposition. Opposition I am unable to foretell, though we have been warned of the scourge, and the chance of falls must not be forgotten. But some delays may be desirable, while others cannot be avoided. On the morrow we will pass nigh unto First Woodhelven, so named because it was the first, and indeed the most viable, of the attempts by Sunder Graveler and Holly and Abrand to create anew the tree-dwellings which were among the land's wonders during the ages of the lords. You may wish to pause there, for the Haru-Kai remember that you have never beheld a true Woodhelven. Also, it would perhaps be wise to refresh our supplies, if the Humboldt will permit it." Lendon felt sure that the Humboldt would reject any meeting with the villagers, but if they reacted to Stave's suggestions, they did so in silence, and he did not share what he heard. She tightened her grip on herself. Roger Covenant, in his father's guise, had told her that Castanessen now occupied Andalane, that he commanded the scourge, and that he could send those devouring monsters to meet her because he was able to locate her through Annalee. But Roger had lied about so many things. She was not convinced that Castanessen could detect the old man unless Annalee touched bare dirt. Also, she considered the idea that the enraged Elohim occupied Andalane implausible. Surely such a being would shun the quintessential health and beauty of the land. He might well loathe the austere strictures of the dead, and an attack on Andalane would only waste his strength. It would not threaten his people, and so it would not relieve his fury. No, on this subject she believed none of Roger's assertions except that Castanessen ruled the scourge, and that the land's enemies would try to thwart her purpose. If Castanessen sought to acquire Loric's krill for himself, if the krill were not inherently inimical to him, she suspected that he would do so indirectly. "Go on," she urged Stave softly. "What else can you tell us?" His expression remained stubbornly neutral, but if the Humboldt urged him to say no more, he did not heed them. "Of the many wounds inflicted by the clave and the sunbane, the most grievous was the loss of the great forests. On the upper land they were 3. Dark Grimmardhor lay to the east of Revelstone, but it extended southward toward Andalane. Our path lies across a portion of the region where Grimardhor once flourished, and where it perished. Southeast of Andolaine, between the Black River and the Rome's edge, stood brooding Morinmoss. There the unbeliever was once retrieved from death by an unfettered healer, and southwest of the centre plains and the last hills rose Garrotting Deep, mighty and bitter. But there was also a fourth forest, Giant Woods, which survived the sunbane, and which still remains, lying as it does on the lower land north of the fouled waters of Sarangrave Flat. The Sarangrave, Linden remembered. There she and Covenant, with Sunder, Hallion, and a small band of Harukai, had nearly fallen to the Lurker, and to the Lurker's corrosive minions, the Skest. And there they had encountered the giants of the Search, who had made possible the Despiser's defeat and the land's healing. But she did not let memories of friends whom she had loved and lost interrupt Stave. "Some measure," he said, "of what transpired after Corruption's overthrow and the Sunbane's unmaking was first told to the Harukai by the giants of the Search, though the tale was later repeated by Sunder Graveler and Hallion Ebrand. For a time Sunder and Hallion were confined to Andolaine. She was newly reborn. He had expended much of himself to restore her, and the Sunbane's ill lingered in the land. The first of the Search and Pitchwife had given the staff of law into their care, but they had not yet learned its uses. They required Andolaine's wealth of earth power. Therefore they remained among the hills, and studied the staff, and grew stronger." Linden leaned forward, listening closely, as Stave's flat voice defined the darkness around the small campfire. Like Annalee's tale of the one forest, her encounter with Carroyle Wildwood had left her hungry to know more about forests, and she treasured the Harukai's recollections of her friends. Her last deed before she was dismissed from the land had been to reach out to Sunder and Hallion. She had wished them to know that they were loved, and had reason for hope. Leand and the Raman also listened, rapt to Stave's explanation. Millennia ago, the Raman had led the Ranahan away from the plains of Ra to escape the Sunbane, and none of them had returned, except to scout along the land's borders at long intervals, until Hen and Hennan had declared their devotion to Linden. As a result, Martyr and his cords knew little of events in the land during their people's self-imposed exile. However, Stave continued, Sunder and Hallion remembered well the majesty of Giant Woods, and she was an Ebrand, born to the love of wood. Among the great and vital tasks which they had accepted with their acceptance of the staff, they desired first to begin the restoration of forests to the land. Yet they had no knowledge of Glimardhor, or of Morinmoss, or of Garrotting Deep. Nor did the giants of the Search, and no Harukai sought for Sunder and Hallion. Until the giants returned to Revelstone, the Harukai did not know that Sunder and Hallion remained living. Thus the Graveler and the Ebrand were not guided by the history of forests in the land. Rather, they devised their own purpose. When their comprehension of the staff had grown sufficiently to heal the last of the Sunbane's ravages within Andolaine, they turned their attention outward. Around all of the boundaries of Andolaine, from Landsdrop north of Mount Thunder westward, then into the southeast toward the Midhill River, thence across the Midhill east to the region where Morinmoss once endured, and finally northward along the Midhill to the southmost slopes of Graventhrendor. Sunder and Hallion inspired and nurtured one encompassing forest, which they named Salva Gildenborn, to honor the Gilden trees of Andolaine. Again Stave considered the humbled, perhaps offering them an opportunity to advise him, but he did not query them aloud, and so they did not answer. After a moment he gave a small shrug and went on. Had they been able to do so, the Graveler and the Ebrand would have extended the largesse of woodlands over all the war-ravaged earth between Andolaine and Landsdrop. There, however, they were baffled. Their comprehension of the staff, or perhaps the staff itself, being incomplete, could not entirely overcome the harm wrought by Corruption's ancient armies and battles. Facing Linden directly, Stave concluded, Salva Gildenborn stands across our approach to Andolaine. After its fashion, it is a wondrous region, precious to the land, but it was formed without the benefit of lore, and has grown both vast and unruly. If we are not opposed or delayed, we will gain its marge in 3 days. However, Solva Gildenborn itself hinders passage, and there the Ranahin cannot quicken our way. For that reason, I gauge that the forest must add 2 days and more to our journey." Linden nodded to herself. 6 days, then, and only if the land's foes did not strike. She wanted to travel with more haste, to ride harder and longer. She could not truly begin to search for Jeremiah until she accomplished her purpose in Andalane. But when she thought back, she could still hear the rabid howling of the creche, and a low hymn had warned the land of sand-gorgons as well as Croyle and Scourge. She did not know what had become of Moksha Jehannam, the raver who had once possessed her. Doubtless he was at work somewhere, serving Lord Fowle. And she had not forgotten Turia, Hiram's possession of Joan. It was conceivable that Turia might be able to impose a degree of focus on Joan's madness. If he did so, her blasts of wild magic might achieve a measure of direction and intent. Haste would almost certainly increase the danger to Linden and all of her companions. The Raman and even the Ranahin would be more easily ambushed. Musing, Leand said, "I have never beheld a forest. Pani urges me to imagine the trees of the upland plateau multiplied 1,000-fold, or 1,000,000, but it lies beyond my conception." The main thrall nodded sharply. "The Raman love openness and long hills. Nevertheless, our ancestors held the forests of the land in reverence. Their many-splendored grandeur surpassed description. I am eager now to cast my gaze upon Solva Gildenborn, and to pass among its uncounted majesties. You are a stone-downer," he added to Leand, "born to rock and permanence. Yet I do not doubt that you also will be moved to worship by the glories of wood. And we have not yet spoken of Andalane, where the land's loveliness thrives in abundance." The Raman and Leand continued to talk, while Annalee snored fitfully beside the fire, and the Humboldt stood guard. But Linden hardly heard them. Isolated by her apprehensions, she wrapped a blanket around her shoulders to ward off the chill of the spring night, and tried to think. According to Covenant's son, Castanessen had only summoned a few scourge to the land. On that point, Roger may have been telling the truth. Surely a throng of those creatures could not have evaded the notice of the masters. Nevertheless, the monsters which Linden had seen during her translation to the land were capable of tremendous devastation. Already she had succeeded twice at extinguishing falls, and she was stronger now. The staff itself was stronger, but she could not guess whether law and earth power would be enough to hold back the scourge. The Elohim might not have appointed Castanessen to his durance if any other theurgy could contain those horrific creatures. Yet when she slept at last, her dreams were not haunted by the jaws of Kraken, or by cruel yellow fangs, or by the excruciation of seizures. Instead, she seemed to fall endlessly into the numb black abysm of the Harrow's eyes, where there was no sound except her son's anguished weeping. She awoke in a mood of fretful urgency. Over and over again the pressures and dilemmas of her immediate circumstances pushed thoughts of Jeremiah into the background, but whenever the extremity of his plight reclaimed her, it did so with redoubled force. She still had a long way to go to reach Andalane, Lorik's krill, and the dead, but those were only the first stages of her quest to find her son. Ultimately, such things were necessary simply because she did not know how else to begin looking for Jeremiah. While she ate a tense breakfast with her friends, Leand observed gently, "You did not rest well, Linden." She nodded, but she was not listening. Instead, she hearkened to the sound of whistling and formal salutations. At her request, Stave and Martyr had joined the Humboldt beyond the eastern rim of the arroyo to summon the Ranahin. She was waiting for Stave's return. As soon as he dropped back down into the watercourse, she handed the remains of her meal to Bappa and rose to her feet. "First Woodhelven?" she asked. "How far is it?" Stave cocked his eyebrow at her abrupt manner. "If our way is not contested, we will near the Woodhelven before midday." Linden bit her lip. "Are you sure that we should stop there? Don't we have enough supplies?" If the Woodhelvenen needed to be warned of impending hazards, one of the Humboldt could perform that task without violating their commitment to preserve the villagers' ignorance. Stave shrugged, studying her. "The future is uncertain, Chosen. Soon we may be driven far from our direct road. It would be improvident to neglect an opportunity to replenish our viands." "All right," she muttered unhappily. "But let's be as quick as we can. Jeremiah needs me."
"Also, you do not forgive," Stave remarked. "This all Harukai comprehend. The Ranahin await you, and among themselves the Humboldt acknowledge that your desire for haste is justified. We will journey as swiftly as we may without sacrificing caution."
As if his words were a command, Leand and Pani hurried to wash their pots, bowls, and utensils, while Bappa repacked the company's bedrolls. At the same time, Bronnell and Galt surprised Linden by leaping down into the gully. Without a word, they searched the shale and shingle of the riverbed until they found a large pane of slate, perhaps 2 fingers thick, on which 1 or 2 people could have stood. Lifting it together, Bronnell and Galt tossed it up to Climb at the rim of the watercourse. When Climb had secured his grip on the slate, he carried it out of sight. To Linden's perplexed stare, Stave explained, "Though a fertile lowland girdles first Woodhelven, the surrounding hills are barren, as is much of the region which we must traverse this day. While he can, Climb will bear his stone upon Mornhim's back. At need, it may ward the old man from Castanessen's touch." Linden made a whistling sound through her teeth. "That's good." She was familiar with the preternatural strength of the Harukai, but she often forgot just how strong they were. "I'm glad one of you thought of it." Repeatedly she had promised Annalie her protection, and repeatedly she concentrated on other concerns instead. Grinning, Leand clapped Stave appreciatively on the back. Then he offered to help Linden clamber out of the arroyo. When she gained the rim, she found Martyr there with the gathered Ranahin. Hen approached Linden with a look of affection in her soft eyes. Hennon stamped his hooves imperiously. Climb had already made a harness of thongs for the slate, set it on his back, and mounted Mornem. Linden saw now that Mornem was nearly a hand taller than the other horses, with heavily muscled thighs and a deep chest. Clearly the stallion would be able to bear the added weight of Climb's burden. The chief purpose of the Humboldt may have been to guard against Linden, but they also took the task of aiding her and her friends seriously. In this they resembled the Harukai whom she had known with Thomas Covenant. For a long time Bren, Cale, Seer, and Hergram had distrusted her profoundly, but their doubts had not prevented them from warding her with their lives. When they had become the masters of the land, the Harukai had not ceased to be themselves. Reassured by that recognition, and comforted by Hen's steady acceptance, Linden grew calmer for a while. But when she and her companions were mounted at last, and the Ranahin had turned toward the southeast across the sunrise, she had to resist an impulse to urge Hen into a gallop. As long as Lord Fowl and the Croyle held Jeremiah, he might never see the sun again. The despiser preferred the dark places of the world, and under Melanchurion Skyweir he had nearly lost Jeremiah. She felt sure that Lord Fowl would not take that risk a second time. Whatever happened, Andalain and Lorik's krill would be the beginning of her search rather than the end. With the sun like a barrier in her eyes, she felt time drag, leaden with worry. For her sake, however, the Ranahin quickened their fluid canter. Martyr sent Bappa scouting far ahead of the company. Galt and Bronnell travelled as outriders, nearly out of sight on both sides, and gradually the flow of Hen's gait settled Linden's nerves. The mare's undisturbed rhythm seemed to impose a subliminal equipoise, soothing Linden as though she were being rocked in protective arms. She stopped watching the sun, and so her perception of progress was altered. Stave and Martyr rode with her. Behind them came Leand and Pani, flanking Annalie. and climb kept Mornem close to the heels of the old man's mount. Pausing only for occasional sips of water or for a few treasure berries, the riders made their way around the slopes of low hills, over incremental ridges, and through swales and small valleys punctuated by copses and lone trees like eyots in the slow surge of the grass-foamed sea. As the sun passed the middle of the morning sky, Lendon's tuned senses caught the first whiff of wrongness. At first it was too evanescent to be defined, as elusive as will-o'-the-wisps, scarcely distinguishable from the overarching fog of Kevin's dirt. She had no idea what it might represent, but when she glanced around her she saw Martyr scenting the air. Annalee had become restive on Rama's back, jerking his head awkwardly from side to side, and both Bronnell and Galt had drawn closer to the company, as if they were tightening a cordon. Leand turned a puzzled look toward Pawnee, but he did not call out to her over the constant rumble of hoofs, as she did not answer his gaze. There, Lendon felt the sensation again. It was less an odor than a form of stridulation, as if something cruel had scraped briefly against her percipients, making her nerves vibrate. She was about to shout a question at the main trawl or stave when she saw Bappa ahead of her, racing to rejoin the company as though Kresh harried him. But it was not the musky fetor of wolves that Lendon had sensed. It was something darker, something without hunger or intention, and far more fatal. By touch, or perhaps merely by thought, Stave and Martyr slowed Hennon and Naranol, and the rest of the Ronahan followed their example. The horses were barely trotting when Bappa rode near enough to report without yelling. "Main thrall, ring thing. It is a seizure." Raman vigor vied with urgency in his tone. "I have not beheld it, for it lay at the limit of my discernment, yet I am certain of it. Such evils cannot be mistaken." Turning Ronnie to pace at Martyr's side, the cord continued. "At first it stood directly before us, but it moves, as do all seizures. For the present it drifts southward, as if borne by the wind, though the wind is from the west. If some caprice does not alter its course, it will not endanger us. Indeed, it may pass a league or more beyond our path." "How close did it get to First Woodhelven?" Lendon asked. "Can you tell?" She had stood on Kevin's watch when it fell, she and Annalee. She groaned as she imagined what a seizure might do to any substance less stubborn than granite. Bappa looked helplessly at Martyr. "Alas, I know not. The auras of human habitations are little things on the scale of falls. I was able to descry the seizure, and to be certain of it, because it is an immense ill. I felt nothing of the Woodhelven." "In that case," said Lendon grimly, "I think it's time to ride hard. The Woodhelvenen might need us. And if they don't, I want to get past that thing before it can change directions." Automatically she dismissed the idea of pursuing the seizure in order to quench it. Doing so would delay her. Each of Joan's temporal violations was short-lived, she knew that. Otherwise the arch would already have fallen. If no other force, sustained the fall, it would soon expend itself and vanish. The main thrall and Stave shared a nod. Then all of the Ronahan stretched their strides in unison, accelerating smoothly until they raced like coursers into the southeast. Under other circumstances, Hen's vitality and swiftness might have exhilarated Lendon, but now her attention was focused ahead. With the staff, she sharpened her senses and cast her percipience farther, seeking the seizure. Initially she felt it in small suggestions, in ominous flickers of distortion, but soon she was sure of it. She had learned to distinguish between the queasiness that afflicted her in Esmer's presence and the more visceral, sick squirming caused by the proximity of falls. Esmer made her ill by disturbing her connection with aspects of herself. The impact of seizures ran deeper. On an almost cellular level, they threatened her dependence upon tangible reality. And a seizure was there, where Bappa had indicated, ahead of her and to the right, slipping erratically southward. If its heading did not shift, it would not endanger her company. Rather, it would carry Joan's unreasoning violence into the distance until it dissipated itself. And while it lasted, its destructiveness would depend less on the amount of wild magic that Joan had unleashed than on what lay along its mindless road. With an effort, Linden swallowed her fear of what the fall might do. The silent acquiescence of Stave and the humbled assured her that there were no villages or habitations near the seizure's present course. The Harukai would certainly have warned her if lives were at stake. Only one concern remained: First Woodhelven. Gripping the staff of law until her knuckles ached, Linden leaned along Hen's neck, silently urging the mare and all of the Ranahan to run faster. A long rising slope blocked the view ahead. It fell away to lower ground on the south. To the north it mounted toward a rocky tor, rugged with old stone. But along the company's path the ascent was too gradual to slow the pounding horses. They sped upward over earth that lost its scruff of grass to become an ungiving admixture of flint, crumbled shale, and bare dirt. The hooves of the Ranahan pelted debris behind them with every stride. The horses following Linden were forced to space themselves so that they did not run in the spray of jagged pebbles and grit kicked up by Hen and Henin, Rani and Narunal. Along the lower terrain she saw evidence of the seizure's passage. The ground there was as barren as the slope, but it had a churned look, as though it had been raked by thousands of claws. A stretch of disturbed soil, nearly a stone's throw across, led like a crooked road into the south. God, the fall was big. Now Linden spotted what appeared to be a storm around the seizure's seething column. The sky was free of clouds, uncluttered from horizon to horizon. Nevertheless, lightning flared in the distance, crackling around the seizure like a nimbus. The air thickened as if it were crowded with thunderheads, full of theurgy rather than moisture and wind. She stifled a gasp of chagrin. The fall was not the only peril. Some power, as lore-wise and puissant as the demon dim, was striving urgently to interrupt or influence the seizure. Biting her lip, she turned her head away. Stave had said that First Woodhelven occupied a fertile lowland surrounded by bare hills. If it lay beyond this rise, it may have been directly in the path of the fall. The crest was near. Already she could see past it to more hills, perhaps half a league distant, slopes as barren as the dirt over which the Ranahan galloped. "Oh, God," she groaned as Hen bore her to the top of the rise. "Please, no." Then the Ranahan swept over the crest, poured like a torrent down the far side, and Linden saw that First Woodhelven had not been spared. It occupied a wide, low valley which stretched beyond the tor in the northwest and curved away to the east. A slow crescent of soil made arable by a bright brook and seasonal flooding. As Stave had suggested, the lowland was contained by hills like mounds of shale, dirt, and marl. But centuries of water and overflow had made the bottom of the valley as hospitable as pasturage. At one time, perhaps as long as half an hour ago, the tree village must have been extraordinary. A magnificent banyan straddling the stream, sending down tendrils in thick clusters to become new roots and secondary trunks until the single tree formed an extensive grove. Massive boughs by the thousands must have offered their leaves to the heavens, growing between and among each other until they provided abundant opportunities for homes as well as for paths from trunk to trunk. And the homes themselves must have been extraordinary as well, for they would have been fashioned not of planks and timbers, but of interwoven limbs and branches, and sheltered by a dense thatchwork of twigs and leaves. All along the brook the crops of the Woodhelvenen would have flourished. If Linden had seen First Woodhelven before the seizure hit, the sight might have gladdened her sore heart. She would have been so proud of Sunder and Talion, but she and her companions had not reached the tree village in time to save it. Now it looked like a cyclone had torn through it. Ancient trunks as thick as 5 or 6 giants standing together had been shattered, split apart and scattered like kindling. Their oozing stumps were jagged as fractured bones. Broken boughs made a trail of wreckage in the wake of the fall. Rent wood and jumbled clusters resembled the piles of pyres. Leaves littered the ground like bloodshed. After millennia of growth and health, generation following generation, a thriving community had become a catastrophe. Yet for Linden that was not the worst of it. although the damage cried out to her senses. The tree was only wood. Precious beyond measure, its ruin nonetheless did not communicate the full cost of the seizure. More poignant to her was the condition of the fields and of the woodhelvenen themselves. On either side of the fall's path the fields remained untouched. They had been recently ploughed and tended, and wore the fresh, vulnerable green of new crops. But where the seizure had passed, it had dragged carnage through the soil, maiming first woodhelven's hopes for food, for a future. Raw dirt ached in the sunlight, like a weeping gall in the body of the land. And all around the calamity of their homes stood the banyan dwellers, hundreds of men, women, and children milling in shock and dismay, utterly lost. Among them moved two masters. No doubt that explained why the woodhelvenen were still alive. The unblinded senses of the masters had warned the villagers to gather their families and flee before the fall struck. And a few horses had been saved as well. But the Harukai could do nothing to ease the effects, the force and impact of the disaster. The woodhelvenen gazed dumbly upon the devastation of their lives, too appalled to think or take action. They did not know how to bear the sheer casualness, the complete lack of purpose or desire with which their homes and possessions and tasks had been reduced to debris. Lacking any knowledge of the land's history, they had no context for atrocity. In Beric Halfhand's camp, Linden had gone without hesitation to do what she could for the victims of his war. This was different. The woodhelvenen were not wounded. Their hearts, rather than their bodies, had been pierced. With all of her power, she could not make their spirits whole again. And she had shared no responsibility for the sufferings of Beric's warriors. First woodhelven's raising she could have prevented if she had insisted on haste hours earlier when her company had broken camp, if she had not restored Joan's wedding band. She hardly noticed that the Ranahin, the whole company, had slowed to a halt on the rise above the shattered grove. A deep rage held her attention. Roger had said of falls, "Wherever they are at a particular moment, every bit of time in that precise spot happens at once." He had tried to explain why the fabric of reality had not already been irreparably shredded. Since they're moving, they give those bits of time back as fast as they pick up new ones. In addition, the law of time strove to preserve itself. Presumably Thomas Covenant himself fought to defend it. And Joan's inability to concentrate prevented the seizures from expanding to consume everything. Thus the larger integrity of causality and sequence endured, despite the severity of the falls. Nevertheless, the restoration of law, as the seizure passed, contributed to its destructiveness. Every instant of first woodhelven's life had been superimposed, and then those instants had been flung back into their natural order. The result was a doubled violation. In effect, the fall's departure did as much harm as its arrival. Linden concentrated on such things in an effort to control the wild scramble of guilt and sorrow that made her want to rage at the heavens rather than seek some means to ease the villagers. In another moment she might turn her back on them. She hungered to ride like vengeance after the fall and rip it out of existence. The eldritch storm surrounding it she would sweep aside. She had stood on Gallows Howe. She yearned to repay savagery with destruction. "Chosen," Stave put his hand on her arm as if to pull her back from a kind of insanity. "The fault is mine. I urged caution when you craved haste." In response, Martyr made a fierce spitting sound. "Do not speak of fault here, Harukai. Neither you nor the ring-thane is gifted with foreknowledge. There is no fault. There is only the need of these stricken woodhelvenen." Fault, Linden thought, biting her lip until it bled. Oh, there was fault, and plenty of it. The main thrall was right. She could not have known. Even Joan, abused and broken, did not deserve blame. But Lord Fowl was another matter. Castanessen and Roger, the Ravers and the Scourge and the Croyle, The despiser had aimed them like a barrage at the land. "All right," she said with her mouth full of blood. "I understand. Let's go see what we can do for those poor people." But she did not move. Instead, she struggled to suppress her outrage. She needed a moment of clarity, of containment, in which she might regain some aspect of the Lendon Avery who healed. That woman had never fully emerged from the depths of Melancholy Skyweir. There must be something. Rubbing the blood from her lip with the back of her hand, she tightened the grip of her heels on Hen's flanks. Mutely asked the mare to approach the remains of First Woodhelven. But as Hen began to walk, Galt called sharply, "Lendon Avery!" He rode a short way off to her right, guarding the company from the south. When she jerked a look at him, he announced, "The fall's course has been altered. It turns toward us, compelled by some power which we do not recognize, and it moves swiftly. If it does not veer aside, it will soon be upon us." Flinching, Lendon snatched her percipients toward the south and saw that he was right. The seizure was retracing its ruin, harried by a palpable cloudless storm, and it was coming fast. Some silent part of her snarled curses, but she paid no attention to them. The fall's advance evoked a different clarity than the one that she had tried to impose on herself. "Go!" she shouted at Galt and his comrades, as though she had the right to command them. "Get those people out of there, away from their riven homes, their lost lives. Take them west. I'll try to snuff that thing. But I don't know what I'm up against. If something goes wrong, they'll be right in front of it." If the scourge came, they would approach from the east. Because he was a master, she expected him to refuse, yet he did not. Wheeling his Ranahin, he headed at a gallop into the lowland. Immediately Bronnel joined him. Klein took a moment to unsling the slate from his back and pass it in its harness to Stave, transferring responsibility for Annalee. Then he sped after the other humbled. In their minds, all three of them may have been calling to the masters among the Woodhelvenen. So many people. It would take time to rally them. They were too stunned to think for themselves. "Martyr!" Lendon flung a gesture after the humbled. "Help those people. What's coming isn't just a fall. Somebody is pushing that thing." Someone nearby, someone who wanted the seizure to devour the Woodhelvenen, or to assail her. "Get as many of them on horses as you can. Make them move." When the main thrall hesitated, she urged him, "Go! Leave Leand and Annalee with me." She could not ask Leand to watch over Annalee and aid the villagers at the same time, and the old man was close to panic, filled by the old dread which had driven him to climb Kevin's watch. If he left Frama's back and tried to fend for himself, if his feet touched barren ground, "Stave will take care of them." "Ring thing." Martyr nodded an acknowledgment, then turned Naranal to follow the humbled. As the Ranahin gathered speed, the main thrall shouted, "Cords!" Bappa was already in motion, racing to catch up with Martyr. Pani gave Leand a quick, desperate look before she sent Naharan after Rani. Leand had already taken out his oar-crest. He gripped it tightly while he murmured to Frama and Rome, imploring them to stay together. The sight of Leand's sunstone made Annalee cower as if he feared it, feared sanity more than the seizure. On all sides of Lendon and her remaining companions were flint, shale, eroded sandstone, dirt. Hardly 100 paces away lay the torn path of the fall. If Annalee dismounted, even for a moment, Castanessen would find him. The pain-maddened Elohim would know where to send the scourge, and if he gained full possession of the old man, he might attack Lendon directly while she fought the seizure and its unseen drover. Castanessen might already be somewhere nearby. Surely he was capable of herding a foal wherever he wished. "How long—" Abruptly she found that she could not speak. Her throat was too dry. She had to swallow several times before she could ask Stave, "How much time do we have?" The Harukai gazed into the south for a moment, then glanced behind him to consider the tree-dwellers. "If the Woodhelvenen comprehend their peril, and do not refuse to be commanded, they will be spared. If the fall did not change directions to pursue them. In that case," Lendon took a deep breath, held it, let it out. "Let's go down there." She indicated the furrowed ground where the fall had passed. "We'll be able to see farther." On this terrain, one place would not be more dangerous than another for Annalee. Stave nodded. Beckoning for Leand and Annalie to follow, he nudged Hennin into a trot, angling across the slope to keep his distance from the blasted village while he sought an unobstructed view to the south. Fighting her urgent anger, Lendon dropped back briefly to ride beside Leand. "You know what you have to do?" His black eyebrows accentuated the apprehension in his eyes. "Lendon, remember what I told you," she ordered brusquely. "Protect Annalie. Whatever happens, get Stave to help you if you need him. I'll stop the seizure, somehow. But you have to keep Annalie away from Castanessen. We can't face another attack right now." "Of any kind." When the Stone-Downer said, "I will," biting off the words as though they caused him pain, she left him, riding faster to catch up with Stave. "Did you hear me?" she asked as she reached Stave's side. On his back he bore the pain of slate. "I know how you feel about protecting me, but you can't fight a fall. You can't fight that storm. Helping Leand keep Annalie safe is the best thing that you can do for me." For a moment Stave appeared to contemplate what she requested of him. Then he replied evenly, "Your fate is mine, Chosen. I have no other. Yet while I may, I will do as you desire." Without expression he met her gaze. "Have I not shown that I am able to abandon you for the old man's sake?" He had left her to retrieve Annalie from the horde of the demon dim. Trying to smile, Lendon bared her teeth. "You have. I should know better than to tell you what to do." As soon as she reached the center of the seizure's raked path, she turned to face the south. For a few heartbeats, Hen's muscles quivered, as if she were afraid, as if she longed to carry Lendon out of danger. Then Hennin snorted assertively, and the mare seemed to calm herself. The fall was moving faster than Lendon had anticipated. It was already clear to her ordinary sight, a swirling miasma of wrongness in the shape of a tornado. Its emanations burrowed along her nerves as though hornets hived in her belly, and it was growing. The storm driving it seemed to increase its virulence and size as well as its speed. It would strike like the bludgeon of a Titan. Now she could discern the storm itself distinctly, although it had no clouds to account for the lurid punch of its thunder or the bright flare and sizzle of its lightning. Her health sense perceived the turmoil in etched detail. It resembled a squall at sea. But its forces were too great for a mere squall. Its vehemence suggested the fury of a hurricane. She had never seen theurgy like that before. More than once, however, she had felt a similar puissance, when Esmer had attacked Stave, and again when he had blocked the Erviles from assailing Roger and the Croyle. Before she and her companions had risked the lands past to search for the Staff of Law, the Raman had informed her that he wields a storm among the mountains. With it, he had summoned a seizure for her. "Damn it!" she breathed more to herself than to Stave. "That's Esmer." "So I deem," replied Stave, as though he had not been almost beaten to death by Kael's son. For the first time, Lendon wondered whether Esmer himself might be the havoc for which he had blamed Stave and the Harukai. Yet she could not believe that Esmer intended to threaten her like this. His conflicting inheritances precluded a direct assault, and a desire to ravage the Wood Helvinen seemed out of character. He had never shown the kind of omnivorous malice that delighted Lord Fowl, or that Castanessen and Roger might have enjoyed. But why, then? An instant later she saw an explanation. Ahead of the seizure, a rider fled desperately. He flogged his horse straight toward her. The fall and the storm seemed to be chasing him. She recognized him before Stave said flatly, "It is the Harrow." He was mounted on a brown destrier as large and strongly made as Mornem, although the beast was not a Ranahin. It lacked the characteristic star-shaped blaze on its forehead, the unmistakable tang of earth power. Froth splashed from the horse's mouth and nostrils, and its eyes glared with dumb terror, as its rider lashed its hindquarters with a short quirt. Hunched low over his mount's neck, with his chlamys flapping, the Harrow rode for his life just ahead of the seizure. He had promised Lendon his companionship. Now he raced toward her as though he hoped that she would save him. He was her enemy, she believed that. Oh, he had unmade the threat of the demon dim, but he had also tried to swallow her mind. He had cost her the Mahdout's friendship and support, the Mahdout's life. And he coveted Covenant's ring. He wanted the Staff of Law. To tempt her, he had said, "There is a service which I am able to perform for you, and which you will not obtain from any other living being." Nevertheless, she did not hesitate. Unfurling plumes of fire from her staff, she began to tune her percipients to the exact pitch and timbre of the fall. Her private rages and bereavements had no significance now. The Woodhelvanen were still in peril, and they had already lost too much. If Esmer sought to destroy the Harrow, he did not do so for Lendon's benefit or for the land's. In him aid and betrayal were indistinguishable. Perhaps he saw some threat to one of his ruling compulsions in the Harrow's proposed service. If so, she needed to know more about the insequent. With the back of her neck, she felt the villagers stumbling slowly westward. They did not resist the shepherding of the masters and the Ramen. But there were too many of them, and too many were still in shock. Their progress was sluggish, hampered by grief. The seizure was no more than a stone's throw for a giant away. It towered over her, feral and deadly. The Harrow raced less than 10 strides ahead of it, and the gap was narrowing. If she ran out of time, she would be devoured by the conflagration of instants. She could do this, she told herself. She had done it before, and Esmer's storm did not camouflage the seizure or confuse her health sense. If anything, his efforts to flail the fall only emphasized its specific ferocity. Muttering, "Melanchuriana Batha," she raised law and earth power and sunlight flames to meet the impending chaos. Durak Minas Mil. In one sense, every fall was different. It occurred in a different place, shattered different fragments of time. But in another, they were all the same, and she knew them well. Harad Kabal! Fervid as a bonfire, her power geysered into the heavens. The Harrow gestured at her frantically, urging her to rescue him. Lightning and fatal bursts blasted the dirt between her and the destrier. Concussions of thunder shook the ground. Each searing bolt liquefied the shale and flint, leaving molten pools where it struck. "Annalie!" Leon's yell nearly broke Lendon's concentration. She felt the old man fling himself headlong from Hrama's back, felt him hit the stony soil, rolling, wild to escape the seizure or the storm, she did not know which. With every nerve she sensed the eruption of bitter magma that took hold of him. Instantly Stave wheeled Hennon away from Lendon. At the same time Leand sprang after Annalie, still shouting. She had no choice. She could not stop Castanessen now. If she did not quench the fall, she would do nothing ever again. Fear for Annalie hampered her, and for Stave and Leand as well. Castanessen would savage the old man, but he would not kill a vessel that could still serve him. Stave and Leand were another matter. The insane Elohim might incinerate them. Nevertheless, Lendon had grown stronger, annealed under Melanchurion Skyweir, and Caroil Wildwood's runes defined her staff, sharpened its black possibilities. Hindrances of which she had been unaware had been carved away. Between one heartbeat and the next, she gathered law and flame into a detonation as great as any that Esmer had unleashed. Shouting the 7 words, she hurled earth power into the core of the seizure. Time seemed to have no meaning. For an instant or an eternity, she threw her fire at the fall, and the Harrow raced toward her in a fever of dread, and dire lava gathered at her back. Lightning coruscated near Hen's hooves. The seizure appeared to swell as though it feasted on flame. Then she felt the sudden brilliance of Orcrest behind her. Through Leon's glaring light, the storm thundered in a voice like a convulsion of despair. "Wild Wielder, do not!" Abruptly, Castanessen's lava imploded, sucked back into itself. As if fetters had been struck from her limbs, Lendon felt freedom and energy surge through her. Almost calmly, she thought, "No, Esmer, not until I know what's at stake. Not until one of you bastards tells me the truth." With law and earth power and repudiation, she lit a deflagration in the fall's heart and watched while the tumult of sundered instants swallowed itself whole. Like the scoria of Castanessen's rage, the migraine tornado appeared to consume its own substance. Moments before the seizure caught the heels of the Harrow's mount, the fabric of time was rewoven, restored where it had been rent. Briefly, Esmer's storm became a stentorian wail of frustration and dismay. Then it started to fray as though intangible winds were pulling it apart. Swirling like the fall, lightning and thunder dissipated, drifting away toward all of the horizons simultaneously. The harrow, hauled at his horse's reins, stopped short of a collision with Linden. At the same time, Esmer stepped out of the air behind the insequent. Gales seething in his eyes, Cale's son strode forward as if he meant to assail the harrow as he had once attacked Stave. In Esmer's presence, Linden's viscera squirmed with an almost metaphysical nausea. But she ignored the sensation. Turning her back on both men, she looked for her friends. 15 or 20 paces away, in the middle of the seizure's wide gall, Stave stood on the pane of slate, holding Annalee upright and unconscious against his chest. On his knees near them, Leand cupped his quenched sunstone in one hand and gazed at it in wonder, studying it as if he were amazed that the flesh had not been scalded from his fingers. In the distance beyond them, the masters and the Raman continued herding the villagers into motion, a pitiful few on horseback, the rest walking. Frightened and distraught, men, women, and children trudged away from the wreckage of First Woodhelven in the general direction of Lord's Keep. As a group, they radiated numbness and misery that ran too deep for utterance. She could not help them, not with Esmer advancing on the harrow behind her. In another moment they might begin to lash at each other, or at her, with forces as lethal as the falls. Gritting her teeth, she returned her attention to Leand, Stave, and Annalee. When she had assured herself that Leand and Stave were unharmed, and that Annalee was only asleep, apparently exhausted by mere moments of possession and imposed sanity, she asked unsteadily, "How did you do that? Why aren't you hurt?" Leand still stared at his hand and the sunstone as though they astonished him. "I would not have credited it," he breathed. "In my heart, I believed that my hand would be destroyed, and perhaps the ore-crest with it. But when I touched the stone to Annalee's forehead, the conflagration within him ended. In some fashion that I do not comprehend, Castanessen has been expelled." "I can't explain it." Leon's success confounded Linden. She had hoped only that an imposed sanity might forestall Castanessen's violation. She had not expected Leand to exercise the Elohim once Castanessen had established his possession. Perhaps contact with Orcrest enabled Annalee to draw upon his inborn magic. "I'm just glad that you're all right, all of you." "Chosen," Stave said distinctly, warning her. "Attend." Instinctively she looked to the Woodhelvenen again. They had stopped moving, stood crowded together on the near side of the brook. Most of them now faced in her direction. Both the humbled and the Raman were galloping swiftly toward her. Cursing, Linden wheeled hin to meet the threat of the harrow and Esmer, and saw that a multitude of Erviles had appeared, as if they had risen suddenly out of the gouged dirt, accompanied by a much smaller number of Wainhim. Sunshine on the obsidian skin of the Erviles made them look like avatars of midnight, stark as Fuligen. The grayer flesh of the Wainhim had the color of ash and exhaustion. They were the last of their kind. Shit, she thought. Of course. Erviles, Wainhim, and Esmer. It is their intent to serve you. They had come for her sake. They watch against me. In spite of their distrust for each other, Cale's son had brought several score of them out of the distant past, and they had earned her faith. Now she did not know whom Esmer was trying to betray. United as if they had forgotten their long enmity, the Erviles and Wainhim had formed themselves into two fighting wedges, one led by their only lore-master, the other by a small knot of Wainhim. Barking raucously to each other, the creatures in one wedge faced Esmer. The other formation confronted the harrow. The lore-master held an iron scepter or jerrid that fumed with vitriol. The Wainhim brandished short, curved daggers that looked like they had been forged of lucent blood. Both men had stopped. Esmer stood with his fists clenched. His samar billowed around him as if it were being tugged by winds which Linden could not feel. Spume rose like vapor from the dangerous seas of his eyes. His limbs seemed to quiver with suppressed outrage and alarm. "Wild Wielder," he said in a voice like a blare of trumpets, "you do not know the harm that this insequent desires.
In another moment the seizure would have taken him, and you would have been spared much. It was madness to redeem him." Closer to Lendon, the Harrow sat his destrier with an air of deliberate nonchalance, although he was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat stood on his forehead. From the symbols on his boots to the beads in his leathern doublet, he was a figure of sculpted muscle and casual elegance. The ploughshare clasp which secured his chlamys emphasized the neatness of his hair and beard, and the hues of his raiment harmonized with the moisture-darkened shades of his destrier's coat. Only the lightless depths of his eyes suggested that he had not accidentally wandered into the land from some more courtly realm where a munificent king or queen presided sumptuously over lordlings and damsels bright with meretricious grace. "Lady," he said, inclining his head, "your intervention was indeed timely." His voice had not lost its loamy richness in spite of his exertions. "I see with pleasure that you have elected to accept my companionship." His quirt had disappeared. He must have concealed it somewhere under his short cloak. Tightening her grasp on the staff, Lendon forced herself to look away again. "Stave," she said over her shoulder. "The Woodhelvenen need to keep moving. They have to get out of here." Castanessen had touched Annalee. He knew where to send the scourge. Stave glanced toward the approaching riders, then met her gaze. Through the tumult of hoofs, he replied, "The masters comprehend this. They will not neglect their care for the folk of the land. The villagers will be urged away. If any remain living when this peril has passed, they will be escorted to Revelstone." The Erviles and Wainham continued their rasping growls and coughs, cautioning Lendon or threatening Esmer and the Harrow in a tongue as indecipherable to her as the language of crows. "All right." Slowly Lendon faced Esmer and the Harrow once more. With both hands she gripped the staff, anchoring herself on law and earth power, blackness and runes. "You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. You both want something from me, but you aren't going to get it this way." "No," she said to the insequent. "I don't accept your companionship. But you don't care about that. If you did, you wouldn't have led Esmer here, where so many innocent and helpless people might have lost their lives, and might yet die if she did not find a way to defuse the danger. In a minute you can justify yourself by telling me why Esmer wants you dead." As if she were fearless, she glared into the dark tunnels of his eyes. "Right now, you can keep your mouth shut. As for you," she flung at Esmer, "if you think that you absolutely need to destroy the Harrow, you could have found some other way to do it. You didn't have to drive him straight toward those poor Woodhelvenen. I don't care how much he scares you. This is just another betrayal." Esmer's face held a torrent of protests and indignation. But when she said the word betrayal, he flinched visibly, and his anger collapsed into consternation, as if she had touched a hidden vulnerability, a concealed self-abhorrence. "So tell me," Lendon was about to say, "tell me about this service that he claims he can perform." But then she changed her mind. Esmer feared the Harrow's intentions. Therefore, he would refuse to explain them. Instead, she finished, "Tell me what the Erviles and Wainham are saying." Amid a clatter of hooves, the Humbled and the Raman drew near. Immediately Martyr rode to her side, and Bappa joined her opposite the main thrall. Martyr's gaze was fierce, eager to repay first Woodhelven's ruin, but the plight of the villagers lined Bappa's visage. In a flash of brown limbs and grace, Pani jumped down to help Leand and Stave boost Annalee onto Hrama's back. Then the three of them remounted their Ranahin, and Stave brought Hennan forward to guard Lendon with Martyr and Bappa. The Erviles and Wainham may have been asking Lendon what she wanted them to do. "I am able to interpret their speech as well as the Mirsan," said the Harrow with a suggestion of smugness. "Though they recognize that you do not comprehend them, they strive to inform you that I possess the knowledge to unmake them. Also they fear my purpose, just as they fear my attackers. In the name of their weird, however, they will give their utmost to preserve you, ignoring the certainty of failure and doom." Lendon stared at him. "Wait a minute. You understand them?" She had made a promise to the Wainham and the Erviles. If the Harrow could kill them all— "Lady," he replied, "I repeat that I have made a considerable study of such beings. I have pored over the demon dim, as you know,
but also over both their makers and their makings. These spawn are corporeal. Therefore they are not as readily unbound as the demon dim. Yet they may be erased from life by one who has gleaned the secrets of their creation. Behold!" With one hand the harrow performed a florid gesture, as if he were drawing mystic symbols in the air. With the other he stroked the umber beads of his doublet. Suddenly one of the erviles at the edge of the wedge near him slumped. As he gestured, the creature appeared to sag into itself, as if it were being corroded by its own acrid blood. In moments it had become a frothing puddle of blackness in the ploughed dirt and shale. From Esmer came a sound like a sighing of water over jagged rocks. A blast seemed to gather around him, as if he were mustering seas. "They will wield dark theurges against me," said the harrow like a shrug. "However, I am not troubled. I have expended much to garner difficult knowledge. It will suffice to ward me." "What I seek, lady, is to possess your instruments of power." Far too late, Lendon shouted, "Stop that! God damn you, I promised them!" The liquid remains of the ervile bubbled and steamed, denaturing quickly. Soon it had evaporated. "Do it again, and I'll make a seizure for Esmer to use against you." She was bluffing. She could not draw on Covenant's ring while Esmer stood nearby. Keel's son knew it. She gambled that the insequent did not. In response he laughed. "A dire threat, lady, but empty. You are known to me. Your desire for the service which I am able to perform will outweigh other avowals." "Then," Lendon snapped hotly, "you had better explain yourself, and make it fast. If you know me even half as well as you think, you know that I'm sick of being manipulated. I am not going to put up with it." He had already cost her the Mahdoubt. He had put the villagers in danger to obtain her aid against the fall, to coerce her. Now he had slain an ervile, and by summoning the demon dim, Esmer had caused the deaths of dozens of masters, erviles, and Waynham. He had helped Roger and the Croyle snatch her out of her proper time. Clearly he had been willing to cause the deaths of the Wood Helvinen in order to snare the harrow. Moving slowly, Leand brought Rome to Martyr's side. In his hand he still cupped the oar-crest. The sunstone shone again. It burned like a clean star in his palm, brilliant and ineffable. Its white light seemed to exalt him, limning both his youth and his resolve. "Perhaps a test of truth, Lendon?" he suggested. His voice shook, but his hand held steady. Behind Lendon, Pani radiated apprehension, yet she stayed with Annerly, watching over the old man while he slept on Hrama's back. "No!" Esmer shouted in a voice that resounded as though it echoed back to him from tall cliffs. "Uncaring insequent, your purpose is an abomination!" Energy accumulated around him, imminent and potent. If he released it, it would hit like a cyclone. "You will not speak!" The harrow cocked a scornful eyebrow. "How will I be prevented? Your power is great, mere son. You have inherited much. Doubtless I might be slain, were I unable to step aside. Yet here there is no seizure to constrain me. Undisturbed by such forces, I may pass where and how I will. Strike as you choose. I will not remain to receive your blow." "Flee if you dare," encountered Esmer. "I am the descendant of Elohim. I will harry you to the outermost verge of the earth." "You will not," the harrow snorted. "You are bound to the lady. Also, you are no true Elohim. Your mortal blood cannot withstand her staff. She will defend me because she must. She greatly desires my service. And when her fire is raised against you, it will scour you to the marrow of your bones. If you do not perish, you will be made helpless for good or ill." Esmer's and the harrow's threats were loud. Lendon spoke softly. "A test of truth. I like it. I wish I could spare you. Hell, I wish any of us could spare you." The thought that she might be risking Leon's life made her heart quail, but she betrayed no hesitation. "Does one of you want to volunteer? Should I choose for you?" She had no idea what would happen. As far as she knew, both Leand and the oar-crest would crumble, but she needed to counter the animosity between Esmer and the harrow. She had to understand their fear or loathing toward each other, and she wanted at least one of them to give her an honest explanation. She thought that she saw a flicker of uncertainty in the shrouded emerald of Esmer's gaze. His incipient storm wavered, and the Harrow seemed troubled by her proposal. Or by something else. Unexpectedly, Galt announced, "It is needless to hazard the Stone-Downer or the Orcrest." He and the other Humboldt had joined Lendon's defenders. He spoke to her, although his gaze was fixed on the Harrow. "This insequent has defeated us once, but he has forgotten that Bryn of the Haru-Kai surpassed Okharu Kinostan Ardenal in single combat. Knowing the Harrow, we will not again feel against him." Lendon expected Esmer and the Harrow to react with scorn, but she was wrong. Suddenly vindicated or alarmed, Esmer took a few steps backward. Ignoring Galt, the Harrow turned the caves of his eyes to the east, past Lendon and her companions. With an air of insouciance, the insequent informed the empty air, "This is a petty chicane. You are indeed reduced without the aid and knowledge of the Croyle. I concede that your glamour is potent, extending as it does to conceal so many. But such ploys do not become you. If you claim the stature to stand among this company, more valor will be required of you." "Talk's cheap, asshole," retorted Roger. 20 or 30 paces in the direction of the Harrow's gaze, Covenant's son appeared, as if he had stepped through an imperceptible portal. "Run while you can," he continued. As he unveiled himself to her senses, Lendon felt the seething rage of his right hand, Castanessen's hand. Magma and fury, free of dross, distilled down to their essential savagery. "If you don't, I'm going to fry your bones. Then I think we'll all eat that silly horse of yours." He did not have Jeremiah with him. Still, Lendon's heart ached, as if she had been spurned. "Indeed?" The Harrow's tone was a snarl of mockery. "The lady will not permit it, and I will aid her against you, as will these many demon-dim spawn." "I know," Roger spat. "That's why I didn't come alone." With a gesture that left a reeking wail across Lendon's sight, he unwrapped his glamour from an army of cave-whites. Instinctively she cried out for power, and the staff answered with a clarion spout of flame. She had seen such creatures before, in the White Warrens under Mount Thunder. They were formed for delving, with huge spatulate hands like mattocks and heads that resembled battering rams. Disproportionately long, scrawny limbs, hunched torsos and protruding ribs. Standing erect, they were nearly as tall as giants. Because their arms and legs were so thin, she might have expected them to be weak, but she already knew their strength. Although they could crawl in improbable spaces, they were mighty diggers, able to gouge and crush rocks in their fingers. Their heavy jaws may have been capable of chewing stone. The ruddy heat of the earth's depths filled their eyes like molten granite. Roger Covenant had brought at least 200 cave-whites with him, ready for battle. They wore crude armor fashioned from thick plates of stone lashed together. And they were all armed. Some bore spears and bludgeons, others hefted hacking broadswords as brutal as claymores. Lendon had expected the scourge, not Roger and cave-whites, but she had told him that she planned to head for Andalane. He could assume that she would essay the most direct route from Revelstone. Certainly he had had plenty of time to position his forces. And Castanessen had touched Annalee. The Elohim knew precisely where she was. Like Esmer, Roger meant to block the Harrow's intentions. If Covenant's son, and therefore Castanessen, had wished only to prevent her from reaching Andalane, he would not have come when other powers might defend her. The scourge might not be far behind. Lendon's flame rose higher, leaping into the heavens. As if on command, Hrama and Naharan brought Annalee and Pani close to Lendon. Leand was pushed toward her as Stave and the Humboldt quickly formed a cordon around the most vulnerable members of their company. At the same time, Martyr and Bappa charged at Roger and the cave-whites, 2 against 200. In the distance, the Woodhelvanen watched the onset of battle. The masters among them may have urged them to flee. If so, they paid no heed. Desperately, Lendon prepared a scourge of fire, but she could not choose a target. She was torn between her rage at Roger and her frantic desire to protect the Ramen. Naranal and Rani pounded toward the army. The cave-whites responded with a cacophonous shriek. From Roger's right hand came a spew of hot theurgy like a bolt of fluid stone. It would have slain the two Ranahin and their riders instantly, should have slain them. Yet Naronal and Ronnie veered aside, supernally swift, as if they had foreseen Roger's attack. His blast hit the ground, sending an eruption of flint and shale into the air, charring the dirt as if the soil were leaves and twigs. It did not touch flesh. A heartbeat later, the main thrall and his cord sprang from their mounts with their garrots ready. They leapt past two of the leading cave-whites, wrapped their weapons around the cave-whites' necks as they passed. Their momentum jerked the cords taut. Then they stood on the backs of the creatures, using the strength of their legs to strangle the cave-whites. Martyr's opponent reached up with both hands to snatch the main thrall from its back, but before the long fingers found Martyr, Naronal reared, slamming his hooves into the creature's chest. As the cave-white toppled backward, its neck snapped. Martyr dropped to the ground, unscathed, amid an enraged throng of creatures. Ronnie endeavored to give Bappa similar aid, but the vicious thrust of another cave-white's spear forced the Ranahin to dance aside. Then Ronnie whinnied sharply, a warning. As the creature that Bappa was trying to throttle grabbed for him, the cord released his grip and jumped toward his mount, and a bludgeon, which would have crushed him, struck the cave-white's skull instead. Now Linden burned to defend the Raman. Martyr was about to be trampled. A spear would spit Bappa if the swinging broadsword did not catch Ronnie first, but Roger had already mustered another quarrel of magma. If she did not strike at him— "Linden!" Leand yelled. Instantly she was surrounded by flaring powers and combat. Behind her the Erviles and Wainham had rearranged themselves into three wedges. One hurled a lurid splash of vitriol at the Harrow. Another struck Esmer with concussions like the spasms of an earthquake, and from the third a volley of blackness roared over Linden's head to fall howling toward Roger. He was compelled to redirect his blast so that he would not be incinerated. The Harrow seemed momentarily surprised by his danger. Wherever he was struck, his chlamys, doublet, and leggings caught fire, but with one hand he swept the flames away. With the other he rubbed his beads in an intricate pattern. Then he began to gesture urgently, muttering incantations. No more acid touched him, although the lore-master's wedge assailed him furiously, barking like maddened dogs. Instead, the corrosive fluid evaporated before it could bite into him. Behind the lore-master, Erviles began to drop one by one, sagging into themselves as though they were being eaten alive by their own lore. Esmer stood upright to meet the concussive assault, and his eyes gleamed like the glare of lightning on the waves of a bitter sea. He made no effort to defend himself. Rather, he accepted each crash and detonation, although they shook him as if they struck his bones. In spite of his obvious pain, he ignored the wedge attacking him. As he had in the verge of wandering and again on Revelstone's plateau, he caused the ground to erupt like water into spouts and squalls. Dirt and broken stone became little hurricanes which swirled upward as if they had been spewed forth by the earth. Waving his arms, he sent towering geysers, not against his assailants, but toward the Harrow. The Harrow had said that he could step aside from Esmer's power, yet he did not. He may have been snared by the force of the Erviles, or by the imminent threat of Roger's might. Linden felt the cave-whites rushing at her. Instinctively she turned earth power on them, whirling the staff around her head to flail the creatures with flame. The cave-whites wielded no magic except their own strength and weapons. Alone they were no match for the Erviles and Wainham, but the demon-dim spawn were fighting three other antagonists at once. They had no theurgy to spare for the cave-whites. In one place, the charge of the cave-whites was occluded by the Raman and their Ranahin. From the ground, Martyr dodged blows and kicks, avoided stamping feet. At the same time, he contrived to trip creatures with his garrote. In the confusion, cave-whites trying to slash or gut him often hit each other instead. And Naronal reared to his full height, lashing out powerfully with his hooves. Meanwhile, Bappa had urged Ronnie among the creatures around Martyr. Ronnie delivered kicks with uncanny accuracy as Bappa sprang away. The Raman wrapped his cord around a broadsword-wielding cave-white's arm and used his own weight and the creature's fury to redirect the blade so that it cut at other attackers. The efforts of the Ramen and their mounts slowed one small section of the charge, leaving Linden free to fling fire and desperation at nearer foes. She could strike there without endangering her friends. Yet a dissociated reluctance hampered her. Surely she was still a healer? Surely she still loathed war and killing? But she had found new aspects of herself on Gallows Howe, had become a woman whom she hardly knew. She yearned to repay with death the affront of her foes. Images of the Croyle feasting on her son's neck demanded recompense. Her own eagerness for bloodshed dismayed her. Apart from their sheer numbers, the Cave Whites had no defense against the power of her staff. She could slaughter them too easily. In spite of her companion's peril, she unleashed only a portion of her full strength. She ached to fling it at Roger rather than at the brute rampage of the creatures. Nevertheless, she fought. Martyr and Bappa might be slain in moments. Already the Ranahin bled from several wounds, and both Ramen had been hurt. They needed her, needed more violence from her than she knew how to countenance. She could not save the Ramen unless she overcame her chagrin. If Roger struck at her now, Leand might be able to defend himself with the Orcrest, perhaps by blinding a few assailants. Punny might find some way to keep Annalee alive briefly, but they would not survive for long. "Stave!" Linden panted. "Stave!" But it was Bronnell and Galt who answered her. Leaving their Ranahin behind to aid in the last defense, the two humbled sprinted on foot toward the chaos clustered around Martyr and Bappa. They seemed as mighty as giants as they hammered into the fray. With heavy punches and iron kicks and slashing elbows, they attacked the knees of the Cave Whites. And when the creatures fell, squealing in pain, Galt and Bronnell battered their throats. Igniting creatures until they burned like torches, Linden tried to see what happened to the humbled and the Ramen, but the rest of Roger's army continued to surge toward her, and she could not afford to let her concentration slip. Roger ignored the damage to his army. Now he seemed to counter the roaring blackness of the demon-dim spawn with dismissive ease. The power blazing from his right fist increased moment by moment, as if Castanessen fed it, as if the Elohim channeled more and more of his scoria and anguish through Roger. And as Roger drove back the assault of the Urviles and Wainhim, he also sent shafts of rage at the Harrow. A spear arched through the air, plummeting toward Linden. Stave knocked it aside without apparent effort. Frantically she struggled against her consternation to pour more and still more passion into the staff's yellow fire. Embattled, the Harrow began to give ground. When she risked a glance behind her, however, Linden saw that the insequent fought only Roger and Esmer. The acid of the Urviles no longer reached him. He gestured furiously with one hand and shouted commands to ward off Roger's blasts. With the other, he sketched arcane symbols in an attempt to quash earthen geysers. Frenzy filled the emptiness of his eyes, yet the black theurgy of the Urviles did not endanger him, although their loremaster still flung gouts of vitriol. Esmer's efforts to hurt the Harrow disrupted the attack of the demon-dim spawn. Esmer? He could have attacked the Harrow from any direction. At first, Linden thought that Cale's son chose an angle of assault which blocked the magics of the Urviles because he did not wish to share the Harrow's death with them. He craved it for himself, or for Castanessen. But then she saw the truth. While he assailed the Harrow, Esmer continued to leave himself exposed to the shattering concussions of the third wedge, and they were weakening him. Blood hemorrhaged from his mouth with every breath. His arms and legs were livid with detonations and bruises. His Samar hung in tatters. As a result, his force was simply not great enough to overwhelm the insequent. Yet he accepted his own hurts in order to concentrate his waning puissance on the Harrow. In fact, he appeared to be protecting the demon-dim spawn. The Harrow needed too much of his mystic knowledge to survive Roger's magma. The added threat of Esmer's swirling bombardment prevented him from unmaking any more of the Urviles. Aid and betrayal. Even here the son of Cale and the Dancers of the Sea could not pick a side. In spite of Linden's fire, the leading Cave Whites drew nearer. Now Clyme charged to meet them, crashing into them with all of Mornem's mass and might. A barrage of spears seemed to plummet as one toward Linden. Impossibly swift, Stave used one to strike the others down. The incessant clash of eldritch powers shook the ground. Hen's hoofs danced as she strove to provide Linden with a steady seat. "No!" Linden howled, although she could hardly hear herself through the mad clangor and tumult of weapons, blows, screams. Nevertheless, the Erviles and Wainham must have understood her, or understood what was happening better than she did. In unison, they stopped attacking Esmer. Turning their wedge, they began to hurl corrosion among the cave whites. The impact slowed the creatures' onrush, and Linden set fires among them as if they were dried and brittle, primed for conflagration. Sickening herself, she wielded her flail of earth power. As long as Roger only defended himself from the demon-dim spawn while he tried to destroy the harrow, as long as he did not strike at her and her mortal allies, she forced herself to fight his army instead of renewing the battle that had begun under Melanchurion Skyweir, instead of repaying him for his part in Jeremiah's pain. In glimpses, she saw Martyr and Bappa, Galt and Bronel, climb. The Ramen had neither the strength nor the speed of Harukai. They certainly could not stand against the size and muscle of the cave whites. Nonetheless, they were experienced fighters, trained to protect the Ranahin with quickness and cunning, and their mounts fought for them. Gradually, Galt and Branel on foot and Climb on Mornem lunged and dodged their way through the melee toward Bappa and Martyr. They were all covered in blood, their own as well as the cave whites. The carnage among the creatures was terrible. Yet the cave whites surged closer to Linden and her remaining defenders with every step and heartbeat. At a word from Stave, Bonnerill and Nabon joined the battle for the sake of their riders, leaving only the former master to protect Linden, while Leand and Pani guarded Annalee. Roger appeared to laugh, exulting in power. If he had turned his vehemence against the Wainham and Erviles, he might have butchered them all. But he was content to ward off their black lore while he strove to burn down the harrow. Again and again the insequent was driven back. If he had the ability to step aside, he could not use it. He was too hard-pressed by Roger's gleeful fury and Esmer's wounded assault. Linden had no idea what a being as dangerous and greedy as the harrow had done or could do to earn such enmity from Lord Fowl's minions. Still, the wedge challenging the harrow could not reach him through Esmer's ragged eruptions. Abruptly, those Erviles changed their objectives. In small groups of 5 or 6, they began to peel away. Scampering on all fours, they sped to join the formation which fought the cave whites. They were too late, and the cave whites were too many. Even Linden's desperation was not enough. In spite of the dark efforts of the demon-dim spawn, she and her last companions would soon be inundated. If Esmer and perhaps even the harrow did not turn to aid her, she might not be able to keep herself alive. She would certainly not be able to preserve Stave and Leand, Pani and Annalee. As far as she knew, the other Ramen and the Humbled were already dead. While she transformed creatures into living, screaming firewood, a cave white hurled a bludgeon at her from a distance of no more than 6 or 7 paces. She barely saw it before Hennin sprang in front of Hen, and Stave snatched the massive club out of the air. Using the weapon's velocity, he swung his arm to fling the bludgeon back at the cave white. This time, when Leand shouted her name, Linden looked at him, saw him pointing toward the Woodhelvinen. They had been standing at some distance, watching in comparative safety. Now they were running toward the battle. They appeared to be yelling, although she could not hear them through the din. For an instant she thought that they meant to join the fight, that the destruction of First Woodhelven had inspired them to strike back. But then she saw a huge pack of Kresh sweeping down on the villagers from the north. Easily the great yellow wolves leapt over or splashed through the brook. Men, women, and children fled slaughter in the only direction open to them. The wolves would have run them down in moments if they had turned to either side. Nevertheless, they were caught between the battle and the Kresh. Soon all of them would die. The 2 masters, the only defenders of the Woodhelvinen, had already thrown themselves at the pack, but they were only 2, and their mounts were merely horses, not Ranahin. They would be engulfed almost immediately. Despite the turmoil and frenzy around her, Linden felt the presence of a raver among the Kresh. She knew that malign spirit well. It had once possessed her, seeking to desecrate her love for Covenant. It was Moksha Jahannam, and it ruled the wolves, goading them until they were rabid for bloodshed. She did not pause for thought. She had no time. An Elohim had warned the land of marewives and scourge and croil. He had spoken of a shadow upon the hearts of his people. He had foretold the threat of the half-hand. And he had mentioned sand-gorgons. Linden had seen his other prophecies fulfilled. Why not this one? Distance has no meaning to such power. Hardly aware of her own actions, she cried, "Nam, we need you!" Then she sent Hen hurtling into the collision of theurgies, pounding through cataclysm toward the panicked villagers. Instantly Stave and Leand joined her, and Pani and Annalie followed at her back, as if they, or their mounts, had known what she would do. When Thomas Covenant had summoned Nam against the clave, the Sand-Gorgon had taken some time to respond. The creature had been compelled to cross nameless oceans and uncounted leagues from Brothair realm and the great desert. If the same delay occurred now, assuming that Nam answered Linden at all, every human and horse in the valley, and perhaps every demon-dim spawn as well, would be dead before the creature appeared. Nevertheless, she did not turn aside or look back. The straits of the Woodhelvanen drove her. For their sake, and to comfort Moksha, she could resolve the contradictions within her. With law and earth power, she opened a passage through the battle. At Hen's best speed she raced northward. She did not see the Harrow blanch, as if he were appalled at what she had done. She only heard him called wildly, "I am able to convey you to your son!" He may have intended to break her heart. Still she did not falter. She could not. At that moment the need of the villagers outweighed every other consideration. Even her friends, concentrating on the creche, she felt rather than saw the insequent allow his defenses to collapse. Only her nerves recognized what was happening as he wrapped himself and his destrier in a different kind of knowledge and vanished. Deprived of his immediate target, Roger gave a howl of rage. But he had other prey. He, too, did not pause. Whirling, he aimed lava and loathing at Linden's back. She did not care. He had become incidental to her, a mere annoyance. At that moment, Gallows Howe and Caroil Wildwood were incarnate in her. Like the Forestall, she had precious lives to defend. She only needed the Woodhelvanen to make way for her. If they did not, if they impeded her charge, the creche and the Raver were almost upon them. Roger's first blast fell short, intercepted by roiling blackness. The Yerviles and Wainham had adjusted swiftly to counter him. A heartbeat later, he was attacked by half or more of the surviving demon-dim spawn. The rest threw their lore against the cave whites in an attempt to prevent Roger's army from following Linden. But he was ecstatic with Castanessen's power, and this time his given hand could draw directly on its source. Castanessen's savagery exalted him. The concussions and vitriol of his attackers he slammed aside with scornful ease, and his efforts to strike at Linden coerced them to spend their force in her defense rather than against him. Then the demon-dim spawn themselves were assailed. In spite of his injuries and weakness, Esmer sent shocks through the ground to disrupt the formations of the Wainham and Yerviles. He slew none of them, but his interference exposed them to the cruder force of the cave whites. While Roger aimed his viciousness at Linden, his creatures hacked brutally at her defenders. Almost screaming, Linden shouted the 7 words until her staff shone like an avatar of the sun's fire. Frantic men and women dashed out of her path, snatching their children after them. Pani's young voice in a Raman war cry echoed the brilliance of Leon's oar-crest. Stave's implacable mien promised death. Annalie had awakened, but with the seizure gone, he clung to Hrama's neck and did not hinder the Ranahin or his friends. The huge, fierce wolves had already begun to tear down and rend the slowest of the villagers when Linden and her last companions crashed into the pack. The cave whites were thinking creatures, the creche were not. The Raver was worse than any beast or creature, and the Woodhelvanen were as helpless as trees. They had children with them, children, and could not defend themselves. As if she had become mindless herself, she sent great waves and breakers of flame at the wolves, burning them by the score to misshapen lumps of flesh, charred and reeking. But she barely saw individual creche. She paid no attention to what became of them. She sought Moksha Jehannam. If she could do it, she meant to light a conflagration that would end the Raver's cruelty forever. Roger might have killed her then. She had no desire to defend herself, and no power to spare. In addition, Esmer had broken apart the wedges of the demon-dim spawn. Most of the Erviles and Wainham were fighting for their lives in small clusters. Only a few remained to oppose Roger's scoria. While she rampaged among the creche, she left herself as vulnerable as the villagers. But Roger did not send his puissance against her. He could not. Before he could hurl another blast, half a dozen sand gorgons smashed into the rear of his army. Crushing cave whites with ease, 3 of the sand gorgons wrought havoc among Roger's forces, while the rest attacked him directly. Their strength dwarfed that of the cave whites. Alone, Nom had once shattered Revelstone's inner gates, had gouged out a passage for Glimmermere's waters to quench the last of the Banefire. With Gremund Honenscrave's help, Nom had shredded Samadhi Shoal's spirit. Given time, half a dozen sand gorgons could have leveled Lord's Keep entirely. The weapons and desperation of the cave whites could not wound them. The Erviles and Wainham scattered before them, and Esmer did not turn his power against them. Instead, he quelled his spouts of dirt and stone, his tremors in the ground, as if he had acknowledged defeat, or achieved victory. Panting blood, he seemed to fold the air around him as he disappeared. Roger would have been beaten to pulp if he had not turned all of his scoria and wrath against the sand gorgons. Their blunt arms and pulverizing might would have left no recognizable remains of his ordinary flesh. Moksha Jahannam lashed the creche to frothing madness, but the raver eluded Lendon. It was here and there throughout the pack, mastering the wolves, transmuting their natural fear of fire into ferocity. She feared that Moksha would attempt to escape her by possessing one of the Woodhelvanen, forcing her to slay an innocent victim if she wished to harm the raver. Therefore she wielded her fire like devastation, taking care only that she did not harm any human or Harukai or Ranahin. On one side of her, the brightness of Leon's sunstone dazzled the creche so that they gnashed and tore at each other blindly. On the other, Stave rode Hennon and let the roan stallion fight for him while he watched over Lendon. Behind them, Pani clung to Annalie with one hand, supporting him, keeping him close to her, while she used her garrote to whip away any wolf that sprang for Hrama or Naharan. Suddenly, Stave reached down to snatch a master out of a raging mass of wolves. Hennon hammered with his hooves at the skulls and spines of Creche as Stave swung the Harukai up behind him. The master was badly rent, bleeding from many grim bites and gouges, but as soon as he settled himself against Stave's back, he kicked at every wolf that came within reach. Of the other master, Lendon saw no sign. She did not know if Martyr, Bappa, the Humbled, or any of their mounts remained alive. But the villagers were behind her now, and she did not permit any kind of fear to inhibit her scouring flame. Nevertheless, on some subcutaneous level of perception, she recognized that the cave whites were being decimated. She felt them break as they died, shattered by the tremendous force of the sand gorgons. And she sensed the precise instant when Roger's rage and frustration turned to terror. He burned the sand gorgons until their hides bubbled and the bubbles burst, spilling viscid blood that stank of dire vitality, but he could not stop them. He was about to meet the same doom which had fallen on his army. Lendon knew that, but she did not pause to watch him fight for his life. She was too busy killing, too busy searching for the raver so that she could at least try to unmake Lord Fowl's ancient servant. And she was nearing the outermost limits of her own endurance. Gradually she began to flicker and fail. Consumed by the struggle to keep going, to seek Moksha Jahannam with precipience and fire, she did not see Roger call the few remaining cave whites to him, leap onto one of their backs, and send them racing eastward away from the sand gorgons. With their long legs and their peculiar strength, the cave whites ran as if they were as fleet as Ranahin. Perhaps the sand gorgons could have caught them. The denizens of the great desert were also swift. But Roger had hurt all of the sand gorgons to some extent, and he flung a terrible heap behind him as the cave whites fled. The sand gorgons did not give chase. Instead, they began stamping to death any of their foes which they had merely crippled. After Esmer's disappearance, the Erviles and Wainham had slipped away, vanishing as imperceptibly as they had appeared. When finally the last 2 or 3 dozen wolves turned to flee, Moksha Raver escaped among them, untouched by her flagging vehemence. Within moments they had crossed the brook northward. She wanted to pursue them, to go on raining down fire until she reached the raver itself, But she could not. As the creche fled, something within her broke, and she lost her grasp on earth power. Her flames guttered and faded in the dust of battle, the dust and the tarnished sunlight. She had already gone too far beyond herself. She did not know how to go farther.